Football starting by copying peak Messi's attributes. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 251 Falling Behind and Then Turning the Tide, the fierce battle at Camp Nou. Seeing Lin Quan's defensive strategy against Messi, Busquets' eyes lit up. Could Lin's method be used to defend against him? Busquets was still bothered by his previous failure to defend against Lin Quan. If it had worked, Barcelona wouldn't have conceded a goal at home. Professor Busquets was eager to try this method during Manchester City's next attack. This was called using their own methods against them. Barcelona's attack didn't stop. After Messi lost his chance to break through, he passed a ball to Iniesta. Iniesta handed the ball to Xavi to reorganize. Xavi glanced at Manchester City's penalty area. The penalty area was densely packed with players from both sides, making a direct pass too difficult. So he passed the ball back to Busquets, slightly controlling the tempo with a back pass. Barcelona's attack was urgent and fierce, and Manchester City's defense was compressed, with all three lines almost pressed together. Seeing Barcelona passing the ball around in their own half, they immediately pushed their formation out, regaining the flexibility of their defense. However, this was exactly what Barcelona's mastermind, Xavi, wanted. In the 43rd minute, after several passes in midfield, Barcelona noticed Manchester City's defensive formation had shifted forward, creating space in their own half. Xavi suddenly switched the ball wide to the wing. There were no Barcelona players there initially, but after Xavi's pass, a figure rushed in and received the pass in open space on the wing. Who? Barcelona's number 22, right back Dani Alves. Alves received the ball on the wing and immediately dribbled down the flank. Manchester City's left back, Kolarov, expecting a cross, put his hands behind his back, ready to block. Other Manchester City players had the same idea, positioning themselves in the penalty area to prevent a header. However, unexpectedly, Alves didn't choose to cross, but instead passed the ball back. Neymar appeared in the path of the ball, receiving it at the corner of the penalty area. This was a connection between two Brazilians. Alves' dribble down the wing was just a feint. The real purpose was to create space for Neymar and give him a shooting opportunity. Neymar didn't waste his senior's assist. After receiving the ball, he adjusted his position and curled a shot into the top corner of the goal. Joe Hart was helpless and could only watch the ball fly into the net. Barcelona turned the game around, making the score 2-1. This was Neymar's fourth Champions League goal of the season, equaling Ronaldinho's European goal tally in his first season with Barcelona. While his stats aren't as dazzling as superstars like Lin Quan, in his 9 Champions League appearances, Neymar has scored 4 goals and provided 3 assists, contributing to 7 goals in total. If we exclude the prodigy Lin Quan, his stats are absolutely outstanding, perhaps even making him the best rookie in the Champions League this season. After scoring, Neymar was exceptionally excited, running to the corner flag and dancing the samba. The Camp Nou fans showered their rising star with applause and cheers. Neymar's outstanding performance brought considerable comfort to Barcelona fans. Hey, we have Messi, we have Neymar, we don't need Lin. They began taking turns singing Messi's and Neymar's songs to express their feelings and support for the two Barcelona stars. Seeing Neymar's goal, Lin Quan was somewhat helpless. The defense had let their guard down. His teammates, perhaps because Barcelona wasn't attacking as fiercely as before, had become slightly lax. And their laxity gave Barcelona the opportunity to create a scoring chance. Xavi's pass was excellent, using a change of pace to catch Manchester City off guard. Of course, Neymar's positioning was also superb. When Alves dribbled down the wing, he didn't immediately rush into Manchester City's penalty area, causing the Manchester City players to lose focus on him. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have had a shooting opportunity. Barcelona scored 2 goals in 10 minutes, putting Manchester City in a huge crisis at Camp Nou. If this score continues to widen, even with a valuable away goal, it will still be very difficult for them to eliminate Barcelona at home. Yes, for Manchester City, A 1-1 or even 2-1 draw is acceptable, but 3-1 is not. Against a strong team like Barcelona, they can't afford to lose too much. If they lose too much, it won't be difficult for them to come back at home. The first half is almost over. I wonder what adjustments Manchester City will make at halftime. They were in a very passive situation in the first half. If they continue to play like this, I'm afraid a third goal is not far off. On the sidelines, Pellegrini's brows furrowed. The number of goals conceded in the first half was more than expected, but fortunately, there was one goal, so the result was acceptable. How many games has Xavi played this season? Suddenly, Pellegrini turned his head and asked his assistant coach. This season, Xavi has made 35 appearances. 23 in the league, 5 in cup competitions, and 7 in the Champions League. He often played the full 90 minutes in the first half of the league season, but was frequently substituted around the 75th minute in the second half. He played the full 90 minutes in the last La Liga match? Yes, the last match between Barcelona and Espanyol was quite close. Barcelona didn't score until the 77th minute. After the goal, Martino started making substitutions, but for some reason, he substituted Neymar, Fabregas, and Pedro, but not Xavi, the veteran. Pellegrini nodded. Martino probably knew Xavi's importance to the team, so he chose to keep him on the field. But using a 34-year-old veteran like this seemed a bit excessive. Thinking about this, Pellegrini had already planned his tactics for the second half. The first half whistle blew, and the two teams went into the locker room with a 2-1 score. This score was more favorable for Barcelona, and the Barcelona players looked relatively relaxed. Manchester City's players were accepting of the score. Although they were down by 1 goal, it was normal to fall behind at Barcelona's home ground. Besides, there were still 45 minutes left. In the locker room, Pellegrini took out his tactics board, preparing to explain the second half tactical arrangements to the players. Before starting, the Chilean asked the players a question. After playing half a game against Barcelona, what do you think of Barcelona's strength? The Manchester City players shared their thoughts upon hearing this question. They're very strong, their pressure is immense. Their passing and control are truly impressive, our possession rate is probably less than 30%. There's nothing we can do, we can't hold on to the ball at all. Before we even receive it, their players charge at us like mad dogs. If we hold on to it for a few seconds, we lose it. And when we pass, their players are constantly sweeping through our passing lanes, one wrong move and we lose the pass. Seeing that his players were hitting the nail on the head, Pellegrini smiled and clapped his hands, stopping the discussion. It seems everyone feels this deeply. Pellegrini looked at Lin Quan and asked, Lin, are you tired? He had seen Lin Quan working incredibly hard on both ends of the pitch, so he subconsciously assumed Lin Quan would be exhausted. But to Pellegrini's surprise, Lin Quan shook his head after hearing his question and said, I'm fine, I'm not tired. Not tired? You covered the most distance in the first half, sprinting tirelessly on offense and actively dropping back to the edge of the penalty area to participate in defense. Aren't you tired? Pellegrini was momentarily taken aback. Okay, it's good that you're not tired. The team's attack in the second half still depends on you, so be careful to conserve your energy for counter-attacks. Lin Quan's answer made Pellegrini a little unsure of himself. Fortunately, he then asked a few more players, and everyone's answer was that they felt very tired. Physical fatigue was one aspect, but the main problem was mental exhaustion. Facing Barcelona's possession-based style of play, Manchester City's players had to be on high alert at all times, daring not to relax in the slightest. Maintaining such focus for a long time would naturally lead to mental fatigue. If I told you that you're tired, but Barcelona is even more tired, would you believe me? The players shook their heads. They only saw Barcelona players constantly passing the ball around. How much could that be exhausting? Don't believe me? Then we'll try it in the second half and find out. Pellegrini didn't try to convince the players but instead explained his tactics for the second half. After the second half started, Barcelona quickly noticed the difference in Manchester City's style. They noticed that Manchester City was playing more proactively, with their players more aggressively pressing Barcelona in their own half. Barcelona had encountered this kind of pressing before, so they didn't initially pay much attention. However, after several fouls by Manchester City players, they began to realize something was wrong. Barcelona has possession, Xavi maintains possession, Yaya Touré moves up to intercept, De Bruyne also moves closer. Xavi is under pressure from Manchester City. Not only Barcelona players realized something was amiss, but the commentators in the stands also noticed Manchester City's intentions. Since the start of the second half, Manchester City seems to have increased their pressure on Xavi. Whenever Xavi gets the ball, a Manchester City player will immediately press him, making it difficult for Xavi to create space to organize attacks. Xavi is Barcelona's midfield core and the team's brain. Without his orchestration, Barcelona's attacks weren't as smooth as in the first half. Moreover, due to Xavi's position, if he loses possession, Manchester City immediately creates a threatening attack. Such attacks were rare in the first half, but Manchester City had already launched two within 10 minutes of the second half. If it weren't for the excellent performances of their defenders and goalkeeper, Manchester City might have already equalized. Xavi, with his experience, realized the opponent's intentions and reduced his touches, denying them opportunities for counter-attacks. However, this was a Pyrrhic victory. While Manchester City couldn't find a breakthrough with him, Barcelona's attacking threat decreased significantly without Xavi's orchestration. Furthermore, Manchester City's pressing intensity increased across the board in the second half. It wasn't that Xavi relinquished the playmaking duties to Fabregas and Iniesta and stopped pressing. Manchester City players still pressed Fabregas and Iniesta when they had the ball. Unfortunately, Manchester City lacked a defensive midfielder capable of clearing the ball. If Fernandinho had been on the field, his sweeping range would have greatly improved Manchester City's pressing efficiency. In the 57th minute, Manchester City won the ball back in their own half. Kroos immediately passed it to David Silva on the wing. Knowing how fast Barcelona's pressing was, Silva didn't dare dribble and immediately passed to De Bruyne. De Bruyne, also hesitant to hold on to the ball, quickly passed it to Lin Quan. By the time the ball reached Lin Quan, he had essentially shaken off most of Barcelona's defenders. Taking advantage of the fact that Barcelona's fullbacks hadn't returned from their attack, Lin Quan quickly dribbled down the wing. Agüero, David Silva, De Bruyne, and other players were also sprinting towards Barcelona's penalty area at top speed. Manchester City's counter-attack was powerful, making the Camp Nou fans restless. This scene was so similar to the goal they conceded in the first half. Busquets hesitated, unsure whether to mark Lin Quan or continue marking Agüero. After glancing at Fabregas and Pique's positions and calculating the time, Busquets decisively abandoned Agüero and chose to intercept Lin Quan. Although Lin Quan was on the wing, Busquets still considered him the most dangerous. Because if left unchecked, he could cut inside and shoot. Busquets quickly appeared in front of Lin Quan, having already calculated the situation. If he could only slightly slow Lin Quan's advance and drag the fullback Alba back to his defensive position, he could defuse the danger. Facing Lin Quan again, Busquets once more chose to retreat and defend. "Lin, let me use your own methods to defeat you." Busquets was full of confidence, feeling at least 80% certain he could stop Lin Quan this time. Lin Quan seemed unaware of Busquets' plan. He appeared to intend to use the same method as before to get past him. Now, the instant Lin Quan completed his breakthrough, Busquets quickly turned, blocking Lin Quan's cutting-in position, sticking close to him to disrupt Lin Quan's rhythm and force him to stop. This tactic worked. Lin Quan was successfully forced to stop. "I finally stopped Lin." Busquets was on the verge of tears. Since the opponent had stopped, this counter-attack was off. Once his teammates were in position, they could win back possession. "Wait, where's the ball?" Busquets was stunned to find that the ball had disappeared from Lin Quan's feet. He turned sharply, only to find that Lin Quan had passed the ball to Agüero in the middle. Pique gritted his teeth and charged towards Agüero, but Agüero, as he rushed, passed the ball to David Silva on the wing. David Silva slid in and sent the ball into the goal, making it 2-2 for Manchester City away from home. Silva fell silent, a deathly silence. After David Silva's goal, Camp Nou was silent for over 10 seconds. Barcelona fans couldn't accept their team being overturned at home. They craved a resounding victory. But how could it have turned out like this? After the silence, an even more intense anger erupted. A deafening chorus of boos once again filled the stadium, aimed at the Manchester City players celebrating their goal. Spectators near the pitch even threw various objects at the celebrating City players, including lighters and coins. Disappointment and anger had clouded their judgment. Even though Manchester City had no real animosity towards them, they vented their fury on the City players. It wasn't just the Barcelona fans who were angry. but also the 11 players on the field. We are the world's best team, Barcelona. We are the top club in Europe. We have 4 Champions League titles. This is Camp Nou, our sacred home ground, and we will not tolerate anyone acting recklessly here. After the restart, they launched their most ferocious counter-attack since the start of the game. Barcelona players ran and pressed relentlessly in the attacking third, even resorting to fouls. Within just 10 minutes, Barcelona's overly aggressive tackles resulted in Iniesta and Alba each receiving a yellow card. And Manchester City players also received 2 yellow cards for trying to stop the attack. Kolarov and Zabaleta received yellow cards. These 2 yellow cards are very detrimental to Manchester City, as 3 of their defenders now have yellow cards. This forces them to be extremely cautious in defense, otherwise, a red card could mean playing with 1 less player in this match and facing suspension for the next. Seeing that Manchester City's defenders were all on yellow cards, Messi increased his dribbling attempts. In the 63rd minute, Messi dribbled into the penalty area, cut inside past Kompany, created space, and aimed for the far corner of the goal with a lob shot. The ball finally cleared Joe Hart's outstretched fingers, but with a thud, it hit the post. The fans in the stadium side had even their own post betrayed the team. However, the attack wasn't over yet. The ball rebounded from the post and was collected by Iniesta. The goal was now open, Joe Hart hadn't even gotten up yet, and this was almost a certain goal. However, Iniesta's follow-up shot was blocked on the goal line by Demichelis's sliding tackle. The ball rolled out of bounds, and Demichelis crashed heavily into the post. Iniesta clutched his head, utterly incredulous. How could that be blocked? After completing his follow-up shot, he had already raised his hands in celebration. However, Demichelis's clearance turned his celebration into frustration and regret. Manchester City teammates rushed over to embrace Demichelis, who had made the crucial clearance. Thanks to Demichelis's selfless clearance, Manchester City would have fallen behind again. "Brother Martin, are you alright?" Lin Quan asked with concern, having just seen Demichelis crash into the post and fearing he was injured. Demichelis was already 34 years old, and injuries are the biggest fear for older players of that age. Younger players are physically stronger and recover quickly, recovering from an injury in a few months. However, for these veterans whose form is declining and who are on the decline, a major injury could very well lead to their retirement. "It's okay, don't worry, if I can't hold on, I'll ask to be substituted." Demichelis patted Lin Quan on the shoulder and said to him with a smile. Seeing that the other party was so confident, Lin Quan was relieved and returned to his position to prepare to defend Barcelona's corner kick. Iniesta stood in the corner area, glanced at the positions of both teams' players, and then sent the ball to the far post. Barcelona didn't have many tall players. Besides the goalkeeper, the tallest was Pique. Iniesta's ball was aimed at Pique. Pique started running towards the far post when his teammate took the kick, and seeing the ball flying towards him, he immediately jumped high to prepare for a header. However, before him, Kompany had also jumped, trying to clear the ball away. With a loud bang, the two collided and fell to the ground. Chapter 252, a comeback victory against Barcelona, leaving Camp Nou in triumph. A commotion erupted in the stadium as fans from both sides craned their necks to look at the scene. Both players were seriously injured, with Pique's injury more severe. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious, while Kompany had visible blood on his head and struggled to his feet, but was unsteady. The referee quickly called for the team doctor. The Barcelona doctor examined Pique's pupils with a flashlight, called his name several times, and when there was no response, he solemnly ordered an ambulance to be called. Pique was immediately transferred to the ambulance and taken off the field to be transported to a major hospital for treatment. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Seeing their teammate seriously injured and taken away by ambulance, the Barcelona players were deeply saddened, and their morale was inevitably affected. Pique's injury caused great concern among Barcelona fans. The cameras focused on the Spanish national team coach, Vicente Del Bosque, who was at Camp Nou watching the game. Del Bosque looked very serious. The World Cup was about to begin, and Pique was Spain's key central defender. His injury is a major blow to Spain. Barcelona quickly made a substitution, bringing on Marc Bartra to replace the injured Pique. Pellegrini also prepared to make a substitution. Kompany had been diagnosed with a concussion, and the team doctor believed he was not fit to continue playing. However, after resting briefly on the sidelines, Kompany said he could still play. As captain, He didn't want to back down in such an important match. "Vincent, are you sure you want to continue?" Pellegrini asked again, as the match against Barcelona wasn't a one-off. Even if they lost this game, they would have another chance at home. But if Kompany played with his injury and aggravated it, he might miss the next match. "Yes, coach, I don't want to go back to Manchester with regrets." Kompany's attitude was firm. He was worried the team would lose the next game. "Captain, just rest. We're here, we won't let your efforts be in vain." Just then, Lin Quan and others appeared on the sidelines, trying to dissuade Kompany. "Captain, don't you trust us?" De Bruyne's probing question, seeing Kompany still hesitating, silenced him completely. If Kompany persisted, it would be seen as a lack of trust in his teammates. So, after hearing De Bruyne's words, he finally gave up. Lin Quan gave De Bruyne a thumbs up. Indeed, the Belgian knew how to persuade a Belgian. Manchester City substituted Lescott for the injured Kompany. The game continued, and Pique's injury made both teams more cautious, resulting in less intense physical contact. The reduced intensity of physical confrontation and fouls was good news for technically gifted players, such as Messi and Neymar at Barcelona. Seeing Kolarov carrying a yellow card, Barcelona specifically intensified their attacks on Manchester City's left flank. With support from his teammates, Neymar gradually became more active on the field. In the 71st minute, Neymar used a brilliant dribble to outmaneuver Manchester City's left-back Kolarov and break into the penalty area. Unfortunately, before he could shoot, Lescott cleared the ball out of bounds. Barcelona took a short corner, sending the ball back to the right and into Neymar's hands. Realizing Neymar's threat, Kroos rushed over to cover. However, Neymar, as if putting on a show, under pressure from Kroos and Kolarov, turned his back to the goal. Tapped the ball with his foot to evade Kroos's challenge, took a half step back, and then passed the ball from his right to his left, flicking it with his left foot as if to move towards the center. This feint fooled Kolarov, who, unsuspecting, began moving towards the center. Neymar then passed the ball from his left to his right and turned in the process. This series of movements was completed in an instant, as fluid as a circus act. Both Manchester City defenders were out of position, leaving Neymar with a clear path ahead. However, just as Neymar was about to accelerate into the penalty area, a blue figure pounced from the side and tackled him to the ground. Neymar immediately dived into the penalty area, rolling on the ground clutching his foot. After the tackle, Lin Quan didn't leave, just stood by watching Neymar writhe. He had pulled back his foot during the tackle, he definitely wouldn't have injured Neymar. This guy was clearly acting. However, Kuppers was fooled by Neymar's performance. He immediately blew his whistle, ran over, showed Lin Quan a yellow card, and awarded Barcelona a free kick. Lin Quan didn't object to the decision, he was aiming for a foul. Although Neymar's performance had an element of acting, Lin Quan's foot had indeed touched him. If Neymar had been allowed into the penalty area, it would have been a very dangerous one-on-one situation. Barcelona players rushed over, not to surround Lin Quan, but to protest to the referee, believing it should have been a penalty. Kuppers ignored the Barcelona players' protests and stood by his decision. Although Neymar fell in the penalty area, he clearly saw that Lin Quan's foul occurred outside the box, so it wasn't a penalty. Barcelona's protests were fruitless, and they gave up on surrounding the referee. After all, everyone knew his officiating standards, and getting a yellow card would be a huge loss. Messi stood before the free kick, glanced at the goalkeeper, took a run up, and shot. Unfortunately, the shot didn't clear the wall and bounced off. The Barcelona players behind him rushed towards the ball, but one player was faster. Due to his height, Lin Quan didn't join the wall but instead lingered outside the penalty area, looking for a counter-attack opportunity. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Reaching ahead of Xavi, Lin Quan received the ball. He flicked it to his left, dribbling past Xavi's interception. Agüero, David Silva, and others saw Lin Quan win the ball and began sprinting towards Barcelona's half. Manchester City's counter-attack was on again. "Stop him." Martino jumped up from his seat the moment Lin Quan got the ball. Manchester City's counter-attacks today were very threatening. They had already scored 2 goals using such quick counter-attacks. If they scored again this time, Barcelona would be in serious trouble. Busquets quickly retreated to defend while racking his brains for the best defensive solution. "Stop Lin with me." He quickly made his choice, calling Mascherano to rush towards Lin Quan with him. He had already tried one-on-one defense, which was ineffective against Lin Quan, So this time he simply called for a helper to double-team him. Even if they couldn't stop him, as long as they could slow down Manchester City's counter-attack and buy time for their teammates to get into position, it would be a success. Mascherano and Busquets pressing left Barcelona's right flank completely open. This wasn't their mistake, but rather that wingers pose far less of a threat to the goal than players in the center. If Lin Quan were allowed to dribble through the center, he could shoot directly. However, if he was forced to move the ball to the wing, Manchester City players would only be able to threaten Barcelona's goal by crossing from the byline or cutting inside. This would prolong their attacking time, giving Barcelona more time to organize their defense. Moreover, as long as Lin Quan was marked tightly and prevented from getting a final shot, the threat from Manchester City's other players would be much less. Seeing Mascherano and Busquets both rushing towards him, Lin Quan immediately guessed their intentions. Were they trying to force him to pass, then mark him tightly to prevent him from receiving the ball or shooting? Barcelona's defense also included left-back Alba and centre-back Bartra, who had just come on as a substitute. If Lin Quan were to pass, he could only pass to left winger David Silva, because Alves had gone up for an attack and hadn't had time to return, leaving that side open. If he actually passed a ball to Silva, it would probably play right into their hands. Given Alves' speed, even if he hadn't caught up with Silva, he probably wouldn't be far behind. Even if Alves didn't catch him, with Busquets, Mascherano, and Bartra in the middle, he couldn't cut inside to shoot, leaving him only with the option of dribbling down the wing. If David Silva dribbled down the wing and crossed, Barcelona would have at least 3 defenders in the box, while Manchester City only had 2, clearly putting them at a disadvantage. Busquets, is this your choice? What would happen if I didn't follow your plan? Lin Quan didn't try to get past them. One-on-one dribbling has a high success rate, but one-on-two dribbling has a much lower success rate. This counter-attack opportunity was extremely valuable, possibly only appearing a few times throughout the entire match. If he failed to dribble past them, this opportunity would be wasted. Lin Quan chose to pass. Seeing Lin Quan's choice, Busquets breathed a sigh of relief. He did pass after all, so this ball should be. What? Lin actually passed it back. Busquets assumed Lin Quan would pass the ball to David Silva as he predicted, but to his surprise, Lin Quan didn't pass forward but instead passed it back. Was he giving up on the attack? No, absolutely not. Busquets looked in the direction of Lin Quan's pass and saw a young player with blonde hair, a somewhat youthful and shy face, receiving the ball. His jersey number was 17. Seeing this number, Busquets immediately recalled the player's information. Kevin De Bruyne, a Belgian born in 1991, known for his passing and assists, a former Bundesliga assist king who broke the Bundesliga assist record, and an attacking midfielder Manchester City acquired for €20 million in the winter transfer window. Could it be that Lin Quan was passing the ball to De Bruyne to try and break through Barcelona's defense? How could that be? Busquets didn't intercept De Bruyne, he delegated the task to his teammates while continuing to mark Lin Quan, consciously blocking his receiving routes. Lin Quan ignored Busquets and, after passing the ball, quickly surged down the middle towards Barcelona's penalty area. He was confident De Bruyne would find a way to get the ball to him. The reason was simple, his name was De Bruyne. At this time, De Bruyne wasn't yet the world's dominant midfielder he would later become, but Lin Quan knew he lacked experience, not ability. Having spent half the season on the bench at Chelsea, his abilities were generally underestimated, and people didn't know just how terrifying his passing was. Therefore, everyone was puzzled by the scene on the field. Lin Quan was surrounded by Mascherano and Busquets, with Bartra blocking his path. He was trapped in a pincer movement by Barcelona players. Could he still pass the ball? Oh dear, Lin Quan's choice on that pass is questionable. Passing to David Silva on the left would have been a better option. That's right. If Lin Quan had passed to Silva, David Silva could have dribbled down the wing, and Lin Quan and Agüero in the middle could have formed a double team. Then David Silva could have passed the ball to the middle, and both of them would have had a shooting opportunity. But he passed the ball back to De Bruyne, and if De Bruyne then passed it to Silva, it would have wasted too much time. Barcelona's defense would definitely be in position by then. Yes, at this point, if Manchester City's attack wanted to succeed, they could only hope that De Bruyne could get the ball to Lin Quan or Agüero. But with 3 Barcelona defenders intercepting, such a pass is probably only possible by God. In the commentary booth, Wei and Su Yang both expressed some regret after seeing Lin Quan's choice. It was a pity that the ball wasn't handled well, and this counter-attack opportunity was wasted. Barcelona fans breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Quan pass the ball back. When Manchester City launched their attack, their momentum truly took them by surprise. Fortunately, the opponent's attacking threat was neutralized, and now it was Barcelona's turn to launch their own attack. On the sidelines, Martino gently patted his chest. Thankfully, the team had Busquets as a pillar of strength. If he hadn't made the right choice, this would have been quite dangerous. Although Lin Quan and Agüero had already reached the edge of Barcelona's penalty area, the closer they got, the less of a threat they posed, because their space to move was limited. "Give up, your attack won't break through our defense." Barcelona players and fans felt reassured, and even began to taunt them. However, Lin Quan didn't seem to have given up. Instead of slowing down, he continued to accelerate forward. Now, although Lin Quan didn't look back, he was certain that De Bruyne would pass the ball at this moment. Sure enough, just when everyone was pessimistic about Manchester City's counter-attack, De Bruyne passed the ball. Busquets has already secured a favorable position. How could the ball possibly end up at Lin Quan's feet? Manchester City is practically handing the ball to Barcelona. Once we get possession, we can launch a counter-attack immediately. Manchester City's players have all rushed out, leaving their defense quite vulnerable. A quick counter-attack now would be a sure thing. With Messi and Neymar on the field, Barcelona isn't just good at positional play, they can also launch incredibly fast counter-attacks. Barcelona fans were already imagining Messi receiving the ball, dribbling past defenders, and breaking into the penalty area to put the ball in Manchester City's goal. However, their smiles quickly vanished. Because De Bruyne's pass actually curved along the grass, bypassing Busquets' interception, and landed perfectly in front of Lin Quan. Was this really possible? Barcelona fans were terrified, staring dumbfounded at the pitch. Meanwhile, Manchester City fans excitedly embraced each other. Here it comes. De Bruyne's signature 45-degree cross. Lin Quan easily received the ball, dribbled past Bartra and then the on-rushing goalkeeper, sending the ball into the Barcelona goal 3-2. Manchester City have come from behind to defeat Barcelona away from home. After scoring, Lin Quan pointed at De Bruyne and rushed towards him. De Bruyne smiled and opened his arms, waiting to hug Lin Quan in celebration. Unexpectedly, Lin Quan leaped high and jumped on him. Caught off guard, De Bruyne was immediately tackled to the ground, and both of them fell onto the grass. "Great pass, De Bruyne." I think so too." The two only had time to exchange a few words before they were surrounded by their teammates. The Manchester City players were ecstatic, yelling and rushing forward, piling on top of the two in a wild celebration. If the opening goal was merely a morale booster, then now, in the 75th minute, Lin Quan's goal gave them a glimmer of hope. Including stoppage time, there were at most 20 minutes left. If they could hold on for those final 20 minutes, they could leave Camp Nou with their heads held high in a victory. On the bench, Manchester City's coaching staff and substitutes erupted in celebration the moment Lin Quan scored. Pellegrini clenched his fist and waved excitedly, then hugged each of his colleagues in celebration. So excited was he that he even mistook the fourth official for a Manchester City staff member and almost hugged him. On the other hand, for Barcelona, the moment Lin Quan scored, everyone on the bench, including Martino, fell silent. They were behind again. Barcelona had once again fallen behind Manchester City, whom they had underestimated before the match, at their home ground. What did it matter if they were a powerhouse or had a rich history? At this moment, it all seemed meaningless. The opponent had neither a strong foundation nor a powerhouse, yet they still managed to defeat them, didn't they? This result was unacceptable to them. "Pedro, go warm up." Martino prepared to make a substitution. In the final 20 minutes, Barcelona needed to seize the opportunity to attack. No matter what, he had to defend their home ground. After the restart, Barcelona launched another fierce attack on Manchester City. However, Manchester City, having already established their momentum, showed no fear. They used active running and tenacious defense to repeatedly thwart the opponent's attacks. They even launched several counter-attacks after winning possession. In the 82nd minute, Manchester City won possession again, and seeing another thunderous counter-attack from Manchester City, Barcelona, having learned from their experience, immediately chose to foul. Lin Quan was brought down by Fabregas in the middle as soon as he received the ball, and Culps immediately showed Fabregas a yellow card. This was the 8th yellow card of the match. Culps truly lived up to his reputation as a card master, clearly enjoying issuing cards. Lin Quan didn't pay much attention. After being helped up by his teammates, he dusted himself off and ran towards the attacking third. De Bruyne took the free kick, passing the ball to Cruz, who then made a wide pass to the wing. Manchester City's players organized an attack in Barcelona's half. Barcelona's players seemed to be running out of energy. They wanted to press as hard as before, but their legs felt heavy, and they couldn't run anymore. Seeing this result, Pellegrini was completely relieved. Barcelona's physical condition was indeed a concern. Without a lead in the league, they couldn't afford to give up on any match. Before Manchester City's visit, they had just played a Barcelona derby and hadn't had time to rest before facing City. Manchester City, on the other hand, had arrived in Barcelona several days earlier, having rested and were at their peak physical condition. Although they had been overwhelmed by Barcelona's possession-based style and had expended considerable energy, possession-based football also requires constant high-pressure pressing, which also takes a toll on their stamina. At this point, both teams were in similar physical condition, with Manchester City even slightly better. Under these circumstances, Barcelona could no longer press as high as before. Without pressing, their possession-based style naturally faltered. The Manchester City players on the field sensed this. Barcelona wanted to end the suspense of the match in one leg, and so did Manchester City. Therefore, they exploited the weakness of Barcelona's waning energy and launched a fierce attack. Manchester City's strength wasn't in defense, but in attack. Once they unleashed their full offensive power, even Barcelona trembled under their attacking firepower. In the final stages of the match, Manchester City's attack became increasingly fluid. Their passing, movement, and positioning were on par with the Barcelona team in the first half, leading the Camp Nou fans to almost believe that the team in blue jerseys was the real Barcelona. Under the threat of Manchester City's powerful attack, Barcelona was forced to defend. Pedro, who had just come on, had no impact and was forced to drop back into the penalty area to play as a defender. In the final stages of the match, Manchester City launched a massive attack on Barcelona's goal. Unfortunately, their luck ran out. In stoppage time, Lin Quan's shot hit the crossbar, missing the opportunity to complete a hat-trick at Camp Nou. Ultimately, the match ended with Manchester City, thanks to goals from Lin Quan and David Silva, coming from behind to defeat the mighty Barcelona 3-2 away from home, leaving Camp Nou with their heads held high. With a goal difference of +1 and 3 away goals in the two-legged tie, Manchester City clearly had the upper hand. Chapter 253 Manchester City tops the Champions League scoring charts, just 2 games away from the title. Camp Nou falls. Manchester City 3-2 comeback victory over Barcelona. Barcelona may miss out on the semi-finals. Lin Quan scores twice against his former club, leading his team to conquer Camp Nou. The end of possession football? Should Guardiola's possession style end? The news of Manchester City's away victory over Barcelona spread like wildfire online and offline the moment the match ended. Before the game, most believed Barcelona would dominate, but the final results surprised everyone. Barcelona dominated possession with 71%, taking 21 shots with 7 on target, yet only scoring 2 goals. Manchester City displayed extremely high efficiency, managing only 12 shots with 5 on target, yet scoring 3 goals. Manchester City had only half the number of shots as Barcelona, and at least 6 of those 12 shots came after the 85th minute when they were besieging Barcelona's goal. In other words, Manchester City scored 3 goals with just 6 shots. This terrifying goal-scoring efficiency is probably unmatched in the top 5 European leagues. Manchester City's victory was far from easy. At Camp Nou, the two teams committed a total of 48 fouls, and the referee issued 8 yellow cards, with Manchester City receiving 5. The match was so intense that players from both sides were injured and forced to leave the field. It was a fiercely contested battle. In post-match media commentary, major media outlets generally gave Manchester City extremely high praise. El Mundo, this was a brilliant match. Manchester City withstood the pressure away from home, defeating the powerful Barcelona with efficient counter-attacking tactics. Lin Quan was undoubtedly the best player on the field. Mundo Deportivo, Neymar's goal briefly gave Barcelona hope of victory, but Manchester City's number 10 pushed Barcelona back to hell with 2 counter-attacks. As Barcelona's mouthpiece, they also offered some suggestions to the club while reporting on the match. Perhaps Barcelona should consider focusing their energy on one competition, otherwise, continuing to compete on 3 fronts may result in nothing. Mundo Deportivo: Manchester City displayed an extremely tenacious fighting spirit in the match. Barcelona had a chance to win the game in the first half, but Lin Quan's marking of Messi diminished Barcelona's attacking firepower. Perhaps we should support Bartomeu's suggestion. It's time to bring Lin, this La Masia gem, back to Camp Nou. Compared to the reports from the 2 Barcelona mouthpieces, the reports from Real Madrid's mouthpieces were much sharper. Marca: Lin Quan's presence made Messi feel bitter. Manchester City's core player dominated this victory. Martino's foolishness ruined Barcelona's good situation, and the aging Xavi clearly couldn't withstand such a high-intensity match for an entire game. Here we congratulate Manchester City. They are about to make club history by entering the semi-finals. Next week's match at the Etihad Stadium will only be a death sentence for Barcelona. As long as Lin is there, Manchester City is indestructible. Compared to Marca, as his report contained less mockery of Barcelona and more praise for Lin Quan. The reason for this is probably that Real Madrid still has a strong interest in Lin Quan. At the post-match press conference, facing reporters' questions, Martino had to admit, without a doubt, Lin is one of the best players in the world. A British reporter asked, "Coach Martino, if Barcelona fails to advance to the semi-finals, is that a failure for Barcelona and for you?" Martino nodded. "Is failing to advance to the semi-finals a failure? Of course, if my team is eliminated, I will submit my resignation to the club." Martino's words surprised the reporters present. He still had more than a year left on his contract with Barcelona. Why would he resign before it expired? "So, to keep my job, I will lead the team to come back at the Etihad Stadium." Martino's courage is commendable, but aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? You couldn't even beat Manchester City at your own home ground, so to beat them at Manchester City's home ground, and score at least 3 goals or win by 2 goals, is incredibly difficult. Pellegrini arrived late, and compared to the frowning Martino, the Chilean's expression was very cheerful. He praised the team extensively, especially Lin Quan and De Bruyne. "Lin's performance didn't surprise me. He's always been a phenomenal player. Whenever he's on the field, he always brings surprises. De Bruyne's performance was outstanding. His pass made a huge contribution to the team's victory. I have high hopes for his future at Manchester City. A 3-2 score isn't a very safe score. You know, we're facing a powerful Barcelona. If we become complacent because of a temporary lead, then a tragedy may be waiting for us. My team will be ready at the Etihad Stadium, and we will strive to advance in the second leg." Having experienced a successful victory against Barcelona, the Chilean's fear of the club has lessened considerably. Lin Quan did not attend the press conference. After the match, he went to the hospital with his teammates. Company was taken to the hospital for an MRI, which initially diagnosed a mild concussion, requiring 2 to 3 weeks of rest. This means he will definitely miss the next home game against Barcelona. Compared to Company, Pique is in a much worse situation. He was diagnosed with a traumatic brain injury and needs to be hospitalized for observation and treatment, potentially missing up to 3 months. Poor Pique will not only miss the next Champions League match, but he may even miss this year's World Cup. Just as Manchester City conquered Camp Nou, the results of other matches also came in. Manchester United, playing at home, were held to draw by 10-man Bayern Munich, not only failing to secure a victory but also conceding an away goal. This result was very painful for Manchester United, and their next match at the Allianz Arena is likely to be fraught with difficulty. However, Bayern's midfielder Schweinsteiger was sent off with a red card, adding some uncertainty to the next match. After Kroos left, Guardiola relied heavily on Schweinsteiger, and now that Schweinsteiger is suspended, how Bayern will adjust their midfield position in the next match will be a key factor in determining the course of the game. At the Parc des Princes, Paris Saint-Germain and Real Madrid drew 3-3. Ibrahimovic and Ronaldo each scored, with Real Madrid taking the lead 3 times and being held to a draw 3 times. Although they failed to secure a victory away from home, holding 3 away goals, this result is still a significant advantage for Real Madrid. Of course, this is acceptable to PSG. For them, the next match at the Bernabeu is a must-win. A loss means elimination, so it's a do-or-die situation. Compared to the previous 3 matches, the Dortmund vs Atletico Madrid game was much less exciting. Dortmund launched a relentless attack at home for almost the entire game, but against Atletico's rock-solid defense, they failed to score a single goal. The best player in this match was undoubtedly Atletico's goalkeeper, Courtois. If it weren't for his brilliant performance in repeatedly defusing dangerous situations, Atletico would certainly have been swept away by Dortmund's relentless offensive. After the match, Dortmund's coach, Klopp, and Simeone expressed mutual respect, both admiring each other's coaching abilities. Although their styles differ greatly, one favors attack, the other defense, both have led a relatively modest team to this level, demonstrating their exceptional coaching abilities. Don't underestimate them. However, this result gives Atletico Madrid a slight advantage. In the next match at Atletico's home ground, the difficulty for Dortmund to break through their defense will increase further. The good news is that Dortmund is 23 points behind Bayern Munich in the league, making it impossible for them to compete for the title. They can focus more on the Champions League. Atletico Madrid, like Barcelona, is in the final stretch of the La Liga title race, inevitably expending a lot of energy and form in the league. This might give Dortmund a better chance of winning. After the first leg of the Champions League quarterfinals, bookmakers immediately adjusted the odds for several teams to win the title. Real Madrid's odds are now in first place, making them the top favorite for this season's Champions League. Guardiola's Bayern Munich is second, but their odds are significantly lower than Real Madrid's. Cruz's departure has made them less favored to defend their Champions League title. Originally ranked third. After Barcelona's match, their odds plummeted, dropping to 5th place. Manchester City, on the other hand, entered the top 3 for the first time, ranking behind Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, the 2 title favorites. Following them are Atletico Madrid, Borussia Dortmund, Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, and Manchester United. Although both PSG and Manchester United drew, the odds suggest they are already eliminated. They were simply unlucky to face the 2 favorites in the title odds. Following the first round of matches, the Champions League top scorer list was updated. Lin Quan, who scored twice at Camp Nou, topped the list for the first time. His total goals are now 14, tied with Cristiano Ronaldo. Although it's just a tie, it's Lin Quan's first time at the top, making it significant. Lin Quan is truly amazing. He won the Golden Boot in his first Champions League appearance. Lin Quan's goals included fewer penalties, making them even more valuable. Lin is indeed amazing. There are still 4 Champions League matches left, and the top scorer rankings aren't fixed until all the matches are over. It's too early to be happy. Indeed, even if Lin successfully gets past Barcelona, if he's unlucky enough to face Real Madrid in the next match, it'll still be a tough game. What if he's lucky enough to face Bayern? Hell, then let's look forward to Lin leading Manchester City to the final. Before returning to Manchester, Lin Quan received a call from Guardiola. "Kid, how did it feel to score at Camp Nou?" "Not bad." "What's wrong?" "Feeling sorry for your old club?" Guardiola played for Barcelona for over a dozen seasons in the red and blue jersey, and after retiring, he coached Barcelona for 4 years. His feelings for Barcelona are far deeper than Lin Quan's. Seeing Lin Quan score at Camp Nou, Guardiola felt conflicted. He was happy and even proud for Lin Quan, but also a little sad. After all, Lin Quan had breached the goal that he had tried so hard to protect. "Barcelona can't accept me anymore, what's the use of feeling sorry for me?" This sounds like a resentful woman who's been dumped by a jerk. "Okay, then what did you call for?" "I'm about to board the plane. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up, you brat. Can't you even chat with your old man for a bit?" Sure. What do you want to talk about?" "I'll chat with you." Guardiola carefully considered his tone before speaking. "Laporta contacted me, indicating that he will participate in the presidential election in the second half of this year." "Hold on, you don't mean to say that Laporta's promise in running for office was to bring you back to Camp Nou, do you?" "Yes, but it's not just me. He also hopes to bring you back to Barca." "No, I have no interest in returning to Barca, and I advise you not to go back either. Anyone with eyes can see that Barca's squad is aging and its fighting power is declining. Real Madrid is at its peak, and Atletico Madrid has also risen to prominence. If you return to Barca, the situation will be much more difficult than before." The reason Barca fans miss Guardiola is because he brought them countless honors during his time coaching Barca. If Guardiola really returns to Barca but can't lead them out of their predicament, then the beautiful impressions Barca fans have of him will likely shatter quickly. He might not be Barca's savior, but rather a scapegoat. Yes, I understand. Guardiola's rationality was still intact, though he was wavering between emotion and reason. Lin Quan's words became the final decisive factor, completely dispelling his idea of returning to Barcelona. Okay, Dad, I really have to board now, I can't talk to you anymore. Okay, bye-bye, have a safe trip. I forgot to mention, congratulations on leading Bayern to a new record in the top 5 European leagues, winning the Bundesliga title 7 rounds early. Lin Quan hung up after saying this. Guardiola's instinctive thank you hadn't even left his mouth when he heard the dial tone. He shook his head with a wry smile. This phone call felt like the other person was the father, and he was the son. He felt like he was being lectured. After returning to Manchester City rested for 2 days. On April 5, they secured a 4-1 victory over Southampton at home, consolidating their lead. With 5 rounds remaining in the league, Manchester City, with a game in hand, leads Liverpool by 7 points. In the next round, Manchester City will travel to Anfield for a top-of-the-table clash with Liverpool. Liverpool's defeat at the Etihad Stadium last time ended Manchester City's perfect home record, leaving a lingering grudge. This time at Anfield, Manchester City is determined to avenge that defeat. If they can defeat Liverpool in this direct confrontation, their lead will extend to 10 points, meaning they'll clinch the title 3 rounds early. In other words, Manchester City is just 2 games away from their second Premier League title. Sigh, if the Aston Villa game hadn't been postponed, we might have been 10 points ahead. If we had beaten Liverpool at Anfield, we could have lifted the trophy on their home turf. Just imagining the Liverpool players' expressions makes me incredibly happy. Actually, it's not bad. As long as we beat Liverpool, we can win the title if we beat West Bromwich Albion in the next game at our home ground. Winning at home has a better atmosphere. After all, we can get the cheers of tens of thousands of fans, not boos. If they win at Anfield, Manchester City's players will definitely be booed by the Reds fans. They can't celebrate recklessly at the opponent's home ground either. If they anger the Reds fans who haven't won a title in 20 years, and they get beaten up on the pitch, that would be a huge loss. That makes sense. Let's try to beat Liverpool and lift the trophy at our own home ground. Oh, beat Liverpool and lift the trophy at home. The players started joking and playing around. They were clearly very relaxed, and the team was currently making great strides on all 3 fronts. Winning the league title was only a matter of time, and they were just 1 game away from reaching the Champions League semi-finals. They only needed 2 more wins in the FA Cup to lift the trophy. This season, Manchester City was guaranteed at least 2 trophies, and with a bit of luck, they might even win the Champions League, achieving a treble. Of course, the chances were slim. The Champions League opponents were increasingly formidable, and overcoming them wouldn't be easy for Manchester City. Pellegrini arrived at the training ground, cleared his throat to attract the players' attention, and then pulled out his tactics book, saying, "You did very well in the last match, I'm proud of you." The players knew he was referring to the match against Barcelona, and they all puffed out their chests, filled with pride. However, we still made quite a few mistakes in the game, and these mistakes need to be corrected promptly. Otherwise, in the next match, the opponent might seize on these errors, which could become a dangerous factor in losing the game. The players perked up and listened attentively. You've already felt the pressure of possession-based football, haven't you? The Manchester City players recalled the despair and helplessness they felt in the previous match, being relentlessly suppressed by Barcelona for the first 30 minutes. It's normal for you to feel that way, because other teams feel the same way when facing Barcelona. The Manchester City players were a little confused, unsure of what Pellegrini was trying to say. When facing Barcelona, I hope you won't be nervous. Nervousness will increase the drain on your mental and physical energy, causing you to exhaust yourself faster and be worn down by the opponent. You understand this better than I do, right? The players nodded. Before a major tournament, players generally need to relax and try to be calm on the field. But this is easier said than done. How can you not be nervous when the opponent is besieging your goal? The answer is simple: threaten Barcelona's goal with your attacks, make Barcelona's players nervous. Pellegrini quickly scribbled on the tactics board, outlining Manchester City's strategy for their next match against Barcelona. Next game, we'll play like this. Seeing Pellegrini's tactics, The Manchester City players were filled with doubt. Could such an outdated tactic really work against a top team like Barcelona, requesting monthly votes? Chapter 254 Manchester City's secret tactics shocked everyone. After the 33rd round of the Premier League, it was immediately time for the Champions League matches. Like Manchester City, after their game against Real Betis, the entire Barcelona team arrived in Manchester 2 days early to prepare. They used Manchester City's neighbour, Manchester United's training ground, which is adjacent to theirs, only a few hundred meters apart. To avoid revealing their tactics, Pellegrini chose to close the training ground, asking fans and reporters to leave. This move immediately sparked speculation. Is Manchester City holding back a big move? Probably. We've never seen them train in seclusion before. This seems to be the first time. I wonder what big move Pellegrini has prepared to deal with Barcelona. Manchester City fans strongly supported their decision to close the training ground. After all, advancing in the Champions League is the priority. Not being able to watch the team train isn't a big deal, as long as they advance to the Champions League semi-finals, and during a few days is acceptable. Of course, if Pellegrini continues to close the training ground like this, the fans will definitely object. For Premier League fans, with Manchester United's chances looking slim, Manchester City may become the sole remaining hope for the Premier League. Naturally, they hope Manchester City can defeat Barcelona at home and keep the flame alive for the Premier League. Last season, no Premier League team reached the quarter-finals, making the Premier League look somewhat inferior to La Liga and the Bundesliga. This season, Manchester City and Manchester United have reached the quarter-finals, somewhat salvaging their dignity. But that's not enough. If they can go further, reaching the semi-finals or even the final, that would truly signify the resurgence of the Premier League. At its peak, the Premier League had a team reach the final almost every year, even featuring an all-Premier League clash between Manchester United and Chelsea. However, last year, with a general decline of giants like Manchester United, the Premier League's Champions League performance entered a slump. This season, Manchester United is plagued by problems, Chelsea has a serious lack of attacking firepower, and Arsenal is traditionally prone to lapses in form. Seeing no hope left, they've placed all their hopes on Manchester City. But for the Spanish media and Barcelona fans, Manchester City's approach is far from satisfactory. Barcelona scouts had planned to sneak into the training ground to gather intelligence, but they were stunned to find it closed off. Their intelligence-gathering efforts were thwarted. The Spanish media, who had traveled with the team, seized on this and began attacking Manchester City, suggesting the Premier League contenders were afraid of Barcelona. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths? Suddenly, news stories about Manchester City's fear of Barcelona flooded the media. However, most of these reports came from Spanish media, while the British media chose to ignore them. Manchester City also disregarded the Spanish media's sarcasm. Whether they were afraid of Barcelona or not, they would find out on the pitch. At the pre-match press conference, Martino confidently stated that he had found a way to defeat Manchester City, and that Barcelona would leave Manchester with a victory and a place in the semi-finals. Faced with the Barcelona coach's boastful words, Pellegrini, barely suppressing a laugh, answered reporters' questions. "Well, we have prepared something new. As for what it is, well, you'll have to see for yourselves at the stadium." The Manchester City coach kept the reporters in suspense, not directly revealing the question they were most curious about. The whole world knew that Manchester City had conducted closed training, so everyone wanted to know what they had prepared, but the fact that they wouldn't say only fueled their curiosity. After learning of Pellegrini's words at the pre-match press conference, Barcelona coach Martino was filled with doubt and uncertainty. What kind of surprise had the other side prepared for Barcelona? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. April 10, 2014, Etihad Stadium, the second leg of the Champions League quarter-final between Manchester City and Barcelona was underway. 10 minutes had passed since the start of the match, and the score was still 0-0, but Manchester City's tactics had left many people speechless. Am I seeing things? Manchester City is using our traditional Premier League long ball tactic against Barcelona? In the commentary box, Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray stared wide-eyed in surprise as Manchester City launched a series of long balls towards their forwards from the back of the pitch. It definitely looks like a long ball tactic. This tactic is rarely used in the Premier League these days. Why would Manchester City suddenly use it? Martin Tyler was also puzzled. Long balls are only used by mid to lower ranked teams in the Premier League. Top clubs disdain such a low-tech tactic. Moreover, with the spread of technical football, even mid to lower ranked Premier League teams are now adopting ground-based attacks, increasing the technical and tactical complexity, and long balls are becoming less common. However, Manchester City has gone against the grain, reviving this retro, low-tech tactic. What are they doing? Barcelona's coach Martino was also pondering this question. Is this the secret tactic Pellegrini mentioned? Is this what Manchester City prepared after several days of closed training? Are you kidding me? In the previous match, Manchester City's several quick counter-attacks gave Barcelona a real scare. In this game, to counter Manchester City's counter-attacks, Martino specifically assigned players to limit Manchester City's two playmakers, Kroos and De Bruyne. In the previous match, Barcelona didn't know these two players well enough to effectively contain them, giving them opportunities to launch counter-attacks from their own half. This time, recognizing their crucial role, Barcelona wouldn't ignore them. However, to Martino's surprise, Manchester City changed their tactics. They no longer relied on specific players to initiate counter-attacks. After winning possession in their own half, every player who received the ball could initiate a counter-attack. The method was simple: aim at the direction of the attacking players and launch long balls towards Barcelona's half. In this match, Manchester City didn't start Aguero, instead opting for Negredo, a tall centre-forward with target man ability. Negredo's height allows him to hold his position and create opportunities for his teammates, perfectly acting as a pivot to distribute the ball to those following up, allowing them to complete the final attacking play. In the first 10 minutes of the match, Manchester City had already launched 3 such counter-attacks. Although he couldn't understand Manchester City's intentions, the opponent's tactics hadn't worked, so Martino decided to hold back and observe first. After thwarting another Manchester City counter-attack, Barcelona defender Bartra glanced disdainfully at Negredo, who was trying to contest the ball with him. Trying to deal with Barcelona with such a simple tactic? It was wishful thinking. Negredo also saw the disdainful look in Bartra's eyes. He resisted the urge to give Bartra the middle finger, cursing inwardly, "Just you wait, when we succeed, let's see if you're still laughing." The Manchester City fans at the Etihad Stadium, although they didn't understand why their team chose this tactic, cheered loudly every time their team launched a long ball forward. This was pure English football, this was how it should be played. They thought Barcelona's style was flashy and hideous, with dozens of passes without a single shot, making it boring to watch. However, when Manchester City executed a passing sequence as brilliantly as Barcelona's, the cheers were even louder. Look, Manchester City can also pull off those fancy moves usually reserved for top clubs. Our Manchester City is truly the best. Yes, such double standards. In the 17th minute, Manchester City had another counter-attacking opportunity. Unlike the previous 3 attacks, this time it was Kroos who made the pass. The German delivered a precise long pass, finding Lin Quan, who was sprinting at full speed. Kroos's passing ability is indeed far superior to the rest of Manchester City's backline. His passes were not only accurate but also delivered with perfect power. Lin Quan easily received the ball on the wing, dribbling quickly towards Barcelona's penalty area while observing his teammates' runs. To ensure a solid defense, Manchester City didn't commit too many players to counter-attacks, relying solely on their 4-man attack. At this moment, of these 4, only Negredo had run ahead of Lin Quan. However, he was surrounded by Bartra, and Busquets and others were chasing behind him, making a direct pass to him easily intercepted. Seeing this, Lin Quan abandoned the idea of passing to Negredo. He dribbled the ball himself towards Barcelona's penalty area. Alba initially saw the ball's trajectory and prepared to rush in to contest it, but Lin Quan was faster and received the ball first. Alba immediately felt threatened. Knowing Lin Quan's dribbling skills, he dared not challenge him or get too close, desperately blocking Lin Quan's cutting in route, leaving the wing open, intending to force him to go down the wing, away from Barcelona's goal. This tactic might work against ordinary wingers, but it wasn't so effective against a player like Lin Quan, who liked to cut inside and shoot. Lin Quan, while moving quickly, repeatedly flicked the ball to the left, moving laterally towards the center. Alba tried hard to keep up with Lin Quan, but soon he felt he couldn't keep up with his speed, and if this continued, he would be given more space to break through. Left with no other option, Alba made a desperate attempt to intercept. Lin Quan had been waiting for this moment, and seeing Alba's move, he swiftly executed a lightning-fast dribbling move to get past him. Seeing Alba get beaten, Mascherano had to move laterally to intercept, while Bartra also moved towards Lin Quan, handing Negrito to the recovering Alves. The two had barely moved when Lin Quan completed the pass. Negrito decisively stopped, halting his forward movement, and received Lin Quan's pass before launching a through ball forward and then back to Lin Quan. This was a tactic Manchester City had practiced many times in training. If Lin Quan could capitalize on the momentum, it would be a one-on-one opportunity. Seeing Lin Quan about to break through, Barcelona had no choice but to commit a tactical foul, with Bartra bringing Lin Quan down outside the penalty area. The referee gave the Barcelona defender a yellow card and awarded Manchester City a free kick. If you can't defend, foul early. Don't wait until they're right in the penalty area. Alves severely criticized Alba, whose choice almost plunged Barcelona into an abyss. If Manchester City scored another goal now, they would need to score 3 to advance. Seeing his players stop Manchester City's counter-attack, Martino breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. Damn it, if Manchester City had defeated them with such outdated tactics, he would have wanted to kill himself. The mighty Barcelona, the dream team, had been defeated by long balls and crosses. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off, and the team's reputation would plummet to the Mariana Trench. Manchester City's free kick failed to create a threat, and it was Barcelona's turn to attack. Compared to the previous match, Barcelona played much more steadily today. To avoid giving Manchester City counter-attack opportunities, they patiently passed the ball around, never making a move unless there was an absolute clear chance. Barcelona has played a possession-based style for years, and they've mastered it. The key to victory in possession-based football is constant passing, running, and positional interchanges to stretch and disrupt the opponent's defense, exhausting them and putting constant psychological pressure on them. Most teams struggle to maintain composure when facing Barcelona. While occasional concentration during a match isn't difficult, maintaining that level of focus throughout the entire game is. Against Barcelona, complete focus is crucial, otherwise, it's easy to give them opportunities. Therefore, many players can initially keep up with Barcelona's pace, but as the game progresses, the physical and mental strain increases, leading to impulsiveness and, at some point, rash tackles. Modern football defense relies on teamwork, and maintaining the integrity of the defensive line is emphasized by many coaches. When a player breaks away from the team and rashly tackles, failing to win the ball, it easily creates a gap in the entire defensive line. The reason is simple: when you press forward, your teammates might not have time to coordinate. If you run and your teammate doesn't or is a step too slow, a gap will appear between you. For a top team like Barcelona, who excels at seizing opportunities, such a mistake could mean conceding a goal. Therefore, Barcelona simply needs to patiently wait for their opponents to make mistakes, and then punish them when they do. At their peak, Barcelona's ability to capitalize on opportunities was exceptional. Even top teams had to be cautious and careful when facing them. While Barcelona isn't as strong as they were at their peak, with players like Messi, Neymar, and Iniesta still on the field, their ability to seize opportunities remains strong. However, Manchester City played with great confidence today. They weren't afraid of Barcelona's passing and possession game at all. Their players pressed and intercepted aggressively, and even if they made a mistake, their teammates would quickly cover, making it difficult for Barcelona to create chances. This frustrated Barcelona, who felt that their opponents had evolved and become even more difficult to deal with after playing against them. Pellegrini tasted success in the last match, so he continued his strategy, specifically assigning players to limit Xavi's performance, which made Barcelona's playmaker very uncomfortable. Xavi's ability to break free in his younger days was exceptional. His signature magic spin was a specialty. However, with age, Xavi's physical attributes have declined. At 34, Xavi's explosiveness and stamina are not what they used to be. If it were early in the season, he could maintain a relatively good form. But now, with the season nearing its end, the fatigue accumulated throughout has caused a noticeable drop in his performance. Facing Manchester City's targeted approach, Xavi seemed somewhat powerless. It's up to you, Iniesta, Messi. Under pressure from Yaya Touré, Xavi managed to pass the ball to Iniesta. Iniesta and Messi executed a 1-2, evading the pressing Cruz, and passed the ball back to Messi. However, Messi had barely received the ball when he was tackled to the ground by Demichelis. The referee's whistle blew immediately, awarding Barcelona a free kick. This was Barcelona's third free kick in the attacking third of the first half. The first two hadn't posed a threat, but this one was in a better position. Iniesta and Messi discussed it and decided that Messi would take the shot directly. Messi placed the ball in the center of the goal, while Joe Hart directed Manchester City's players to form a wall on the right, while he himself positioned himself slightly to the left of the goal. This made it difficult for Messi to reach the ball no matter which direction he shot. Messi glanced at the opposing wall and the goalkeeper's positioning and made his decision. Most skilled free kick takers, facing this situation, would choose to go around the wall and lob the ball into the right side of the goal. This increases the goalkeeper's difficulty in making a save, and if the angle is particularly tricky, the goalkeeper will have a hard time making the save without moving in advance. However, the difficulty lies in the fact that such a shot requires a high level of skill from the player. They must be able to get over the wall and also hit the ball with a tricky angle. Often, these free kicks are either blocked by the towering wall or sent flying too high into the stands. But if you choose to shoot to the left of the goal, it's difficult to get past a prepared goalkeeper. Messi didn't choose either of these methods. Instead, he chose to shoot directly in the center of the goal, as if taking a penalty. This shot greatly surprised the Manchester City players. Goalkeeper Joe Hart hurriedly dived towards the center, but the ball was too fast, and Hart wasn't absolutely certain he could save it. Were they going to concede a goal at home so early? Joe Hart was somewhat frustrated. The Manchester City fans in the stadium gasped. Clearly, they also realized the danger. Meanwhile, the Barcelona fans clenched their fists, ready to celebrate wildly as the ball flew into the goal. However, at that moment, a figure appeared in the ball's path, blocking it with his body. Joe Hart looked up in surprise and saw the number on the opponent's jersey, 10. Lin Quan appeared in front of the goal at the crucial moment, blocking Messi's almost certain goal. After blocking Messi's free kick, Lin Quan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Messi's move, he guessed he might shoot directly from the middle. This is a move Messi doesn't use often now, but he frequently used it in another dimension. Barcelona's corner kick was taken, and Joe Hart rushed out to catch the ball. He yelled and rushed into the penalty area, throwing the ball away with his hand. Manchester City's counter-attack is on again, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 255. Ancelotti personally came to spy on the military situation, drawing attention from Real Madrid. Seeing Manchester City launch another counter-attack, Lin Quan, like a wild horse, once again dribbled the ball towards Barcelona's penalty area. Messi was somewhat exasperated. This guy, why is he everywhere? I see him on the offensive end, I see him on the defensive end, he even blocks my free kicks. Is he my nemesis? He felt confident after taking that shot, but instead of being saved by Joe Hart, Lin Quan blocked it. This made Messi incredibly frustrated. The opponent's attacking ability was no less than his, but his defensive contribution was far greater. Most importantly, this guy seemed to have better stamina than him. Running back and forth between the front and back lines without exhausting him was something Messi greatly envied. If he had such abundant stamina, he wouldn't often be strolling around on the field. Barcelona's defense tightened up considerably, successfully preventing Manchester City's counter-attack. Although they ultimately stopped the counter-attack, Martino's worries grew. He felt that Manchester City's tactics, while seemingly retro, seemed to have hit Barcelona's Achilles heel. Barcelona's possession-based football emphasizes pressing and control, requiring them to commit a large number of players to attack. Sometimes, their defensive line even pushes past the halfway line, with a goalkeeper needing to leave the goal and operate near the center circle, acting as both a deep-lying passer and the last interceptor in the backline. With such a high defensive line, the space in the backfield is inevitably enormous. If the opponent bypasses the midfield and directly kicks the ball into Barcelona's backfield, Barcelona's defense won't have time to get into position. In the previous match, Manchester City overwhelmed Barcelona with quick, concise one-touch passing and extreme counter-attacking speed. This time, they took this to the extreme. The ball must arrive before the players. In these counter-attacks, Manchester City's passing seemed like random passes, not looking for forwards, but simply clearing the ball into the attacking third. The key is that this tactic can both clear the ball and threaten Barcelona's goal, which is quite troublesome. Long balls are not a reliable tactic. Firstly, they are prone to offside. Secondly, the further the distance, the lower the success rate. as defenders have ample time to get into position during the ball's flight. Furthermore, receiving such a long pass is inherently difficult, especially under pressure, and can easily be intercepted or disrupted. Therefore, most teams' long balls simply give possession to the opponent, not only failing to achieve their goal but also increasing the opponent's attacking opportunities. This is why the long ball tactic has gradually declined. However, these two problems seem to be irrelevant for Manchester City. In terms of passing, Manchester City attacks behind Barcelona's defense, having their forwards race against Barcelona's defenders. Therefore, even if the pass is inaccurate, it doesn't matter. If the pass comes from Kroos or De Bruyne, it's even less of a problem. As long as they can find Lin Quan, with his ball control ability, he can easily receive long passes to him. If all else fails, Neger can set up the ball for him. Moreover, most of Manchester City's players are stars, and their passing ability far surpasses that of players from mid to lower tier teams. A long pass from an average team might go completely astray. But Manchester City's long passes are much more accurate. Even if they aren't as precise as Kroos or De Bruyne's pinpoint passes, they're generally aimed at the player's area, with minimal deviation. If luck is on their side and a passing maestro like Kroos or De Bruyne completes the pass, the success rate will increase further, and the threat of counter-attacks will surge. As for the consequences of a failed long ball tactic, that's hardly a problem. Barcelona's possession rate is far higher than Manchester City's, and they control the ball most of the time. As long as Manchester City's defense remains rock solid and doesn't give them any opportunities, even if Barcelona intercepts Manchester City's long passes, it won't have much effect. It's simply giving possession back to the opponent in their own half. Moreover, compared to the threat of losing possession in one's own half, losing the ball in the opponent's half poses a much smaller threat to the goal. Therefore, Manchester City's tactic is similar to Barcelona's possession-based style. It appears to be attacking, but it's actually defensive. However, if successful, it can become a deadly threat. This tactic is good, but it's a bit taxing on the strikers. So Pellegrini prepared 2 wingers and 1 striker on the bench as backup, ready to make substitutions when the attacking players couldn't keep up in the second half. He wanted to see if Barcelona had enough defenders to wear him down. From the start, Manchester City consistently used this method against Barcelona. Although they hadn't scored yet, it had infuriated Barcelona. The opponent would launch long balls as soon as they got the ball, forcing Barcelona's defenders to race against the wingers. Before halftime was even over, Barcelona's defenders were exhausted. Even more frustrating was that their defensive line was forced to drop back significantly due to the opponent's repeated long balls. As a result, their support for the attacking third decreased. With less defensive commitment, Barcelona's possession-based tactics, relying solely on their forwards, saw a significant drop in pressure and control. Damn it! Martino cursed inwardly. He realized Manchester City's long balls were a decoy. The real purpose wasn't attack, but rather to wear down Barcelona's energy and disrupt their offense. They couldn't fall into the opponent's rhythm. Realizing this, Martino quickly beckoned Alves over, instructing him to relay his message to the players. Barcelona's tactics immediately changed. They became more patient in their passing in the attacking third, determined not to give the opponent any counter-attacking opportunities. Even if you want to play long balls, you need the ball at your feet. Without the ball, what's the point of passing? As long as Barcelona further increased their possession, eliminating counter-attacking opportunities at the source, Manchester City's tactics would naturally crumble. This decision quickly proved effective. As Barcelona's passing and possession became increasingly cautious, Manchester City's possession further decreased, and their counter-attacking opportunities diminished accordingly. However, after Barcelona's passing became more cautious, apart from a rapid increase in possession, other statistics, including shots, penetrations into the final third, and set pieces and corners, all declined. Seeing this, Pellegrini returned to his seat with satisfaction. He knew he had gained the upper hand in his contest with his South American compatriot, Martino. All of Manchester City's adjustments had fallen into their trap. The reason Barcelona's possession-based tactics were so formidable wasn't their exaggerated possession rate, but the pressure they exerted on their opponents. 1,000 passes in Barcelona's own half were less threatening than a single forward pass. Possession is just a figure of speech, it's meaningless. After all, if you pass the ball around in your own half and I don't press, you can naturally rack up a high possession rate. However, Passing the ball around in the back was considered a passive tactic for weaker teams against stronger ones in the 1960s and 70s, a way to secure a draw. Barcelona is willing to play this way, and Manchester City is happy to do so, since they are currently in the lead. Even if it's a 0-0 draw at home against Barcelona, Pellegrini can accept it perfectly well. After all, Manchester City will advance in the end, so what's there to be unhappy about? However, he thinks Martino shouldn't be that stupid. He should quickly notice these changes and make adjustments. Martino hasn't noticed anything unusual yet, and he even breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Manchester City's counter-attacks decrease. However, he didn't notice that, in order to avoid conceding a goal, Barcelona players were passing back more and more often, while passing forward was gradually decreasing. On the field, Xavi was the first to notice this. He himself realized that under the pressure from Manchester City players, in order to avoid conceding a goal, he would subconsciously choose a safer passing direction. And passing backward is definitely safer than passing forward. So, in Xavi's last 4 passes, 3 were backward passes, and only 1 was forward passes. However, as a result, Manchester City's goal was under less and less threat, while the pressing intensity increased. The situation has taken a turn for the worse, and now it's Barcelona's turn to feel the tension. Seeing the opposing striker lurking near the halfway line, they know that if they lose possession, the frustrating long ball counter-attacks will return. This can't go on. Realizing the game's rhythm is shifting, Xavi, receiving another pass from his teammate, doesn't immediately pass back, but instead turns to shake off the Manchester City players pressing. Yaya Touré is surprised by Xavi's choice. Xavi has repeatedly passed the ball back under his pressure before, so Yaya Touré instinctively assumes he'll do the same again. But Xavi has read his mind, a magical spin that gets him past. Yaya Touré, a former teammate of Xavi, knows his skill well. He can't let Xavi get past him. Without hesitation, Yaya Touré prepares to foul. Xavi seems to have anticipated his intention, and before Yaya Touré can pull him down, he passes the ball forward to Messi. Go, Messi. As if hearing Xavi's thoughts, Messi cherished this hard-won opportunity created for him by his teammates. After receiving the ball, he quickly shook off Kroos's interception, accelerated past Lescott, and slipped past Demichelis and Zabaleta before they could double-team him. Joe Hart felt a chill run down his spine. Messi's dribbling was simply unreasonable. Including Kroos, Messi had broken through 4 players. Was this Messi's ability? Could he save the shot? He quickly adjusted his center of gravity, watching Messi's every move intently, preparing to make a save. However, the moment Messi's shot was completed, Joe Hart surrendered. The ball was out of his reach. He could only pray that Messi would miss. Unfortunately, Joe Hart's prayers were in vain. The ball flew and struck the angle between the far post and the crossbar, bouncing into the net. It was an absolute dead angle. Even if Joe Hart had just made his save, he couldn't have reached the ball. Messi. Messi. Lionel Messi. He stepped up and saved Barcelona from the brink of elimination. Barcelona are now leading Manchester City 1-0, making the aggregate score 4-4, but they are still behind on away goals. They need to score more. On Spanish television, the commentators were ecstatic after seeing Messi's goal. Finally, a goal. If they hadn't scored, Barcelona would have been eliminated. The first half isn't over yet. Barcelona still has plenty of time to extend their lead. Compared to the excited Spaniards, the British commentators were much more frustrated. Martin Tyler shook his head and sighed. Messi handled that ball beautifully. His dribbling and passing are truly breathtaking. Andy Gray nodded in agreement, saying, even as opponents, we have to admit that witnessing such a brilliant performance from Messi on the football field is an absolute blessing. As a professional player, he knew all too well how difficult it was to break through and shoot in such a confined space within the penalty area under pressure and multiple defenders. At least he certainly couldn't do it himself. If nothing unexpected happens, Messi's goal should be selected as the best goal of this round of the Champions League. Manchester City needs to be careful. They can't let Messi receive the ball so comfortably anymore. If they can't contain Messi, then it's only a matter of time before Barcelona scores their second goal, Martin Tyler solemnly warned Manchester City. In the other match, Manchester United, playing away, was already 0-2 down against Bayern Munich. If Manchester City lost this match, the last flame of the Premier League would be extinguished. Messi was ecstatic after scoring, running towards the Barcelona fans section and spontaneously kissing the team crest on his jersey. He had been under immense pressure for 2 consecutive matches, and this goal finally released his pent-up emotions. The more than 5,000 Barcelona fans who had traveled with the team were also ecstatic. Both on and off the field, the Barcelona players and coaches were incredibly excited. Messi's goal helped Barcelona equalize, giving them hope of advancing. However, it wasn't enough. They were still behind on away goals and needed another. Just one more goal would set a new record for Barcelona, reaching the Champions League semifinals for the 7th consecutive season. Martino, inspired by Messi's goal, firmly believed his adjustments had been effective. Indeed, as long as Manchester City's counter-attacks were contained, victory belonged to Barcelona. Seeing Messi score, Pellegrini couldn't help but shake his head. This is the power of a superstar. Their occasional flashes of brilliance can change the course of a game. There was nothing he could do. The players had done their best, and he couldn't blame them. Fortunately, Manchester City still had the away goals advantage. As long as they didn't concede another goal, their place in the semifinals would still be theirs. They should continue with the tactics from the first half. As long as they didn't fall behind 2-0 at halftime, everything would be acceptable. Pellegrini's killer move would only take effect in the second half. Besides, it wasn't just Barcelona who had a superstar, they had one too. Thinking this, Pellegrini looked at Lin Quan. With Lin Quan on the field, he felt much more at ease, even if they were temporarily behind. The Manchester City players shared the same thought as their coach. Seeing Lin Quan on the field kept them calm. They wouldn't panic or lose their composure because of Barcelona's goal. Messi's goal was indeed spectacular. They had seen goals like this before. Since becoming Lin Quan's teammates, they had witnessed several near-impossible goals like this. Lin had even scored more spectacular goals in previous matches, such as the game-winning goal against Chelsea. After scoring, Barcelona's momentum surged, and they launched a fierce attack on Manchester City, aiming to extend their lead. However, Manchester City's players remained highly focused and defended with exceptional tenacity. Although slightly on the defensive, they didn't give their opponents any openings. The 1-0 scoreline held until the halftime whistle. Manchester City's players calmly returned to their dressing room, while Barcelona's players chatted and laughed as they went back to the away team's dressing room. Judging from the expressions on both teams' faces, they seemed satisfied with the result. In the stands of the Etihad Stadium, a portly middle-aged man chewed gum while observing the expressions on the faces of both teams' players. After watching for a while, he turned to his assistant and said, "Paul, Manchester City is stronger than we expected." Real Madrid's assistant coach, Paulo Clement, nodded, "You're right, Carlo. Their ability to beat Barcelona away from home proves their strength exceeds external predictions." Ancelotti shook his head. "I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to the players' mentality. Did you notice that even when they were behind, there was no anxiety or unease on the faces of the Manchester City players? They didn't look like a team making their first run to the quarterfinals. They seemed like a team with rich knockout stage experience and a very mature mentality. Beating a team like that on the field is extremely difficult. After the match against Paris Saint-Germain, we need to prepare seriously, otherwise, if we encounter them, we might very well suffer an upset." As the top favorite in this season's Champions League, Ancelotti and Real Madrid's goal was naturally to win the Champions League trophy. Therefore, they conducted extensive research on several other potential opponents before the match. Of these, Barcelona and Atletico Madrid are their league rivals, and they know each other well, so there's no need to specifically research them. Bayern Munich has always been one of the top teams in Europe, and Real Madrid has played against them many times, taking them very seriously, so they have a fairly deep understanding of Bayern's strength. The only team they don't know much about is Manchester City, a Champions League newcomer. This is why Ancelotti personally brought his assistant coach to the Etihad Stadium to watch the match live. Although they will face Paris Saint-Germain at home tomorrow, Ancelotti sees Paris Saint-Germain as nothing more than a weakling, easy prey. Once they reach the semi-finals, Real Madrid will face a truly formidable opponent. In Ancelotti's mind, he clearly considers Manchester City a strong opponent on par with Bayern and Barcelona. But Barcelona is leading right now. Manchester City has to get past Barcelona first if they want to reach the semi-finals. Clement's assessment of Manchester City was far less favorable than Ancelotti's. He felt Manchester City was just so-so. How strong could a team that relied on long balls and crosses in the Champions League knockout stages be? Ancelotti glanced at his assistant coach, who had originally planned to leave this summer to start his own business. But now Ancelotti thought it best to keep him on for another year before letting him go. Otherwise, letting him go like that would only harm other teams. Barcelona is only temporarily in the lead. Manchester City hasn't used their real killer moves yet. The decisive battle of this match will be in the second half. Ancelotti looked across the pitch, his gaze finally settling on Manchester City's number 10 player, his tone exceptionally firm, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 256 Double victory over Barcelona, advancing to the semifinals. In the away team's locker room, Barcelona's physiotherapist was massaging and relaxing Messi and others, while head coach Martino, holding his tactics board, excitedly explained the second half tactics. In the second half, we'll continue to increase possession, reduce mistakes, and not give Manchester City any counter-attack opportunities. If we can find one chance to deliver a fatal blow to Manchester City, then this ticket to the Champions League semi-finals will be ours. Barcelona is only one goal away from the Champions League semi-finals, and with victory seemingly within reach, the players are incredibly tense and excited. With Barcelona's declining strength, their Champions League qualification journey has been quite difficult in recent years. Last year, they faced another team similar to Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain. Those two knockout matches were also extremely tough for Barcelona. They took an early lead away from home but were held to a draw in the final stages of the game. In the last minute of regulation time, Xavi's goal briefly gave Barcelona a glimmer of hope. However, a last-minute winner from their opponents in stoppage time shattered their chances. Back at home, PSG opened the scoring, putting Barcelona on the brink of elimination. Pedro's goal secured a dramatic away goals victory, propelling Barcelona into the semi-finals. Then, they were thrashed 7-0 by Bayern Munich in the semi-finals. This season, revenge against Bayern has become the biggest wish for the Barcelona players. According to the news I just received, Bayern are leading Manchester United 2-0 at home. They've basically secured a semi-final spot. If we eliminate Manchester City here, we'll have a great chance to avenge our defeat against Bayern. Tell me, do you want revenge against Bayern? The Barcelona players' eyes reddened at the mention of Bayern's name. Since the Dream Team era, Barcelona has never suffered such a humiliating Champions League defeat. They dream of revenge against Bayern. Very well, since that's the case, let's go. Beat Manchester City, then avenge Bayern. Tell the world, the greatest team in the universe is back. Martino's words ignited the players' passion and boosted their morale. They couldn't wait to rush onto the field and tear Manchester City, who stood in their way of revenge, to shreds. In the home team's locker room, Pellegrini didn't motivate the players like Martino did. He calmly explained his tactics for the second half, then found David Silva, Negrito, and Lin Quan. David, Alvaro, Lin, how much stamina do you have left? Can you sustain the second half? Except for Lin Quan, Silva and Negrito honestly shook their heads. In the first half, they repeatedly attacked Barcelona's goal. This kind of sprinting was very taxing on their stamina. If they continued at that intensity, their stamina could only last for 60 minutes at most. This was after a 15-minute halftime break. Without it, they probably wouldn't have had the stamina for 50 minutes. Very good, I understand. I'll substitute you guys after 60 minutes to rest, but before that, I need you to use up all your remaining energy. The two exchanged a glance and nodded emphatically. Then Pellegrini looked at Lin Quan. Lin, I need you in this position in the second half. The halftime break ended quickly, and the second half officially began. Neither side made any substitutions, continuing with the lineups from the first half. Their tactics also seemed unchanged. Barcelona continued to control possession, while Manchester City continued to look for counter-attack opportunities. Everything continued at the same pace. This puzzled Real Madrid's assistant coach, Clement. Did Carlos say the decisive battle would be in the second half? Why didn't it feel like a decisive battle at all? So he turned to look at Ancelotti beside him, wanting to see what Ancelotti had to say. Don't rush. Sensing Clement's gaze, Ancelotti maintained his calm and collected attitude. The decisive battle begins when Manchester City makes their substitutions. Really? When will they make their substitutions? If it were me, I'd make them in the 65th minute. Clement remembered his timing. Alright, let's see what Manchester City has to offer. Manchester City's substitutions came earlier than Ancelotti had anticipated. In the 60th minute, Manchester City began their substitutions. David Silva and Negrito were substituted off, and Aguero and Navas came on. Here it comes. Clement's spirits lifted. Manchester City had indeed made substitutions. However, it seemed to be earlier than Carlo's prediction. Ancelotti also noticed this, frowning as if deep in thought. On the sidelines, Barcelona also witnessed Manchester City's substitutions. The assistant coach looked at Martino with concern. "Coach, Manchester City has made adjustments to their attacking line. Should we make substitutions too?" Martino glanced at the Barcelona bench and shook his head. "Let's wait and see." He didn't know how Manchester City would play after bringing on these two players. It seemed like a like-for-like substitution, as the two Manchester City players seemed to have run out of energy and couldn't continue. Therefore, it wasn't clear from the substitutions alone. However, some on the Barcelona side didn't see it that way. Seeing his friend Aguero come on, Messi immediately sensed danger. Messi knew Aguero's strength on the front line all too well. Manchester City is going to intensify their attack, everyone be alert. Messi quickly told his teammates his thoughts, urging them to be on their toes. The Barcelona players took Messi's words seriously, but even if they were mentally prepared, their stamina might not be able to support them. After the substitutions, Manchester City's tactics quickly changed. Their pressing became more aggressive, expanding from Barcelona's midfield and attack to the entire Barcelona team. Especially Aguero and Navas, who had just come on, their offensive contributions weren't immediately apparent, but they were extremely diligent in pressing Barcelona's defenders to pass the ball. Seeing this, Martino's eyes widened. Had Manchester City gone mad? For a team like Barcelona that plays possession-based football, their defenders aren't afraid of the opposing forwards pressing. Only a few players in the attacking third can threaten Barcelona's defense, and they have too many passing options, whether it's a lateral pass to a teammate in the back, a pass forward to midfield, or a pass backward to the goalkeeper. They can easily evade Manchester City's pressing. In a match against Real Madrid star player Cristiano Ronaldo tried to do the same, and was then completely outmaneuvered by Barcelona's defenders. A gif of an enraged Ronaldo roaring and flailing his arms on the pitch went viral online, becoming a source of amusement for many. So initially, Barcelona's defenders weren't too worried. But soon, they were terrified by Manchester City's high pressing. They weren't afraid of a single striker's interception, but Manchester City's interception wasn't an individual act. It was a premeditated, organized, targeted tactic. Their roles were clearly defined. Some were responsible for blocking passing lanes, some for pressing, and others were prepared to launch counterattacks after successful interceptions. During this process, Lin Quan, who is most familiar with Barcelona's tactics, acted as the commander in the attacking third, directing his teammates to intercept. Aguero and Navas became his underlings, following their leader's commands, relentlessly charging towards Barcelona's defenders. This systematic high pressing immediately made it difficult for Barcelona's defenders to hold on to the ball. The consequences of their first tough battle of speed and attrition against Manchester City's forwards became apparent. Barcelona's defenders' stamina began to wane after the 60-minute mark. The opposing team pressing them were fresh substitutes, full of energy and high spirits, far superior to the Barcelona defenders who had been exhausted for most of the game. In the 67th minute, Manchester City's pressing paid off. When Mascherano had the ball, Aguero quickly charged towards his national teammate. Seeing Aguero's aggressive approach, Mascherano didn't dare to hold on to the ball too long and immediately passed it out. Before passing, he observed the positions of his teammates. Betrayal was being marked by Manchester City's number 10, Lin Quan. Although Lin Quan wasn't a substitute in the second half, he seemed to have incredible stamina, showing no signs of fatigue even after playing for over 60 minutes. Passing the ball to Betrayal might result in it being intercepted. The forward passing lane was blocked by Yaya Touré, who was closely marking Xavi, and passing the ball to Xavi could easily lead to goal. As for Busquets, he was being marked by Manchester City's attacking midfielder, De Bruyne, which wasn't a good passing option either. Thinking this, Mascherano planned to pass the ball back to goalkeeper Pinto to break down Manchester City's pressing. However, just as he was about to do so, he saw Fabregas dropping back to receive the ball. Fabregas was unmarked, making it a safe passing option. Moreover, once Fabregas received the ball, unmarked, He might be able to deliver a brilliant pass to the forwards, creating an opportunity for Barcelona. With this in mind, Mascherano quickly passed a ball to Fabregas. This was the right choice, but Lin Quan anticipated his passing intention. He abandoned Bartra, moved ahead, and intercepted the ball as Mascherano was passing it. Oh no! Mascherano, who had passed the ball, and Fabregas, who was about to receive it, both inwardly cried out in alarm when they saw the ball fall to Lin Quan's feet. The two immediately rushed towards Lin Quan, trying to win the ball back. But Lin Quan was faster. He passed a ball to Navas on the wing and quickly charged towards Barcelona's half. After receiving the ball, Navas quickly passed it back to Lin Quan, and the two completed a 1-2 pass. Lin Quan then dribbled past Mascherano and charged straight towards Barcelona's goal. At this point, there was only one defender in front of him, the deep-lying Bartra. However, Manchester City now had three players attacking simultaneously. With Lin Quan and Agüero in the middle alone, Bartra faced a dilemma. Who should he mark? Should he abandon Agüero to mark Lin Quan? If he did, Lin Quan would likely pass the ball directly. Should he continue marking Agüero and ignore Lin Quan? If he did, Lin Quan would probably dribble all the way to Barcelona's penalty area and score. What to do? What should he choose? Bartra gritted his teeth, abandoned Agüero, and went for Lin Quan. Subconsciously, Lin Quan was clearly a greater threat. Moreover, once he moved forward, Agüero would be in an offside position, at which point Lin Quan couldn't pass the ball to him. This was arguably the best choice he could make. Seeing Bartra move, Lin Quan immediately discerned his intention. The opponent's plan was well thought out, but who gave you the courage? The confidence to stop me in a one-on-one duel? As Bartra lunged forward, Lin Quan also acted swiftly. He flicked the ball to his right, and Bartra hurriedly adjusted his body, trying to keep up with Lin Quan's rhythm. However, before he could complete his movement, Lin Quan passed the ball to his left. The two actions were too quick. Even though Bartra exerted all his strength and barely overcame his momentum to turn around, he had already lost his position. Lin Quan had already taken the lead and entered the Barcelona penalty area. The Manchester City fans in the stadium all stood up excitedly, craning their necks to look at the field. Lin's one-on-one chance. The Barcelona goalkeeper rushed out. Could this ball go in? Although Lin Quan's one-on-one success rate was very high, seeing the opposing goalkeeper rushing out aggressively, the Blue Moon fans couldn't help but feel a little worried. This goal was crucial for Manchester City. If it went in, the aggregate score would become 4-3, and Manchester City would regain the lead. Furthermore, due to the away goals rule, Barcelona would need to score at least 2 goals to advance. Barcelona fans were even more worried than Manchester City fans. If this goal went in, their chances of advancing would be extremely slim. At this moment, the eyes of tens of thousands of fans in the stadium were all on Lin Quan and the Barcelona goalkeeper. This goal would decide the fate of both teams. Facing the on-rushing Pinto, Lin Quan didn't rush into a shot. He calmly dribbled the ball sideways, dodging Pinto's interception, and then sent the ball into the empty net. Boom! The Etihad Stadium erupted the moment Lin Quan scored. Lin. Amidst the cheers of the entire stadium, Lin Quan spread his arms and sprinted along the baseline of the field, like a soaring eagle. In the stands, Manchester City fans were ecstatic. The closest fans rushed to the advertising boards, ruffling his hair and patting his chest. One particularly bold girl even stole a kiss from Lin Quan. Startled, Lin Quan quickly moved away. The stadium's big screen captured the scene, and seeing Lin Quan's shocked expression, Manchester City fans couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin, awesome. Lin, well done. His teammates also rushed over, surrounding Lin Quan, touching him all over, hugging him, and ruffling his hair. Lin Quan's goal had greatly improved Manchester City's situation. Keep it up, score another one. After celebrating, Lin Quan glanced at the dejected Barcelona players, clenched his fist, and said fiercely, "Okay, score another one." His teammates, their morale high, nodded in agreement. If 4-3 wasn't enough, then score another one to completely crush Barcelona's fighting spirit and make them give up. In the stands, after seeing Lin Quan send the ball into Barcelona's goal, Ancelotti stood up amidst the home fans' celebrations and said to his assistant coach Clement, "Let's go, the game's over. No need to watch anymore." Huh? Clement glanced at the time. It was only the 68th minute, more than 20 minutes left. How could it be over already? How, do you think Barcelona can turn things around? Ancelotti asked with a smile. Clement wanted to nod, because this team was one of Europe's top clubs, Barcelona. Scoring 2 goals in 20 minutes, while difficult, didn't seem impossible for Barcelona with Messi. No hope. Manchester City is about to strangle Barcelona's midfield. Barcelona won't only fail to score, they might even concede. After drawing his conclusion, Ancelotti didn't linger at the Etihad Stadium. The club would handle collecting the match footage. He had achieved his goal. No need to waste any more time. Seeing Ancelotti leave so abruptly, Clement hesitated for a moment before following him. On the field, the game unfolded exactly as Ancelotti had predicted. After Lin Quan's goal, Manchester City's pressing became even more frantic. While they pressed relentlessly in the attacking third, Manchester City's midfield also intensified its pressure on Barcelona's midfield. Xavi, already struggling, became even more uncomfortable. With the 70th minute approaching, his stamina was already severely depleted, and the opponent's constant marking made it difficult for him to cope. Within minutes, Xavi was fouled several times. One instance involved Lin Quan dropping back from the attacking third and Yaya Toure double-teaming him, making it incredibly difficult for Xavi to pass the ball. Seeing Xavi under pressure, Martino had to have Fabregas share the playmaking duties to relieve the pressure on Xavi. Seeing Fabregas join the fray, Lin Quan immediately dropped back into midfield to participate in the midfield battle. Manchester City established a numerical advantage in midfield, with Lin Quan, De Bruyne, Kroos, and Yaya Toure pressing 3 Barcelona players. This numerical advantage, coupled with their youth and superior stamina, caused Barcelona's midfield to falter and gradually lose control. Without midfield control, Neymar and Messi, among others, received no support in the attacking third and were unable to function effectively. In contrast, Manchester City increased their attacking pressure. In the 79th minute, Yaya Toure intercepted the ball and immediately launched a long pass to Navas on the wing. This was almost identical to the long balls and crosses of the first half, but this time, Barcelona's defenders were exhausted, and their midfield was unable to disrupt Manchester City's passing, making Toure's pass more precise and lethal than in the first half. Navas received the ball and executed a 1-2 with Aguero, beating Barcelona's fullback Alba. The energetic Navas then quickly cut inside, charging towards Barcelona's goal. Busquets, Mascherano, and Bartra were desperately tracking back, but they had all played for 80 minutes and were exhausted. Navas, on the other hand, had only been on the pitch for 20 minutes and was still full of energy. He surged into the penalty area ahead of the Barcelona defenders, glanced at the goalkeeper's position, and then chose to shoot directly. Not everyone has Lin Quan's dribbling skills. He wasn't confident he could get past the goalkeeper, nor did he dare waste time adjusting, so shooting directly was the safest option. Pinto cursed the reckless player inwardly. The opponent's shot was rushed, and his save was equally rushed. The Barcelona goalkeeper, leaping high, couldn't reach the ball, and it didn't go into the goal. With a thud, the ball struck the crossbar and bounced back. By sheer coincidence, the rebound struck the recovering Mascherano. The Argentine couldn't stop in time, the ball bounced off him and back into the goal. Pinto, who had just landed on the grass, had no time to react and could only watch as the ball went in 2-1. Manchester City had come from behind to defeat Barcelona at home, bringing the aggregate score to 5-3. With 10 minutes remaining, Barcelona needed 2 goals to equalize and 3 to advance to the final. This was practically an impossible task. In the final moments, Martino brought on Pedro and Sanchez in a desperate attempt. However, their midfield and defense were already out of control, and piling attacking players up front was completely ineffective. Manchester City, on the other hand, launched several threatening counter-attacks in the final stages of the match. In the 89th minute, Lin Quan assisted Aguero for another goal, making it 3-1 for Manchester City, and 6-3 on aggregate. Now, Barcelona's hope was completely gone. In the final minutes of the match, Barcelona's players finally gave up the fight, allowing Manchester City to pass the ball around and run down the clock. After stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle. Manchester City had come from behind to defeat Barcelona 3-1 at home, achieving a double victory over their opponents both home and away. A club record for reaching the Champions League semifinals for the first time. Please vote. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. we warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Champions League Draw. The opponent in the semifinals is Real Madrid. The moment the whistle blew, Manchester City fans at the Etihad Stadium erupted in jubilation. We won. We're going to the semifinals. The City fans were undoubtedly ecstatic, witnessing history at home. Meanwhile, the Barcelona fans, who had traveled thousands of miles to watch the game, shed tears of regret. If they had beaten Manchester City at home, they might very well be the ones advancing. On the pitch, Messi stood with his hands on his hips, staring intently at the bright red number on the scoreboard, remaining motionless for a long time. Barcelona had lost, falling once again in the Champions League. Last time they fell in the semi-finals, this time in the quarterfinals. Their record was getting worse year after year. Thinking of this, Messi sighed and turned to look at the other half of the field. There, the ecstatic Manchester City players were tossing their hero, Lin Quan, into the air in wild celebration. Iniesta walked up to Messi, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. "Leo, don't be sad, we'll definitely come back next year." Messi nodded, but couldn't help feeling a little doubtful. Barcelona's squad is aging year by year, and Xavi, in his current form, will probably retire next season. Without Xavi, Barcelona's strength will be further diminished. Can we really come back next year? For the first time, Messi doubted the future. Last game, Lin Quan's jersey was reserved by Xavi early on, and this time, after the game, Fabregas immediately approached him to exchange jerseys. "Lin, congratulations." Fabregas took off his jersey, handed it to Lin Quan, and chatted with him. To be honest, Fabregas was a little envious of Lin Quan. During the winter break, Manchester City had been rumored to be interested in him. But that transfer ultimately didn't go through, and Manchester City bought De Bruyne and Kroos instead. If Barcelona and Manchester City had reached this deal back then, he'd probably be celebrating in Manchester City's squad right now. Unfortunately, there are no ifs now. Thank you, and best of luck winning the league title. Lin Quan quickly took off his jersey and handed it to Fabregas, offering his congratulations. "Hell, I hope so." Fabregas gave Lin Quan a wry smile. Given Barcelona's current form, he was pessimistic about winning the league title. In the final round, they would face Atletico Madrid at home, and considering Atletico's form this season, Barcelona had no confidence in defeating them. Simeone's team's high-pressing and ironclad defense were somewhat effective against Barcelona. Under pressure from being behind, they would have to attack with all their might at home. And their attack would likely play right into Atletico's hands. Therefore, if they couldn't reverse the score before the final round, going from trailing to leading Atletico, Barcelona would lose the title if they didn't win the final match. Fabregas had experienced this kind of pressure several times during his time at Arsenal. Masia, the big boss of Manchester City, was also present at the match. Watching his team eliminate Barcelona at home and make history by reaching the semi-finals, Masia was overjoyed. He had invested so much money in the team, and today he was finally seeing some returns. On such a happy day, he had to share his joy. So, he had his assistant bring over several suitcases he had prepared beforehand. These suitcases were filled with cash, a total of £5 million British pounds. He planned to give this money to the players in the locker room as a bonus for Manchester City's advancement to the semi-finals. When the Manchester City players finished celebrating and returned to the locker room, they saw the mountain of cash. Holy crap! So much money. Did someone rob a bank? Where did all this money come from? By the way, if I secretly take some, will anyone notice? Negrito, looking greedy, faced the crowd while secretly taking money behind his back. There are no security cameras here. As long as you can fool these dozen or so eyes, take whatever you want. Kolarov and the others stared intently at him, making Negrito feel extremely uncomfortable. Just kidding, just kidding. How could such an upright, honest, and friendly person like me do such a thing? Negrito sheepishly put down the stolen money, annoyed that he was wearing a football jersey. Who designed this damn jersey? It doesn't have a single pocket on it, there's nowhere to hide money. Seeing Negrito fooling around, Vice Captain Zabaleta tapped him on the head and said with a smile, "According to our boss's style, this must be a bonus from the big boss, right?" Zabaleta had been with Manchester City for 6 years, joining the team the year the Middle Eastern Consortium took over. So he was quite familiar with the club's generous big boss's style. Giving out so much money all at once could only be from the big boss. A bonus? Does that mean we can split it equally? Upon hearing that it was a bonus, the players' eyes lit up. You're making me wide awake now. Clap clap. Just then, Pellegrini walked in. The bonuses will be distributed according to the contributions made to the team in these two matches. Does everyone agree? Everyone glanced at Pellegrini. Standing next to him was the club's chairman, Fahim. Clearly, this arrangement was the latter's idea. So everyone nodded, indicating they had no objections to this distribution. The principle of more work, more pay was something everyone understood. Therefore, based on starting time, goals, assists, and performance on both offense and defense, Pellegrini distributed the money. Key players like Lin Quan received the first tier, £300,000. Those who didn't start but played received the second tier, £100,000. Finally, those who didn't play received £50,000 each. The coaching staff received the remaining £1 million. This way, the £5 million was distributed exactly. After the money was distributed, everyone was beaming with joy. They wished they could have such good fortune in every match. Then, the bonuses alone would almost match their annual salary. Of course, for a player like Lin Quan with an annual salary of £20 million, these bonuses were still a bit lacking. Alright, take your money and go home to rest early. We're going to Anfield the day after tomorrow, and I don't want to see any scandals about any of you on the front page of tomorrow's papers. Pellegrini instructed before leaving the locker room. The Manchester City players were also very obedient. They hadn't secured the league title yet, and they couldn't relax at this point. They couldn't relax until they had defeated Liverpool away from home. After quickly showering and changing in the locker room, Lin Quan drove back home. On the way back, he glanced at the score of another match. Manchester United were defeated 3-1 by Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena, and were eliminated with an aggregate score of 4-2. Bayern Munich showed great dominance in this match, taking an early 2-0 lead in the first half, and Robben added another goal in the second half, extending the lead to 3 goals. Guardiola began making substitutions after the 75th minute, replacing key players like Robben and Ribéry. This substitution seemed to disregard Manchester United's chances. Enraged, Manchester United launched a counter-attack, finally scoring in the 85th minute of the second half. However, their comeback ended there. They couldn't pull off a miracle at the Allianz Stadium and were unfortunately eliminated. Thus, Manchester United suffered a complete defeat on all 4 fronts this year. They were eliminated in the Champions League quarter-finals, finished 7th in the league, 7 points behind 4th-placed Arsenal, essentially ruling them out of next season's Champions League. They were also eliminated early from the League Cup and FA Cup, leaving Manchester United empty-handed this season. This result has left the Red Devils fans and the club extremely dissatisfied, with rumours circulating that the Scotsman's departure from Old Trafford is imminent. But what happens after Moyes' dismissal? Who will Manchester United hire as manager? Whether they admit it or not, Ferguson's departure marked the end of an era for Manchester United. Moyes couldn't lead United to success. Would other managers really be able to? Lin Quan wasn't very optimistic about United's future. After all, in their original timeline, United had been struggling for a decade, and it wasn't even over yet. After Manchester City's double victory over Barcelona, the entire football world was shocked. The internet, television, newspapers, everything was in an uproar. The mighty cosmic team had fallen just like that? Manchester City is awesome. They beat Barcelona twice, amazing. Haha, before the match, the media were all praising Barcelona's legendary status and calling them a dream team, looking down on Manchester City. Now they've been proven wrong, haven't they? Who would have thought that a team that has never even reached the Champions League knockout stage could defeat the mighty Barcelona, especially considering they have Messi, the world's best player. But Manchester City also has lingered. Lingard scored 3 goals in the 2 legs, more than Messi. To be fair, while Lingard didn't completely dominate in this match, he certainly performed better than Messi. Messi seemed a bit off in this game. I saw the post-match statistics. He only ran 6,000 meters throughout the entire match. Isn't that a bit too little? Indeed. It's a bit rare. If modern players want to play the whole game, They will always have to run not only 10,000 meters, but also 9,000 meters, right? Maybe it's because Messi is an offensive player and does not assume defensive tasks, so he runs less distance? Maybe it's because Messi's physical fitness is not good, right? I see him walking around the field a lot. Speaking of which, what is Lin Quan's running distance? I see that he often sprints back and forth. His running distance should exceed 10,000, right? Breaking 10,000? Haha, if you add another 3,000 to it, it's almost enough. A running distance of 13,000 meters? Could it be that the technical statistics are wrong? Is this number too exaggerated? That's right, that's the number I saw too. Isn't Emperor Lin too capable of running away? This number is more than twice that of Messi. It's simply more terrifying than Park Sanfa-e back then. Before the start of the 2 rounds of the game, the outside world was unanimously optimistic about the traditional giant Barcelona, but Manchester City severely slapped everyone who looked down on them in the face. Double defeats of Barcelona at home and away proved that their victory was well-deserved and not a coincidence. If they hadn't truly surpassed Barcelona in terms of raw strength, how could they have breached Camp Nou and utterly thrashed them at the Etihad Stadium? After the match, the media, far from feeling ashamed, shamelessly began showering Manchester City with praise. Fleet Street media, in particular, unleashed their signature blatant hype. The Guardian, Manchester City's elimination of Barcelona wasn't an upset. They seized their opportunity and won the game. We are witnessing the birth of a great team. The Times, ambitious, courageous, and hungry Manchester City won. Congratulations to them. This time, Messi couldn't be Barcelona's savior, he was more of a spectator, while Lin Quan was Manchester's hero. BBC, Barcelona suffered greatly. If it weren't for the goalposts, they would have been thrashed by Manchester City in the first half. Manchester City's victory was a triumph of raw strength and tactics. They may have provided the world with a tactic to counter Barcelona's possession-based football. Mundo Deportivo, defeat is always bitter, but for Barcelona, the season isn't over yet. There are still 5 league matches to play. Hopefully, Barcelona can overcome this setback, regain their form, and successfully defend their league title. Sport, Barcelona wasted too many opportunities at the Etihad Stadium. If we had a superb striker to help Messi relieve some of the attacking pressure, the result of this match could have been completely different. Because Martino publicly stated at the pre-match press conference that he would resign if they lost to Manchester City, many reporters bothered him about this after the game. Martino's statement was intended to silence these reporters with a victory. Unexpectedly, his attempt to boast backfired, and he was embarrassed by the reporters' provocations, leading to a heated argument. The reporters clearly weren't going to let him off so easily, and in their reports the following day, they criticized Martino mercilessly. He was subjected to a barrage of criticism, including accusations of being tactically conservative, arrogant, and disdainful of others. The media wasn't entirely wrong. Martino certainly bore the blame for Barcelona's loss. His tactics, personnel choices, and in-game adjustments were indeed subpar. Although his contract with Barcelona hadn't expired, it seemed likely that if Barcelona lost the league title, Martino would be out. It remained to be seen whether he would choose to terminate his contract or accept the club's severance pay and be fired. Following the Manchester City vs Barcelona match, the other 2 Champions League quarterfinals kicked off the following day. Real Madrid, playing at home, easily defeated Paris Saint-Germain 2-0, advancing to the semi-finals. This match once again demonstrated the power of Real Madrid's massive spending empire. Gareth Bale, in particular, was virtually unstoppable on the wing. His lightning speed caused PSG's players considerable trouble. Bale scored in the 3rd minute, putting PSG on the back foot from the start. PSG needed at least 2 goals to advance. Led by Ibrahimovic, PSG launched a tenacious counter-attack, attempting to turn the tide. But Ronaldo's goal in the 57th minute extinguished their hopes. Ultimately, at the Bernabeu, PSG were outplayed by the mighty Real Madrid, falling short of the semi-finals. In the other match, Atletico Madrid, playing at home, displayed remarkable resilience. Their tenacious defense and relentless pressing stifled Dortmund's attack, and in the second half, Diego Costa scored on a counter-attack. This was the only goal scored between the 2 teams over the 2 legs. But it was this invaluable goal that propelled Atletico Madrid into the semi-finals. After the match, Simeone's ironclad defense stunned the entire European continent. Across Europe, Few teams can truly withstand Borussia Dortmund's attack, even giants like Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, and Barcelona struggle. Yet, Atletico Madrid kept a clean sheet in both legs, astonishing the world with their defensive prowess. No wonder Atletico Madrid leads La Liga, seizing the initiative against two top giants like Real Madrid and Barcelona. Their strength is undeniable. Following this match, Simeone and his Atletico Madrid team gained immense fame in Europe, officially entering the ranks of top teams. Of course, compared to Manchester City's elimination of Barcelona, the buzz surrounding Simeone and Atletico Madrid was significantly less. After the match on April 11th, the Champions League semi-final draw quickly followed. After Manchester City's training session that day, Pellegrini gathered the players at the club to watch the draw. Bayern Munich was the first team drawn, facing Atletico Madrid. Bayern manager Uli Hoeneß, who was present, seemed relieved upon seeing the draw, appearing to approve of the result. It's no wonder he thought that way. Real Madrid's current strength has amazed all of Europe, and no one wants to face them prematurely until the very end. Bayern Munich certainly doesn't want to risk that either. As for Manchester City, Bayern had previously faced them in the group stage. Bayern drew one and lost one of their two matches, gaining no advantage whatsoever. Although Bayern's strength isn't necessarily inferior to Manchester City's, they still don't want to face them again. Therefore, of the three opponents, only Atletico Madrid is the most suitable for them. After the match between Atletico Madrid and Bayern Munich was decided, the remaining two teams were naturally grouped together. Manchester City will face the powerful Real Madrid in the semi-finals, and according to the schedule, they have to play the first leg at home and the second leg away, a very unfavorable schedule for them. Upon seeing this draw result, the smile on Manchester City president Fahim's face froze somewhat. On the other side, Real Madrid president Florentino Perez's expression was also rather unpleasant. What is UEFA up to? Did they draw us together just because there were rumors about Real Madrid and Manchester City being linked? This result isn't bad, though. Of the three opponents, Manchester City is probably the most suitable for Real Madrid. Their least favorite opponent is Atletico Madrid, followed by Bayern Munich. Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid have faced each other twice this season, with one draw and one loss, the loss coming at home. Simeone's Atletico Madrid is like a stinking rock in a latrine, stinky and hard, very difficult to beat. Happy Children's Day everyone. May you all stay young forever. And a small request for monthly votes. Chapter 258. This is Anfield, but it is Liverpool that is in despair. This draw makes me think Bayern will make it to the final again. 3 years in a row to the final, who else can do that? Are they underestimating Atletico Madrid? I have a feeling Bayern might stumble. Hell, I thought Real Madrid would lose to Manchester City. Fans were buzzing with discussion after seeing the draw results. The mainstream opinion was that the draw was very favorable for Bayern and Real Madrid, giving them a great chance of advancing to the final. Of course, some held different views, believing that Atletico Madrid and Manchester City could cause Bayern and Real Madrid some trouble. Real Madrid's mouthpiece, Marca, believed that Real Madrid needed to take Manchester City seriously, especially the first away game. Manchester City's home record this season has been outstanding. They've only lost one home game so far. Conquering the Etihad Stadium won't be easy. As also believe that with a superstar like Lin Quan at Manchester City, Real Madrid had to go all out. Any complacency would come at a heavy price. However, both Az and Marca believe that Real Madrid has a better chance of winning if they go all out. On their path to their 10th trophy, Real Madrid will overcome all difficulties. Whoever stands in their way will be crushed. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. The Champions League semi-final will kick off on April 24th, with Manchester City hosting Real Madrid in the first leg. This match is crucial. If they can't beat Real Madrid at home, their chances of winning away are slim. However, defeating a Real Madrid team with Bale and Ronaldo is extremely difficult. Manchester City seems well aware of the difficulty of reaching the final, so Fahim personally intervened to relieve pressure on the players and coaching staff, allowing them to focus on the league. We have already achieved our goals this season. Every step we take now is making history. Whether we succeed or not, you are all heroes of the team. Of course, while that's true, one should still have dreams. What if they succeed? Fahim immediately announced that if Manchester City could eliminate Real Madrid and reach the final, the club would award a massive £10 million bonus. Hearing this amount, The players breathing quick and £10 million British pounds, more than the annual salary of most players in the team. Forget about honors, even for the money, they had to beat Real Madrid. Seeing the players' morale soar, Pellegrini was somewhat amused and exasperated. Money truly does move people. Not only the players, but even he, the coach, was tempted. On April 12, 3 days after the Champions League match, the entire Manchester City team travelled by bus to Liverpool, dozens of kilometres away, to challenge the fallen giants, Liverpool, at Anfield Stadium. As one of the 4 giants of the Premier League, Liverpool hadn't won the Premier League title for over 20 years. Liverpool's last top-flight league title was in 1989 to 1990, before the Premier League's restructuring. Since the Premier League's rebranding, Liverpool hasn't won a title. Coincidentally, the arrival of Manchester United's legendary manager, Sir Alex Ferguson, at Old Trafford coincided with Liverpool's decline. Before Ferguson joined Manchester United, they had only 7 trophies, while Liverpool had 19. By the time Ferguson left, Manchester United's trophy count had soared to 20, surpassing Liverpool and becoming the most successful team in the history of the English top flight, bar none. Ferguson fulfilled his promise, not only winning 13 Premier League titles for Manchester United but also personally dethroning Liverpool. Now, having finally seen the old man retire, the Reds are showing signs of resurgence. This season, their performance has been outstanding. After 33 league matches, their points total has soared to 74, 13 points higher than last season's final points total. With his points, after a 4-year absence from the Champions League, Liverpool will finally be able to return to the Champions League stage next season. Not only that, but with 5 rounds of the Premier League remaining, Liverpool theoretically still retains a chance to win the title, albeit a slim one. However, for the Reds who orchestrated the miracle of Istanbul, how could they give up until the very last moment? Currently, Liverpool trails league leaders Manchester City by 7 points. A home win would narrow that gap to 4. After this match, 4 games remain, and their title hopes hinge on whether Manchester City continues to make mistakes. Regardless, to maintain their title aspirations, they must defeat Manchester City at home. Otherwise, a win at home for Manchester City would secure the title 3 rounds early. Even a theoretical chance is enough to send Liverpool fans, who haven't won a title in over 20 years, into a frenzy. Furthermore, even if they ultimately fail to win the title, they must defeat Manchester City. After all, watching others profit is far more painful than losing money themselves. Liverpool fans are incredibly enthusiastic. Manchester City's team bus was blocked on the road before it even reached the stadium. Go to hell, Manchesters. Get out of Liverpool. We'll make you cry at Anfield. If it were just insults, that wouldn't be so bad. Manchester City had encountered similar things when playing away games. There are quite a few football hooligans in England. Some crazy fans not only surround the away team's bus, but also create noise outside the away team's training ground and hotel, disturbing their training and rest. If it's just verbal abuse without physical violence, that's fine, but if they use both, then it's a bit troublesome. A loud bang. Someone threw something at the bus. A half-full water bottle smashed into the team bus window, startling Javi Garcia, who was sitting by the window. It seemed their worst fears had come true. Seeing the Liverpool fans outside, their faces matching the color of their jerseys, the Manchester City players on the bus became serious. These guys, who knows how much fake alcohol they've drunk? These drunk fans are prone to irrational behavior when they're in a drunken stupor. Faced with the surging Liverpool fans, Manchester City's manager immediately called the police to ensure the players' safety, awaiting their assistance in dispersing the enthusiastic supporters. Mounted police patrolling outside the stadium quickly arrived at the scene after receiving the report. Every Premier League match sees a large number of police officers maintaining order outside the stadiums. They are very experienced in dealing with these enthusiastic fans, and with the help of the mounted police, Manchester City's bus slowly moved forward, finally arriving at Anfield an hour late. Because of the late arrival, Pellegrini didn't have time to explain tactics. He had all the players go to the pitch to warm up and get used to the field. Time was tight. The players needed to be physically warmed up before the match started. As soon as the Manchester City players stepped onto the pitch, they were met with a barrage of boos from the Liverpool fans. Honestly, hearing their boos annoyed me, and I had an urge to teach them a lesson. Caught off guard by the Liverpool fans, the Manchester City players' anger was rising rapidly. This was both a good thing and a bad thing. Playing away from home, the biggest fear is being intimidated by the opponent's home advantage, leading to timidity and poor performance. Judging from the Manchester City players' form, this concern can be dispelled. Of course, anger also has a downside. It can easily cause players to lose their temper and make impulsive choices. For example, committing fouls in unnecessary positions and at unnecessary times, resulting in yellow or even red cards. On the pitch, some players deliberately do this. They use dirty tricks and trash talk to provoke and anger their opponents, causing them to make mistakes. The most serious example is Zidane's infamous collision in the 2006 World Cup final, which knocked the French trophy away. Enraged by Materazzi's trash talk, Zidane made a colossal mistake on the field due to his irrational behavior, ruining his career. At Anfield, Manchester City seems to be showing similar signs. When the players finished warming up and returned to the locker room, with only a dozen minutes left before the match, Pellegrini didn't discuss tactics. He asked the players, "Do you see that sign on the wall facing the players' tunnel?" The players, unsure what their manager was referring to, obediently nodded. "Good. Can someone tell me what it says?" "This is Anfield," someone whispered, seemingly assuming their manager was a forgetful, aging man. This sign at Anfield was erected by Liverpool's legendary manager, Shankly, and is now 50 years old. Throughout the Premier League and even across Europe, every player who has visited Anfield knows of its existence. It stands on the wall facing the entrance to the players' tunnel, and both teams inevitably see it on their way back to the dressing room. "What did you say? I didn't hear you." "This is Anfield," the player who was asked shouted, repeating his earlier statement. "Yes, this is Anfield." Pellegrini waited until the other player loudly repeated his previous statement, then introduced the stadium in a gentle, conversational tone. "This is Anfield, a magnificent stadium, and the most difficult home ground to conquer in the Premier League. The owners of this stadium, Liverpool, have 19 league titles and 5 Champions League titles. Before them, we are nothing." Pellegrini's words left the Manchester City players extremely frustrated. Why was their manager praising the opponent before the match even started? Wasn't this just boosting the enemy's morale and diminishing their own? Lin Quan glanced at Pellegrini. The Chilean's pre-match remarks certainly weren't intended to demoralize the players. Sure enough, he saw the players' bewildered and astonished expressions. The Chilean engineer smiled slightly and said, "But so what? Liverpool's glory belongs to the past, while we are on the path to creating a legend. One day, Manchester City will become like Liverpool, or even more glorious. Go, step onto the pitch from here, snatch victory and the championship from Liverpool, and tell them, you old fogies, continue to wallow in your pride. The new era belongs to Manchester City." Pellegrini's words ignited the players' passion. What Manchester City fans and players cared about most was others talking about history and heritage in front of them. Because Manchester City lacked these things. They were just a nouveau riche, a newly risen nouveau riche at that. And at Anfield, they faced a team with the deepest history and the most honors in the Premier League. Such a huge gap would normally easily make the Manchester City players feel inferior. But now, there was no inferiority complex, only a strong fighting spirit and the impulse to trample a giant like Liverpool underfoot. Entering the players' tunnel, the Liverpool players curiously sized up their opponents, seemingly hoping to see the fear and unease of country bumpkins arriving at Anfield. However, they didn't see what they were looking for. The Manchester City players showed no fear or tension. Instead, they all looked eager to begin. It seemed they couldn't wait for the match to start. HMPH, just putting on airs. Once the match begins, they'll show you Liverpool's true strength at Anfield. At 7 p.m. sharp, with a referee's whistle, the match between Liverpool and Manchester City officially began. Before the match even started, the Reds fans in the stands were already singing their famous "Never Walk Alone." Encouraged by tens of thousands of fans, Liverpool launched a fierce attack on Manchester City, attempting to quickly overwhelm their opponents. Coutinho, Sterling, Suarez, Schkrtel, and other Liverpool players were incredibly active in attack, drawing rounds of applause and cheers from the fans. However, their opponents seemed unfazed by their relentless attack. Manchester City played extremely aggressively from the start. They boldly engaged in an attacking battle with Liverpool away from home, with players like Lin Quan, Aguero, David Silva, and Navas frequently threatening Liverpool's goal. The two teams were locked in an attacking war at Anfield. Liverpool fans were stunned by their opponent's audacity. Few teams visiting Anfield dared to engage in such an attacking style with Liverpool. Manchester City was simply too arrogant. They played even harder, seemingly wanting to channel all their energy into their players, hoping they would thoroughly crush their opponents. The pace of the game was incredibly fast. In just 15 minutes of the first half, the two teams had already combined for 10 shots, averaging 1 shot every minute and a half. Such a fierce attack meant that this match was bound to be high-scoring. Sure enough, in the 16th minute of the first half, the first goal came. Liverpool's attacking midfielder Sterling received a pass from Suarez, surged into the penalty area, dribbled past Demichelis, and slotted the ball into the near corner, giving Liverpool a 1-0 lead. Sterling's goal ignited the atmosphere at Anfield, with Liverpool fans celebrating wildly as if they had already won the game. However, just 1 minute later, Manchester City equalized. David Silva and Lin Quan completed a 1-2 pass, with the latter dribbling into the right side of the penalty area. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, he crossed the ball in front of the goal, assisting Aguero to slide in and score, quickly leveling the score at 1-1. Damn it, those damn Manchesters, why won't they just die peacefully? Liverpool fans were furious. They had just begun celebrating, and many hadn't even finished their celebrations when the opponent scored. It felt like swallowing a fly. However, what followed was even more frustrating. In the 27th minute, Cruz took a corner kick, and Yaya Touré's header at the near post hit the post. In the ensuing scramble in front of the goal, Lin Quan cleverly followed up and slotted the ball into Liverpool's net. Manchester City completed a comeback away from home, taking a 2-1 lead over Liverpool. Lin Quan's goal silenced the Anfield chants. Liverpool fans seemed to have forgotten to sing, staring in disbelief at their own goal. They were already behind? Not only had they withstood Liverpool's attack, but they had even taken the lead in the back and forth. This gave Liverpool fans a sense of unease. Having finally worn down Manchester United, Liverpool's performance this season had improved significantly, and many Reds fans felt this was a sign of their team's resurgence. However, Manchester City's 2 goals within 10 minutes were like buckets of cold water, instantly sobering them up. They were now facing the Premier League leaders, not a pushover. After a brief silence, Liverpool fans erupted in unison, chanting their anthem, "Through the wind. Through the rain. Let the world laugh at your dreams. Keep going. You'll never walk alone." Fueled by the fans' chants, Liverpool's players were fired up, launching relentless attacks on Manchester City's goal. Finally, in the 37th minute, Liverpool scored again. Skritel received a cross from Gerrard, shook off Lescott at the near post, and headed the ball into the net 2-2. Liverpool had tenaciously equalized. The Reds fans erupted in celebration once more, singing and dancing. Even equalizing seemed worthy of celebration. However, Manchester City, like an unkillable cockroach, displayed terrifying tenacity. In the 43rd minute, De Bruyne delivered a deadly through ball, and Lin Quan, having beaten the offside trap, went one-on-one with the goalkeeper, easily beating him and slotting the ball into the empty net to complete his brace 3-2. Manchester City have taken the lead again. Liverpool fans must be devastated. Why are their opponents so tenacious, requesting monthly votes? Chapter 259 Hat-trick, Kingly Celebration, Anfield, who is the real king? Liverpool fans were marveling, and Manchester City fans were equally impressed. Anfield truly lived up to its reputation as a long-established powerhouse. In the entire Premier League, perhaps only Liverpool could put up such a tight fight against Manchester City in an attacking battle. At halftime, Manchester City, leading by 1 goal, returned to their dressing room. Before leaving, Lin Quan made a point of glancing at the Liverpool fans at Anfield. After singing for almost half an hour, the Reds fans seemed tired. Compared to the start of the match, Anfield was much quieter. Yes, that's good. Inside the home team's dressing room, Liverpool manager Rodgers was enthusiastically motivating his players. He didn't need to say much, just a phrase "This is Anfield" was enough to ignite the Liverpool players' fighting spirit. Especially for Liverpool captain Gerrard, who valued Liverpool's honor and dignity above all else. Meanwhile, in the away team's dressing room, Pellegrini was also giving his final pep talk. "Lin, how does it feel to play at Anfield?" "Fantastic. Want to score another one to complete a hat-trick?" "Of course." Pellegrini was very satisfied with Lin Quan's answer, then looked at Aguero. "Aguero, how does it feel to shut the Liverpool guys up with a goal?" Aguero straightened his chest and said proudly, "Fantastic." He then scored one more for them, and shut them up forever. I'd love to. Pellegrini spoke with each player individually, inspiring their fighting spirit in different ways. When they came out of the locker room, the fighting spirit of the Manchester City players was like a scorching, blinding sun, impossible to look at directly. On the other side, the Liverpool players seemed to be burning with the flames of revenge, blazing hot. Obviously, both teams would continue their attacking tactics from the first half in the second half, neither willing to back down an inch. In the stands, Arsenal's manager Wenger was present, watching this top-of-the-table clash up close. His team is about to face Manchester City in the FA Cup semi-final, the third meeting between the two teams this season. Arsenal have a record of 1 draw and 1 loss in the previous 2 encounters, and the draw against Manchester City involved a reserve team, making it less relevant. Therefore, Wenger plans to come and observe Manchester City's recent form to see if they've suffered a decline due to competing on 3 fronts. It's unreasonable for other teams to collapse at the end of every season when Arsenal does. Manchester City have just as many matches as Arsenal this season, and their schedule has been even more congested recently, which has raised some expectations in Wenger's mind. Arsenal are completely out of the running for the league title this season, but winning the FA Cup wouldn't be bad, would it? While the FA Cup title isn't as prestigious as the league title, it's far more important than the League Cup. Arsenal have been without a trophy for 10 years. Unlike Liverpool's 20-year trophy drought, their 10-year drought is a true trophy drought. Liverpool may not have won the league title, but they do have the Champions League trophy, along with 4 League Cups and 3 FA Cups. Arsenal, on the other hand, lacks titles in the league, Champions League, FA Cup, and even the League Cup. Arsenal cannot remain trophyless. If they continue without one, the team's morale will likely collapse. Therefore, they must win the FA Cup this season. Fight Liverpool to the death. Arsenal are powerless to win the title, so the outcome of this match is irrelevant to them. Wenger's only hope is that Manchester City will be more exhausted in their match against Liverpool, thus increasing their chances of winning the FA Cup semi-final a few days later. Seemingly heeding Wenger's wishes, the second half of the match between Manchester City and Liverpool was incredibly intense. In the 55th minute, Liverpool capitalized on a Manchester City clearance error, with Coutinho scoring again to equalize. The score became 3-3. Manchester City quickly responded. In the 61st minute, De Bruyne scored directly from a free kick, making it 4-3. In the 67th minute, Lin Quan's long-range shot completed his hat-trick, extending Manchester City's lead to 5-3 and a 2-goal advantage. After scoring, Lin Quan repeated the gesture he made at Old Trafford, turning up his collar, surveying the pitch, and asking Anfield, "Who is the real king?" This arrogant posture drew boos from the Liverpool fans. This kid is too cocky, actually trying to reign supreme at Anfield. But their boos seemed so weak in the face of Lin Quan's hat-trick. Boos can't kill an opponent, but goals can. Compared to the angry Liverpool fans, Manchester City fans were overjoyed. Ling's celebration is awesome. Haha, I love Ling's hat-trick celebration. Let's give Ling's celebration a name. How about the King's celebration? That doesn't sound good. Ronaldo's is called Sweet, so how about King? Why the King's celebration? Is there a story behind it? Because Cantona used this celebration, and Cantona's nickname is the King. Cantona probably never imagined that Ling not only used his celebration, but he used it against Manchester United. Cantona mentioned this in an interview, saying he wanted to have a good talk with Ling. Haha, talk about what? Copyright fees? Speaking of which, have you guys noticed? Lingard seems to only use this celebration method after scoring a hat-trick against top clubs. That seems to be the case. Lingard has scored several hat-tricks in the Premier League this season, but apart from the one against Manchester United and this match, he hasn't used such a flamboyant celebration. So, this method is specifically for top clubs? Including this match against Liverpool, Lingard has already completed hat-tricks at the home stadiums of 2 top clubs. Manchester United, get. Liverpool, get. Will Chelsea or Arsenal be next? Arsenal fans are trembling. Chelsea fans are trembling with fear. Lingard, don't come any closer. As the top-of-the-table clash in the final battle for the title, this match attracted a huge audience. In addition to the more than 50,000 fans who came to the stadium, hundreds of millions of fans watched the match online and on television. Although this number is not as exaggerated as the 1 billion viewers who watched the Manchester United vs Arsenal match in the 2007-2008 season, it is still a very good viewership in the Premier League in recent years. This is especially true for Manchester City, a relatively new powerhouse with little historical depth and a small global fan base. Of course, many of these fans came specifically for Lin Quan, including some German, Spanish, and a large number of Chinese fans. Without Lin Quan, the viewership would likely have dropped by half. With the top 5 European leagues nearing their end, La Liga is clearly more intense and exciting in terms of title races. In the final rounds, the 3 La Liga giants are neck and neck, with all 3 teams still in contention for the championship. Therefore, this season's La Liga title race is incredibly exciting for fans. In comparison, the Premier League is slightly less exciting, given Manchester City's large lead. However, for those who chose to watch this match, it was definitely worth the price of admission. In just over 60 minutes, the 2 teams had already scored 8 goals, averaging 1 goal every 8 minutes. This goal fest kept even neutral fans thoroughly entertained. Liverpool and Manchester City fans watched with bated breath, their emotions fluctuating wildly like a roller coaster. Only when Manchester City extended their lead did the citizens finally breathe a sigh of relief. Could Liverpool possibly turn this around? The 5-3 scoreline nearly drove the Reds fans at Anfield to despair. They had finally scored 1 goal, only to have the opposition quickly extinguish 2 more. Every glimmer of hope was immediately dashed. Why was Manchester City so difficult to beat? Although the opponents wore blue jerseys, Liverpool fans saw nothing but the shadow of the Red Devils. The Manchester team was truly a persistent ghost. They had defeated Manchester United, and now Manchester City had risen again. Liverpool was having such a tough time. Liverpool truly lived up to their reputation as the team that created the miracle in Istanbul. Their resilience was truly remarkable. Most teams, facing such a series of equalizers followed by repeated falls, would likely have their morale and fighting spirit eroded by the repeated setbacks. But Liverpool didn't. Led by Gerrard, even trailing by 2 goals, they relentlessly attacked Manchester City. Suarez, who hadn't yet scored, was particularly aggressive at this point. In the 72nd minute, a scuffle broke out between him and Manchester City defender Zabaleta during a challenge. Suarez, already annoyed with the City defender, was now completely enraged. In a fit of rage, he opened his jaws and bit Zabaleta's shoulder. Zabaleta, preparing to return to his defensive position, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder and screamed in pain. The referee quickly stopped the game, ran over, and showed Suarez a red card, sending him off the field. Suarez has a history of biting. Last season, he bit Chelsea defender Ivanovic during a match, resulting in a 10-match ban from the FA. The referee in that match failed to notice the foul and didn't issue a timely penalty, causing considerable controversy afterward. Therefore, since then, referees officiating Liverpool have had an extra task: keep an eye on Suarez and prevent him from biting anyone. The season was nearing its end, and Suarez had behaved relatively well after his return from suspension, without repeating such egregious behavior. The referees assumed he had reformed and started anew. But this guy dared to do it again. This time, the referee would not miss a call and would show him no leniency. Suarez was still dissatisfied with the referee's decision, seemingly rambling on and on, unwilling to leave the field. Gerrard didn't know what conflict had erupted between Suarez and Zabaleta, but seeing Suarez receive a red card, he quickly ran over to persuade him. "Luis, stop talking, forget about today's unpleasantness, go and rest." That was all he could say. Last time he was suspended for 10 matches for biting, this punishment would likely be even harsher. Suarez was already considering leaving. This suspension would only increase the likelihood of him leaving. Gerrard had worked with many players and knew Suarez's ability well. He was one of the best strikers in the world. For Liverpool, Suarez's attacking firepower is indispensable. Once Suarez leaves, Liverpool's attacking firepower will inevitably decline. This means that if they don't make targeted signings to strengthen the team during the summer transfer window, Liverpool's performance next season is very likely to decline. Thinking of this, Gerrard couldn't help but sigh. This season, Liverpool's performance had finally improved, and they saw hope of winning the title. Unfortunately, they encountered the unexpected rise of Manchester City. Even if they didn't perform well this season, with a squad, they would still have a chance next season. However, Suarez is leaving, and with him gone, Liverpool's chances of winning the title will be much harder. As Liverpool's captain, having served the team for so many years, yet unable to bring even a single league title, fills Gerrard with immense guilt and frustration. He is already 34 years old and probably can continue playing for Liverpool for much longer. Before he retires, Gerrard's biggest wish is to see the Reds lift the league trophy again. But Gerrard shook his head after glancing at the young faces of Manchester City. That wish was unlikely to be fulfilled. Without Suarez, Liverpool's attack immediately weakened considerably, unable to change the score. Manchester City were satisfied with the result. They scored 5 goals at Anfield, breaking Liverpool's record for most goals conceded at Anfield in nearly 20 years. Since Liverpool had previously been defeated 0-8 at home by Huddersfield and 1-9 by Birmingham City, Manchester City didn't have the opportunity to give the Reds a new record. Otherwise, they might have been interested in trying. Ultimately, thanks to Lin Quan's hat-trick, Manchester City defeated their direct league rivals Liverpool 5-3 away in this top-of-the-table clash. After this match, Manchester City's lead over Liverpool extended to 10 points, but because Chelsea won their away game this round, they overtook Liverpool to move into second place. Therefore, Manchester City now leads second place by 9 points, and with 4 rounds remaining, a victory in their next match would essentially secure the title. Manchester City is getting closer and closer to their second league title. Just as Manchester City defeated Liverpool and extended their league lead, something quite interesting happened in La Liga. After Manchester City used long balls and crosses to eliminate Barcelona in the Champions League, the BBC praised this tactic in its report, believing it could counter Barcelona. Seemingly influenced by the BBC's propaganda, an unnamed La Liga team decided to test Manchester City's long balls and crosses in their next match against Barcelona. And they actually succeeded. Barcelona's players, having just been defeated by Manchester City using this tactic, panicked when they saw their league opponents using it as well. Their defenders and midfielders seemed to recall the fear of being dominated by Manchester City, playing very indecisively, neither daring to go forward nor retreat. As a result, they were defeated 1-0 by Granada, a team far weaker than them. In this final sprint of the title race, Barcelona unexpectedly faltered. If everyone else had lost, it wouldn't have been so bad. But Real Madrid thrashed Almeria 4-0 at home, and Atletico Madrid beat Getafe 2-0 away, both securing crucial 3 points. As a result, after this match, Barcelona, who were only 1 point behind Atletico Madrid, were now 4 points behind. Even Real Madrid, whom Barcelona had previously defeated in a high-profile match, overtook Barcelona in points with this victory, moving up to second place in the league. If this gap holds until the final match, it will create a very awkward situation for Barcelona. If they draw or even lose at home to Atletico Madrid, they will watch them win the title on their home turf. But if they beat Atletico Madrid, they will hand the league title to Real Madrid, who have a huge goal difference advantage. Neither outcome is acceptable to Barcelona. But they have no control over their own destiny. They made the mistake of dropping the ball themselves. After the match, Barcelona fans who were already dissatisfied with Martino's team losing the Champions League completely lost their patience with him. This guy has been with the team for a year and has already broken several Barcelona records. For the first time in 6 years, the team has fallen out of the top 2 in the league. For the first time in 6 years, they haven't reached the Champions League semi-finals. He's almost squandered the foundation of the Dream Team era. As a result, calls for a change of manager are growing louder. Having lost the support of the fans, Martino's good days at Barcelona are basically over. Even if Martino insists on staying after this season, Barcelona will likely sack him. But what happens after Martino is fired? Who will they hire to coach Barcelona? The youth team coach, Enrique, has left. Are they going to bring him back? Rather than bringing back Enrique, it would be better to bring back the legendary Guardiola. Guardiola has only been gone for 2 years, and Barcelona fans are already reminiscing about the glorious 4 seasons he led. However, Guardiola is doing very well at Bayern Munich, leading them to the semi-finals and almost to the final. If we ask him to come back now, will he be able to? Chapter 260, Wenger goes crazy in the battle against Arsenal. April 13th, at Wembley Stadium in London, the FA Cup semi-final between Manchester City and Arsenal was underway. Having just played a top-of-the-table clash against Liverpool the day before, Manchester City were not yet fully recovered, and they were clearly outplayed in this match. As early as after the quarter-finals, Manchester City had requested the FA to postpone the semi-final. However, Arsenal refused to postpone, determined to win the title and unwilling to give Manchester City a chance to recover. Since Arsenal wouldn't postpone the FA Cup, Manchester City then requested a postponement of their league match. However, the FA rejected this request, arguing that Manchester City's 29th round match had already been postponed, and further postponements would make scheduling difficult. Ultimately, negotiations failed, and Manchester City had to accept the arrangement of 2 matches in 2 days. Therefore, Pellegrini benched most of the players who started in the previous match, fielding a lineup largely composed of substitutes and a small number of starters to meet Arsenal's challenge. Although Lin Quan insisted that his stamina was fine, Pellegrini still kept him on the bench. He didn't want to put such a powerful weapon like Lin Quan on the field too early and wear him down. He wanted him to rest as much as possible, and it wouldn't be too late to bring him on in the second half when Arsenal were exhausted. The effect might even be better. Besides, last time at the Emirates Stadium, Manchester City's substitutes almost upset Arsenal. This time, with many key players added, they might not even need Lin Quan to play, they could defeat Arsenal. Manchester City had also faced this situation of playing 2 games in 2 days during the Christmas League season, and they successfully weathered it. As the league nears its end, Manchester City will have fewer and fewer games left. As long as they grit their teeth and get through this most difficult period, they can finally get some rest. Arsenal are determined to win this game. Assistant coach Cushias said worriedly to Pellegrini after seeing Arsenal's starting lineup. Compared to Manchester City's starting lineup, Arsenal fielded their strongest possible team, and they even requested a 3-day postponement of their league match. Arsenal has likely been preparing for this FA Cup game for at least a week. Wenger hasn't won a trophy in 10 years, so naturally he doesn't want to miss this opportunity. The other 2 teams that have reached the FA Cup semi-finals are not particularly strong. Besides Arsenal and Manchester City, the other 2 are Hull City and Sheffield United. Hull City is a mid-table Premier League team with average strength. Sheffield United, on the other hand, is a team from the 3rd tier of English football, League One. This year's FA Cup has seen many upsets, with the League One team reaching the semi-finals and even having a chance to reach the final, a very rare occurrence even in the FA Cup, known for its upsets. Of course, this situation is inseparable from the earlier defeats of the big clubs. Manchester United fell to Swansea City in their first match, Chelsea to Manchester City in February, and Liverpool was eliminated by Arsenal. Thus, only Manchester City and Arsenal remained as the 2 strongest teams in the Final Four. Now, the 2 teams have been drawn together again, giving other teams an opportunity. Cup matches, especially single elimination games, are highly unpredictable. Even against a League One team, they can't afford to be complacent. After all, big clubs can't afford to lose. Being eliminated would be a humiliating defeat. Amidst their casual conversation, the match began. Arsenal quickly seized control, using their superior stamina to pressure Manchester City's midfield and launch attacks on their goal. Pellegrini knew his players weren't in top form, so he didn't intend to engage in a midfield battle with Arsenal. He pulled his players back into his own half, adopting a counter-attacking strategy. These single-leg matches often only require 1 goal to win, so Manchester City's strategy was to secure their own goal while calmly seeking counter-attacking opportunities to deliver a fatal blow and send Arsenal to their doom. Arsenal understood this as well. Wenger opted for the combination of Cazorla and Arteta instead of Ozil. Arteta excels defensively and can effectively protect Cazorla behind him, allowing the Spaniard to focus on his attacking strengths. Wenger's tactical focus in this match is on the offensive end. Arsenal's passing game is always very beautiful. As long as they achieve their desired effect, scoring shouldn't be a problem. The key question is whether they can contain Manchester City's counter-attacks. Thinking of this, Wenger's gaze involuntarily fell on Manchester City's wingers. Nasri had given Arsenal quite a scare at the Emirates Stadium last time. Fortunately, Manchester City's stamina is low, and Lin Quan played the full 90 minutes in the last match but didn't start this one. Otherwise, Arsenal's defense would be even more difficult. If they defeat Manchester City and advance to the final, Arsenal's chances of winning against either Hull City or Sheffield United are over 80%. Therefore, as long as they overcome the formidable Manchester City, Wenger can win his first trophy in 10 years. Come on, boys, step over Manchester City's corpse and claim our glory. Wenger silently cheered on his players. The Arsenal players on the field clearly understood this as well, knowing they were very close to the FA Cup trophy. Their desire and anticipation for the title fueled their relentless attacks on Manchester City's penalty area. Ramsey, Podolski, Cazorla, and others repeatedly had shooting opportunities. However, their attacks were repeatedly thwarted by Manchester City. While Manchester City played passively, their defense was not paper-thin and would not be easily breached. After they tightened their defense, Arsenal's prized passing and movement tactics became less effective. The density of players inside and outside the opponent's penalty area made it difficult to create enough space for them to execute their passing and movement plays. And against the two main weapons of a tight defense, long-range shots and set pieces, Arsenal failed to capitalize. Throughout the first half, they took 6 long-range shots, none of which posed a threat. After overcoming Barcelona, Manchester City's defensive capabilities had improved significantly. While Arsenal's passing and movement was impressive, it was still considerably inferior to Barcelona's. Barcelona excels at capitalizing on opponents' mistakes, while Arsenal excels at creating their own chances. However, both methods require space for passing and receiving the ball. Therefore, parking the bus is an effective way to limit this tactic. Manchester City employed this tactic in this match. And although they looked somewhat disorganized, they couldn't be criticized too much. After all, playing 2 matches in 2 days is exhausting, even for the most resilient players. Forcing them to launch attacks against Arsenal would likely have left Manchester City exhausted by halftime. Moreover, Manchester City wasn't passively defending, they were actively creating opportunities. They launched several threatening counter-attacks in the first half, and if it weren't for timely fouls by Arsenal defenders, resulting in cards and preventing further attacks, Arsenal might have already conceded a goal. At the end of the first half, the score remained 0-0, with neither side able to score. In the second half, Arsenal made the first substitution, with Wenger bringing on French striker Giroud for Podolski. Giroud is a target man, tall and strong, capable of receiving the ball with his back to goal and setting up teammates. He also possesses good footwork and excels in aerial duels and headers. Bringing him on the field is a good option, whether as a target man in the attacking third or in aerial duels in the penalty area. Since Manchester City has adopted a defensive strategy of parking the bus, they need to increase their efficiency in utilizing set pieces. This adjustment quickly paid off, and in the 55th minute, Arsenal had another set-piece opportunity. Cazorla's free kick was floated into the box, and Giroud outjumped the Manchester City defender to win the header. Unfortunately, his final header lacked power, and it was easily collected by Joe Hart. Giroud touched his head, not entirely satisfied with his header. However, seeing that he could actually win headers, his teammates' confidence soared, and subsequent free kicks and corners all came to him. This move alerted Manchester City, but unfortunately, City only had one tall defender, Lescott, while Arsenal had 2 tall players, Mertesacker at 1.98 meters and Giroud at 1.93 meters. With both of them rushing into the Manchester City penalty area, Lescott had no choice but to defend against the most threatening player. A few minutes later, Arsenal won another corner. Cazorla took the corner, and Giroud fought hard for the header, delivering a high-quality header. Seeing the opponent heading the ball towards goal, Joe Hart almost instinctively raised his arm, and then, in the midst of his arm swing, he blocked the ball. After blocking the ball, Joe Hart was stunned, and Giroud was also stunned. Headers are always difficult to defend because of their close distance and high speed, leaving the goalkeeper very little time to react. Giroud didn't expect Joe Hart to react in time, and even less did he expect him to actually save it. As expected of the English national goalkeeper, he is indeed very strong. Joe Hart, on the other hand, secretly felt lucky. He didn't have time to react, he just instinctively raised his arm. This time, it was really all luck. Seeing Giroud's activity, Lescott immediately abandoned Mertesacker and marked him instead. Not only that, but when defending him, Manchester City defenders also used some subtle tactics to prevent him from shooting comfortably. This strategy temporarily averted the crisis, and Arsenal once again found themselves struggling to score. However, Giroud was clever. Realizing he was being targeted, he immediately changed tactics. In the 76th minute, Arsenal took a corner kick, and Giroud outjumped Manchester City defender Lescott to win the header again. However, as he jumped, Lescott suddenly pulled him, preventing him from generating power in the air. While in the air, Gerrard saw Ramsey, who had dropped back into an undefended area on the edge of the penalty area, and without hesitation, headed the ball to him. This choice surprised the Manchester City players. Previously, the big man had always chosen to shoot himself, but this time he actually passed a ball. The Manchester City player closest to Ramsey rushed towards him almost immediately, but Ramsey was faster than them. Before the Manchester City players could close in, he glanced at the goalkeeper's position and took a shot. The shot was aimed at the top left corner of the goal, and Joe Hart, having been drawn to Gerrard on the right side of the penalty area, was positioned closer to the right side of the goal. It was too late for him to dive and make a save. With a whoosh, the ball flew into the Manchester City goal under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of fans at Wembley Stadium. Arsenal, after a relentless attack for most of the game, had finally scored. A deafening roar erupted, and the Arsenal fans at Wembley Stadium erupted in a frenzy of excitement. Arsenal were in the lead. We were leading. Well done, Ramsey. On the field, after scoring, Ramsey excitedly took off his jersey and sprinted wildly across the pitch. His teammates chased after him, catching up and tackling him to the ground in a wild celebration. This goal was crucial. After a prolonged period of attack without a breakthrough, the Arsenal players were starting to get impatient. If they didn't score again, their mentality might collapse at the last minute. However, at this crucial moment, Ramsey stepped up, stabilizing the team with a goal and pulling Arsenal back from the brink of collapse. Well done, Aaron. Arteta vigorously ruffled Ramsey's hair, excitedly telling him. It was Gerrard's great pass. Ramsey didn't forget his good friend who provided the assist. If Gerrard hadn't noticed his run, Ramsey wouldn't have had a chance to shoot. I saw your run, so I passed it, and you actually scored. I should have passed it to you sooner. Gerrard was also very excited, getting an assist in just a few dozen minutes on the field. Although he didn't score himself, helping the team win and even win the championship was worth it. On the sidelines, Wenger went wild after seeing Ramsey score. He clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and shook them violently, his face looking ferocious, completely unlike his previous gentle demeanor. The professor had waited too long for this moment, and had suppressed it for too long. 10 years. A full 10 years. No one knew better than him what this goal meant. But just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Manchester City's number 10 standing on the sidelines, ready to enter the game. After entering the field, Lin Quan silently walked to his own goal, patted Joe Hart on the shoulder as he pounded the grass in frustration, retrieved the ball from the net, and carried it back to the center circle. Lin Quan placed the ball at the kickoff point, hands on his hips, watching the wildly celebrating Arsenal fans, his expression calm, showing no signs of frustration or impatience. Lin Quan's appearance sent a chill down Wenger's spine. No, the game wasn't over yet. He couldn't let his guard down. Arsenal had failed at crucial moments far too often, scaring not only the Arsenal fans but even Wenger himself. Thinking this, Wenger quickly made a tactical adjustment, ordering his players to retreat and defend. Continuing to attack at this point was too risky. Now that Lin Quan has entered the game, Manchester City will definitely intensify their attack. If they continue to play defensively, their backline will be too vulnerable, easily giving Manchester City opportunities. However, if they focus on defense, Arsenal, with their strength, shouldn't have difficulty holding on for these last 10 minutes or so. But, facing a fully committed Lin Quan, can his defenders really hold him off? Thinking of this, Wenger looked at the bench beside him, called Gibbs over, and told him to warm up, preparing to bring on another defender to strengthen the defense. If the quality isn't enough, numbers will make up for it. 5 defenders should be enough, right? Chapter 261, a goal from an impossible angle helps Arsenal achieve a 10-year trophy drought. Wenger's prediction was correct. Manchester City's counter-attack was swift and ruthless. In the 78th minute, Lin Quan combined with Nasri on the wing, beating the defender with a 1-2 pass before Nasri dribbled down the flank. Unfortunately, his cross was slightly too close to the goalkeeper, who rushed out and cleared the ball. 2 minutes later, Manchester City attacked again. Lin Quan's long-range shot from the edge of the box was narrowly tipped over the bar by the goalkeeper, giving Manchester City a corner. Lin Quan took the corner himself. He ran to the corner flag, glanced at the positions of both teams and the goalkeeper in the penalty area, and then gestured to his teammates to aim for the far post. Seeing Lin Quan's gesture, Manchester City players rushed towards the far post. Arsenal players, seeing their opponents moving towards the far post, also moved in response. However, unexpectedly, this was a tactical corner. After seeing both teams' players rushing towards the far post, Lin Quan immediately passed a ball to Javi Garcia on the right side of the penalty area. The latter sent a through ball forward to Lin Quan, who was rushing in from the corner flag. Lin Quan received the ball and surged into the penalty area. Arsenal's goalkeeper, Fabianski, immediately rushed out, spreading his arms and lowering his center of gravity, attempting to block Lin Quan's shooting angle. Since most players in the penalty area had moved towards the far post, the right side of the box was relatively open. If Fabianski hadn't rushed out, Lin Quan could have calmly adjusted and shot. Fabianski's choice was very decisive. If he had been any slower, Lin Quan would certainly have already taken a shot. Having just run from the corner flag, Lin Quan's shooting angle was already very narrow, and Fabianski's block reduced it to almost nothing. Lin Quan didn't force a shot himself but calmly passed to teammate. Unfortunately, Javi Garcia reacted a fraction of a second too slowly, failing to make an immediate run forward. By the time he received the ball, Arsenal's defender had already realized what was happening and blocked his shooting angle. Seeing Javi Garcia's shot deflect off a defender's leg and go out of play, Lin Quan couldn't help but sigh. If De Bruyne or David Silva were on the field, this goal would definitely be in. On the sidelines, Pellegrini also realized the problem. He quickly called over De Bruyne, who had finished warming up, whispered a few words in his ear, and quickly substituted him onto the field. Lin Quan, carrying the ball, returned to the corner flag. Seeing that Manchester City was about to make a substitution, he didn't rush to take the kick. Only after De Bruyne entered the field did he give his teammates the tactical hand signals again. The Manchester City players, seeing that it was still going to the far post, ran towards it again. Arsenal had already been tricked once, and naturally wouldn't be stubborn enough to fall for it a second time. So, except for Mertesacker, who was watching Lescott, Manchester City's only tall player, everyone else stood still. However, just when they thought Manchester City was tricking them again, Lin Quan actually delivered the ball to the far post. Lescott got there first, overpowering Mertesacker and leaping powerfully. Although he was a full 7 centimeters shorter than Mertesacker, he seized the initiative and headed the ball before Mertesacker could reach it. With a loud bang, the ball flew towards the goal. Fabianski jumped frantically, but it was too late. He could only watch as the ball flew into his own net. Manchester City quickly equalized in the 83rd minute. After scoring, Lescott excitedly ran to the sidelines, raising his arms high, asking the Manchester City fans who had come to watch the game for applause and cheers. The Manchester City fans were ecstatic. Arsenal's goal in the 76th minute had made them feel the danger of elimination, and they couldn't help but worry about whether their team could advance to the final. But they didn't expect their team to equalize so quickly. Looks like you can finish the game without me coming on. De Bruyne had just come on and hadn't even had a chance to touch the ball before the team equalized, which immediately put him at ease. He'd been hoping to be the savior, but it seems he'd been delusional. We just equalized. We need another goal to win. Lin Quan glanced at Arsenal's goal, clearly not satisfied with the 1-1 score. What idea have you come up with this time? De Bruyne knew Lin Quan well. Hearing his words, he knew he'd probably come up with something. I'm planning to do this. Hearing Lin Quan's plan, De Bruyne asked doubtfully, will it really work? We'll see. Of course, you'll have to cover for me. Okay, I'll cooperate. De Bruyne wasn't sure if Lin Quan's method would work, but he chose to trust him. Manchester City's players knew time was precious. They didn't want Arsenal to drag the game into extra time or even a penalty shootout. So, they quickly ended their celebrations, returned to the pitch, and prepared to intensify their attack, hoping to finish off Arsenal before the final whistle. Manchester City's goal dealt a heavy blow to Arsenal's morale, and the players began to doubt themselves. We've already fielded a 5-man defense, so why can't we stop their attack? We've worked so hard for most of the game, and finally managed to score a goal. The opponent just easily equalized with a corner kick. How can we continue? On the bench, Wenger was also dejected. Is being trophyless my destiny? No, there's still a chance. If we drag it out, into extra time, the opponent's fatigue will become even more apparent. Then Arsenal will still have a chance. Thinking this, Wenger immediately ordered his players to continue their defensive tactics and hold on to the 1-1 score until the end of the match. It has to be said, this tactic was a bit conservative. If Arsenal had gone all out and engaged in an attacking battle with Manchester City, the outcome would have been uncertain. After all, Manchester City's midfield lacks stamina, and if the opponent rushed out to contest control of the midfield, they might not have been able to withstand it. However, Arsenal chickened out at the crucial moment. They retreated, relinquishing control of the midfield and allowing Manchester City to calmly control the game, launching attack after attack from midfield. Seeing Arsenal continue their defensive strategy, Pellegrini couldn't help but shake his head. Frankly, he didn't quite approve of Wenger's substitutions. If they hadn't brought on a defender and instead a defensive midfielder who could clear the field, Manchester City would probably have been eliminated. But after glancing at Arsenal's bench, he understood Wenger a bit better. It wasn't that Wenger hadn't thought of this, it was simply that he had no other options. Ozil, Asfield, and Kallstrom, these three midfielders couldn't handle the dirty work. Bringing them on would likely have the opposite effect. With De Bruyne's introduction, Manchester City's attack became even more threatening. De Bruyne's highly creative passes were simply unstoppable for Arsenal. Most importantly, Lin Quan and De Bruyne always seemed to have perfect understanding, their movements perfectly synchronized, the ball always finding its way to Arsenal's defense. Arsenal's defenders were consistently a step too slow, always at a disadvantage. To stop Manchester City's attacks, they were forced to resort to fouling tactics. In the 84th minute, Monreal pulled Lin Quan and received a yellow card. 2 minutes later, Arteta fouled De Bruyne and also received a yellow card. In the 89th minute, Sancho also received a yellow card for a defensive play. Time ticked away, and Arsenal, in a heartbreaking display of resilience, held off wave after wave of Manchester City's attacks. Thanks to their tenacious persistence, the last second of regular time finally elapsed, and the game entered stoppage time. The referee added 3 minutes of stoppage time. If Arsenal could hold on for those final 3 minutes, the game would go into extra time. Perhaps then the coach could make a miraculous substitution and lead the team to victory. The players held on to this belief, stubbornly persevering. However, Manchester City wasn't going to give them any more time to stall. In the 91st minute, De Bruyne delivered a precise through ball, piercing Arsenal's defense. Lin Quan made a reverse run, shaking off his defender, and received De Bruyne's pass on the right side of the penalty area. De Bruyne's pass was excellent, and Lin Quan's shot was of high quality. However, Fabianski made a miraculous save, narrowly denying Lin Quan's powerful shot. After making the save, Fabianski excitedly stood up and roared at Lin Quan. Lin Quan, however, wasn't angry. Instead, he gave him a thumbs up. The save was indeed excellent, and Lin Quan acknowledged it. However, this kind of miraculous save was likely just a flash of brilliance for Fabianski, unlikely to be replicated. Give me 10 chances, and I'm confident I can make 10 such shots. Can you make 10 such miraculous saves? Fabianski, surprised by the opponent's good temper, paused for a moment before giving Lin Quan a thumbs up, praising his performance. His own provocation hadn't angered the opponent, but instead earned praise, making him feel a little guilty, like a petty person who had become somewhat arrogant. The Arsenal players, however, didn't care about that. They rushed forward to hug Fabianski, thanking him for his brilliant save. If it weren't for Fabianski's contribution, Arsenal would have been defeated in the final moments. Cheer up. There's only a little over a minute left in the game, so grit your teeth and keep going. Captain Arteta, panting heavily, clapped his hands vigorously, loudly encouraging his teammates. Lin Quan, carrying the ball, once again went to the corner flag. The Arsenal players felt a little nervous seeing Lin Quan walk towards the corner flag. This was his third corner kick of the match. The previous two had created threats. What tactic would he use this time? Lin Quan, just like before, glanced at the positions of both teams' players in front of the goal, then at Fabianski's position, before taking a few steps back and making the exact same hand gesture as the first two times. Again? The Arsenal players recognized the gesture. After all, their opponent hadn't changed it 3 times in a row. However, even recognizing the gesture, they weren't entirely sure. Who knew if he was really going to take the far post? They noticed that Manchester City's attacking midfielder, De Bruyne, was positioned where Javi Garcia had passed the ball. What if he was going to take a tactical corner kick like the first time? Would Arsenal's players be falling into a trap if they rushed to the far post? Thinking this, Arsenal's players split up, some marking Manchester City defender Lescott to prevent him from heading the ball again. Others moved forward to interfere with and mark De Bruyne, denying him passing and receiving opportunities. Arsenal's players had essentially shut down all of Lin Quan's possible options. Surely, the opponent wouldn't be able to pull off any more tricks? However, as it turned out, they were too naive. Lin Quan gestured, and the Manchester City players continued to rush towards the far post. Even they weren't sure if Lin Quan would lob the ball there, but what if he did? The Manchester City players' actions still interfered with Arsenal's defense. With their opponents rushing to the far post, if they didn't follow, the far post would be open. So, their formation instinctively shifted back a bit. However, Lin Quan neither passed to the far post nor looked for De Bruyne. His choice was a direct shot. This choice surprised almost everyone in the stadium, except for De Bruyne. The corner flag and the goal line were on the same line. In the corner flag, players couldn't even see the goal. To score from such a zero-angle position, the ball had to have an extremely exaggerated arc. Achieving this was incredibly difficult. Therefore, while some had attempted direct shots from corner kicks, very few had succeeded. This was why Arsenal's players were so surprised by Lin Quan's choice. They genuinely hadn't expected their opponent to make such a decision. Arsenal goalkeeper Fabianski watched the ball arc beautifully through the air towards the goal, his face instantly changing. He was positioned slightly closer to the near post, while the opponent's shot was aimed at the far post. Fabianski frantically moved to the left side of the goal, but it was too late. With a crisp swish, the ball flew into the net. Fabianski was a full 2 meters away from where the ball went in, completely out of reach. Wembley Stadium fell into a brief silence, then a moment later, the side of the stands where Manchester City fans were sitting erupted in cheers. They had actually managed a last-minute victory against Arsenal, a comeback to eliminate their opponents. Arsenal fans, on the other hand, were filled with disappointment, another comeback. Had they fallen short of the trophy once again? Was Arsenal truly cursed, destined to never win a title? Missing the chance to win the FA Cup meant Arsenal had truly achieved a 10-year trophy drought. Since their title win in 2003-04, a full decade had passed without a single championship. This decade-long trophy drought was achieved by Arsenal today. However, not a single Gunners fan is happy about this record. Instead, they feel only profound sadness. Chapter 262. We lift the trophy on home soil, we are the champions. After defeating Arsenal, Manchester City can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Playing 3 matches in 4 days is exhausting, but thankfully they pulled through. The FA Cup final will kick off on May 17th, a month from now, meaning they won't have to worry about the FA Cup for a month. So, Manchester City can now focus entirely on the League and Champions League matches. On April 19th, after a 6-day rest, Manchester City hosted West Bromwich Albion. This match could very well decide the Premier League title this season, so the FA brought the Premier League trophy to the Etihad Stadium. Before the match, countless Manchester City fans flooded the Etihad Stadium, filling it to capacity, and tens of thousands of fans who couldn't get tickets gathered outside. For Manchester City fans, today is a day of celebration. They have a very good chance of lifting their second Premier League title at home. To ensure fairness and create tension for the final stages of the league title race, the FA specifically scheduled the matches between Manchester City, Liverpool, and Chelsea to start at the same time. Currently, Manchester City leads Chelsea by 9 points and Liverpool by 10. If Manchester City wins this match, they will essentially secure the title, leaving Chelsea's chances of winning only theoretical. For Chelsea to win the title, they need to meet extremely stringent conditions. 1. Win this match and the last 3 matches, while Manchester City loses their next 3 matches too. Over these 4 matches, Chelsea must equalize the 38-goal difference with Manchester City. The probability of either of these conditions occurring individually is close to 0, let alone both occurring simultaneously. In his pre-match dressing room speech, Pellegrini emphasized to the players that this was just a normal game and they shouldn't have too much psychological pressure. The opponent in this match is not strong. Manchester City just needs to remain calm and play to their potential. The 3 matches will start simultaneously at 18:30. West Bromwich Albion clearly didn't want to be the backdrop for Manchester City's title win, so they opted to retreat deep into their own penalty area and park the bus for a tight defense from the start. Manchester City had seen this tactic many times in the league and knew how to counter it. After the kickoff, Lin Quan frequently used his dribbling skills to attack the West Bromwich Albion goal. To stop Lin Quan, the opposition had to resort to multiple players surrounding him or even fouling him. This naturally gave Manchester City numerous set-piece opportunities. In the 15th minute of the first half, De Bruyne scored directly from a brilliant free-kick, making it 1-0. This goal sent the Manchester City fans into a frenzy. They were so close to the championship trophy. Quick, check the scores for Chelsea and Liverpool. Fans pulled out their phones and started searching online for the results of the other two matches. Chelsea 0-0 Sunderland at home, Liverpool 2-0 away, temporarily leading Norwich. Damn, how can Norwich be so terrible? They've conceded 2 goals in just 15 minutes. Yet, do these bastards even want to avoid relegation? If they lose this game, Sunderland will catch up. Manchester City, Liverpool, and Chelsea all face relegation-threatened teams this round. West Bromwich Albion currently has 33 points, only 4 points away from the relegation zone. Norwich has 32 points. In a worse situation than West Bromwich Albion. The worse off is Sunderland, currently with 29 points, third from bottom, already in the relegation zone. Therefore, all 6 teams want to win this round, no one wants to lose. Liverpool are 2 goals ahead, so they should win this game. Now it's up to Chelsea. If they draw or lose to Sunderland, Manchester City only needs to win this game to clinch the title 4 rounds early. However, at that very moment, devastating news came from the other side. Damn, Chelsea are in the lead. Really? Who scored? Itu. Chelsea's quick counter-attack. Itu used his speed to shake off the defender and went one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Sigh, Itu, he's 33 years old, right? How can he still be so fierce? After all, he's the only player to have won the treble. He couldn't have achieved such outstanding results without real ability. Sunderland, hold on. Just 1 goal, just 1. Manchester City fans began praying for Sunderland. For your survival, show courage. Stand together. If you can beat Chelsea, you can escape the relegation zone. Seemingly hearing the Manchester City fans' shouts, Sunderland quickly equalized. In the 18th minute, Sunderland took a corner kick to the edge of the box. Alonso's half volley from 25 yards out was parried by the goalkeeper, but Wickham, on the edge of the 6-yard box, slotted the ball past Terry. The Black Cats had tenaciously equalized away from home. Well done, Sunderland. Good job, Wickham. Keep it up, don't let Chelsea score again. The sudden burst of cheers at the Etihad Stadium left both teams bewildered. The score was still 1-0, unchanged. What were the fans celebrating? Shaking their heads, the Manchester City players ignored it and refocused on the game. Breaking down a tight defense is difficult because of the first goal. Once they take the lead, the opponent can no longer remain defensively entrenched and has to launch an attack. After falling behind, West Bromwich Albion had to attack to avoid relegation. In the 22nd minute, after thwarting a West Bromwich Albion attack, Manchester City immediately launched a counter-attack into the opponent's penalty area. De Bruyne glanced at Lin Quan's position and the opposing defender's positioning during the counter-attack, then delivered a deadly through ball. The ball pierced the opponent's defense, and Lin Quan easily entered the penalty area, calmly slotting the ball past the on-rushing goalkeeper 2-0. Manchester City secured the victory. The Manchester City fans in the stadium cheered and celebrated as their team scored again. With a 2-goal lead, their own game seemed secure, and they could now focus solely on the results of the other 2 matches. Unfortunately, the results of the other 2 matches remained unchanged until the end of the first half. In the second half, West Bromwich Albion tried to launch an attack, but Manchester City completely dominated them. The match quickly turned into a half-court offensive and defensive exercise between the 2 teams. In the 50th minute, Lin Quan assisted Aguero to score again, making it 3-0. West Bromwich Albion's hopes were now completely dashed. The home fans of Manchester City were singing and dancing, already celebrating their victory. If Sunderland could hold on for another 40 minutes, and the other match ended in a draw, Manchester City would clinch the title 4 rounds early. So, although everyone was in their own stadium, their thoughts drifted to Chelsea's Stamford Bridge. At Stamford Bridge, the score remained 1-1, a very unfavorable result for Chelsea. Mourinho stood on the sidelines, his face grim. Ever since halftime, when he learned that Manchester City was leading West Bromwich Albion 2-0 in the other match, Mourinho had been restless. Manchester City's lead meant that Chelsea had to win this match to keep their last theoretical hope alive. But if they lost, they could only watch their rivals clinch the title. On the bench, several assistant coaches were exchanging hushed conversations. "How's Manchester City's game? No need to watch anymore. Aguero scored again. The score is now 3-0. Sigh. West Bromwich Albion is supposed to be a relegation-threatened team. Aren't relegation-threatened teams supposed to be very strong at the end of the season? How come they were so easily slaughtered by Manchester City? There's no way around it. The gap in strength between the two teams is too big." West Bromwich Albion tried to defend but couldn't, and after falling behind, they were completely passive. The game was actually over when De Bruyne scored the first goal. Mentioning De Bruyne, several assistant coaches couldn't help but sigh. At Chelsea, this player was discarded by Mourinho like trash, not even making the bench. But at Manchester City, Pellegrini entrusted him with a heavy responsibility, making him the engine of Manchester City's attack. He used his surgical passes to repeatedly help Manchester City open up the game, making significant contributions to Manchester City's victories. The key point is, everyone saw De Bruyne's performance at Chelsea. He certainly didn't meet the team's expectations. But why did he become so outstanding after joining Manchester City? In a VIP box at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich was also present to watch the match. When he learned that Manchester City were leading 3-0, his face darkened. Although he had long known that Chelsea's chances of winning the title were virtually non-existent, he still harbored a sliver of hope. After all, Mourinho had led Chelsea to tremendous success at Stamford Bridge. Abramovich still held a sliver of expectation for him. However, now, all expectation had turned to disappointment, and he once again felt a deep aversion to Mourinho, just as he had when he sacked him years ago. But this time, Abramovich didn't act impulsively. Sacking Mourinho was easy, but finding a suitable replacement was difficult. The person he most wanted was unlikely to arrive at Chelsea anytime soon. Therefore, until a better option was available, he could only grit his teeth and tolerate Mourinho. Give him another year. If Chelsea still failed to win anything next year, Abramovich would likely run out of patience. After taking a 3-0 lead, Manchester City began to call it a day. Pellegrini substituted Lin Quan in the 67th minute and De Bruyne in the 72nd minute. This substitution was clearly preparation for the Champions League semi-final this weekend. Facing the formidable Real Madrid, Manchester City must capitalize on their home advantage from the first leg and defeat their opponents. If they fail to secure a victory at home, their Champions League journey this year will essentially be over. Real Madrid still sent scouts to watch the match, and their expressions were very serious upon seeing Manchester City's powerful attack. Manchester City is indeed a tough opponent. Shortly after Manchester City made their substitution, news came from another match. Norwich scored 2 goals in the 67th and 72nd minutes, miraculously leveling the score. What's wrong with Liverpool? Manchester City fans were somewhat surprised when they heard the news. Could a 2-0 lead really be overturned? Don't underestimate the determination of a relegation-threatened team. Thinking this, Manchester City fans couldn't help but worry. Would their team also be overturned? Just as this thought crossed their minds, West Bromwich Albion scored. In the 76th minute, West Bromwich Albion pulled one back from a corner kick. This made Manchester City fans think of the result of another match, and they were filled with anxiety. However, Manchester City did not give their opponents any chance. They began to control the pace of the game, limiting their attacks and thwarting West Bromwich Albion's counterattack. The game was back under Manchester City's control, which relieved their fans. In the 81st minute, news came from Liverpool again. Sterling exploded, scoring another goal to complete his hat-trick and help Liverpool regain the lead. After Suarez's suspension, Sterling's outburst ensured that Liverpool's attacking firepower was not significantly affected. Sterling himself has also attracted the attention of many top clubs thanks to his outstanding performances in these few matches. Just as Manchester City fans were marveling at Liverpool's good fortune in taking the lead again, news came from Chelsea. Chelsea were behind. In the 82nd minute, Sunderland substitute Altidore broke into the right side of the penalty area and fell under pressure from Azpilicueta. Referee Mike Dean immediately awarded a penalty, but slow-motion replays on the big screen show the decision was controversial. Tens of thousands of Chelsea fans at Stamford Bridge booed the referee, their cries of biased refereeing echoing throughout the stadium. Mourinho, on the sidelines, was visibly agitated and wanted to argue with the referee. Giving the opponent a penalty at this point practically killed the game. And indeed, Barney converted the penalty, making it 2-1. This penalty dealt a huge blow to the Chelsea players' mentality, causing them to lose their composure in the final stages. Torres nearly got into a fight with an opponent while challenging for the ball in the attacking third, earning a yellow card in the process. Ultimately, Chelsea, playing at home, suffered a devastating defeat after taking an early lead. This loss not only dashed Chelsea's title hopes but also saw them overtaken by Liverpool in the league standings, dropping them to third place. When the news reached the Etihad Stadium, Manchester City fans erupted in a deafening roar. "We won. We are the champions." The match wasn't over yet. The referee glanced at the field and saw only a few seconds of stoppage time remaining. Seeing West Bromwich Albion's lackluster performance, the referee blew the final whistle early. The moment the whistle blew, tens of thousands of fans went wild. On the sidelines, the coaching staff and players on the bench rushed onto the field, excitedly embracing their teammates in celebration. Lin Quan and De Bruyne exchanged a glance, both beaming with joy. This was his first league title. The disappointment of failing to win it with Werder Bremen last season had finally been fulfilled at Manchester City. When the players saw Pellegrini approach, they immediately rushed to him, lifted him up without a word, and tossed him high into the air. As Manchester City's biggest contributor to their title victory this season, Pellegrini deserved this treatment. The Chilean's first season at the Etihad was incredibly successful, winning the league and League Cup, reaching the FA Cup final and on the verge of victory, and advancing to the Champions League semi-finals. These achievements were all at the pinnacle of Manchester City's history, accomplishments previously unattainable. Alright, that's enough, kids, put me down, I'm getting dizzy. Pellegrini, after all, was over 60 years old, and being tossed around like that by the players was taking its toll, so he had to beg for mercy. Haha. The players burst into laughter at their coach's pleas and finally put him down. Then, they set their sights on Lin Quan. When Lin Quan saw his teammates looking at him, he sensed something was wrong. However, before he could even start to run away, his teammates rushed over and, without hesitation, lifted him up. As Manchester City's core player, having repeatedly stepped up to help the team overcome difficulties at crucial moments, Lin Quan was undoubtedly the team's second largest contributor, and in some ways, even more important than Pellegrini. When he first arrived at Manchester City with the highest salary in history, many players were skeptical or even dissatisfied with him. But after a season, no one questioned Lin Quan's ability anymore. His outstanding performance throughout the season won over all his teammates, earning their complete respect. Without his arrival, Manchester City would never have gone so far on multiple fronts this season. Alright, that's enough. We need to go to the locker room to change and get ready to go on stage for the awards. Seeing that the players had had enough fun, Pellegrini quickly reminded them. The team scattered, leaving Lin Quan behind. Lin Quan slumped onto the grass with a thud. These heartless guys, they're such a rip-off. Lin Quan rubbed his backside and was about to get up when he saw a hand extended towards him. He looked up and saw it was De Bruyne. "You're a real shrew." Lin Quan, caught off guard, reached out his hand. De Bruyne, a mischievous smile on his face, pulled him forcefully, but just as Lin Quan was about to stand up, he suddenly let go. So, thud, Lin Quan fell down again. Lin Quan? Well, De Bruyne's gotten mischievous too. Back in the locker room, the players changed into their club-issue championship celebration jerseys. When they appeared in the players' tunnel, the staff had already set up the award stage. 5 officials arrived at the Etihad Stadium with the Premier League trophy. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted as Manchester City's players walked through the blue archway and onto the pitch. Amid cheers from the fans, Premier League Chief Executive Richard Scudmore presented medals to the Manchester City players. When awarding the medal to Lin Quan, Scudmore patted him on the shoulder and said, "Lin, congratulations. Your performance was impressive, you deserve this medal." Lin Quan bowed slightly, letting Scudmore place the medal around his neck, and then shook hands with him. "Thank you for your congratulations, Mr. Richard. I hope to see you again next year at this time." Scudmore smiled. Did Lin Quan mean he wanted to defend the league title? That wouldn't be easy. The competition in the Premier League is always fierce. Manchester City won the title this season, and next season they will inevitably become the target of everyone's attacks. When Lin Quan arrived on the podium, his teammates pushed him to the center position. Lin Quan declined a few times, but seeing everyone's firm attitude, he had no choice but to stand in the very center. Just then, Captain Company made his final appearance, carrying the trophy as he walked to the podium. The Manchester City players stretched out their arms towards the trophy, and Company, holding the trophy, spun around, his back to the players, shouted 3, 2, 1, and then, with a whoosh, raised the trophy high. We are the champions. Chapter 263 Champions League Semi-Finals, the Galacticos arrive. The top 5 European leagues are nearing their end, but with the exception of the Bundesliga, the titles in the other leagues are still uncertain. Manchester City's early title win makes them the second team in the top 5 leagues, after Bayern Munich, to clinch the title prematurely. In the remaining 3 leagues, the La Liga title race is incredibly unpredictable. Barcelona, who faltered in their last match, managed a hard-fought comeback victory against Athletic Bilbao at home, securing 3 valuable points, but they are still 4 points behind Atletico Madrid. Real Madrid, in preparation for their Champions League semi-final, postponed their match to May 8. With a game in hand, Real Madrid are currently 2 points behind Barcelona and have temporarily dropped to 3rd place in the standings. In Serie A, Juventus defeated Bologna 1-0, currently leading 2nd place by 8 points and in a very favorable position to win the title. The situation in Ligue 1 is similar. Paris Saint-Germain, after defeating Evian, leads 2nd place by 10 points, and a win in the next round would secure the title with 3 rounds to spare. While several top clubs were still battling for the title, Manchester City's early trophy win with 4 games to spare immediately attracted significant attention. If in previous seasons Manchester City was perceived as a wealthy but underperforming mercenary team, this season, their stellar performance in the Champions League has significantly improved their reputation. Reaching the Champions League semi-finals, becoming the only Premier League representative, and winning 1 domestic cup title while reaching the final of the other, with the championship within reach, are all remarkable achievements. Such results would be worthy of praise in any league, let alone the Premier League. And this wasn't accomplished by a traditional Premier League powerhouse, but by a rising star, a team built on massive financial investment. Those clubs that had previously dismissed the concept of money-driven football after Manchester City's 2 consecutive Champions League exits from the group stage are now understandably feeling the pressure. Manchester City's resounding success this season is a testament to the immense success of money-driven football. This worried them. What if other wealthy clubs followed suit, waving their checks and flooding the football scene like Manchester City? Would European football be thrown into chaos by these nouveaux riches? Therefore, these big clubs united to pressure UEFA to investigate Manchester City's finances and see if they had violated the UEFA financial fair play regulations that had just come into effect last year. The best way to curb the extravagant spending of these wealthy clubs in football is to establish rules that financially limit their investment. Financial fair play is precisely such a product. According to UEFA regulations, teams participating in UEFA competitions must achieve a balanced budget, and no team's losses can exceed €5 million. Under this rule, a club like Manchester City, with little financial foundation but extravagant spending, would certainly have violated financial fair play. The consequences of violating the regulations include salary caps, restrictions on transfer spending, and hefty fines. Clearly, these top clubs hope to limit Manchester City's strength through this method, preventing them from continuing to attract star players with high wages, and even dismantling their current squad. When the news reached Manchester City, the entire club was on high alert. UEFA is about to send someone to inspect our finances. What is the club's current financial situation? Upon receiving the news, club president Fahim immediately sought out the club's finance manager to inquire about the situation. Our transfer expenditure this season is €120 million, wage expenditure is €290 million, broadcast revenue is expected to reach €117 million, and income from jerseys, tickets, sponsorships, etc., will reach €180 million. Fahim rubbed his forehead and asked, "So, we are still about €110 million short of UEFA's requirements? This is no small amount. Many teams in the top 5 leagues don't even reach that figure in a single season. It's like this, Lin has a high commercial value and a large market in the Far East. If we can get some of Lin's image rights back, we can significantly make up for this shortfall. Don't bring this up again. Lin was signed by the big boss himself, and the 100% image rights were a promise from him. Don't even think about it again. Fahim interrupted the person in charge, speaking to him sternly. The club would rather pay a fine than have a falling out with Lin Quan over this matter. Offending Lin Quan was almost equivalent to offending the big boss, and they, as employees, didn't want to risk their livelihoods. Yes, Chairman, I understand. Besides this method, we can also manipulate the rules. What rules? UEFA's financial fair play regulations exempt certain youth development expenditures, which we can allocate to the parent company. This reduces the club's expenses while still enjoying UEFA's exemption. Furthermore, this law only came into effect last year, so UEFA has relaxed some restrictions. If a club receives investment and can fully cover its deficit, the maximum loss for the team between 2013 and 2015 can be 45 million euros. Indeed, professional matters should be handled by professionals. What was initially a headache became much clearer after hearing this explanation. Okay, according to your plan, what's the maximum fine the club could face? A difference of 100 million euros is still too large, and fully covering it is too difficult. Therefore, Manchester City will most likely face a fine. We've done professional calculations, and the fine can be kept under 60 million euros. Seeing Fahim still frowning, the person in charge tentatively said, if we can renegotiate the sponsorship contract with the parent company, the 60 million euros can be waived. Transferring money from one pocket to another? That's not impossible, but signing a new sponsorship contract in the parent company's name at this critical juncture would be far too obvious. It's treating UEFA like fools. I'll go back to the UAE and meet with the big boss. Abu Dhabi, UAE. After listening to Fahim's report, Mansur nodded slightly and began to think. The Abu Dhabi consortium couldn't personally intervene, but they had many business partners. Making certain business exchanges and having these partners sign the sponsorship contract with Manchester City would effectively circumvent UEFA's investigation and avoid giving the impression of transferring money from one pocket to another. With this in mind, he picked up the phone and called an acquaintance. After hanging up the phone, Mansur nodded to Fahim and said, "The problem is solved. Don't let this news affect the team's preparations after you return. I will be there to watch the next match against Real Madrid." Fahim returned to Manchester and quickly received a new sponsorship call. Hanging up the phone, Fahim was deeply moved. The problem that had been giving him a headache was solved with a single phone call from the big boss. When it comes to exploiting loopholes, the people working for these conglomerates are truly formidable. On the 23rd, at the Etihad Stadium, the first leg of the Champions League semi-final was about to kick off. Although Real Madrid was the top favorite to win the Champions League this season, they did not underestimate Manchester City. They not only postponed their La Liga match but also arrived in Manchester 3 days early to prepare. This level of attention was even more outrageous than Barcelona's last time. Real Madrid is coming on strong. At the Etihad Stadium, seeing the Real Madrid players warming up on the field, Manchester City fans couldn't help but worry. In terms of squad star power, Real Madrid is undoubtedly one of the most luxurious teams on the planet. Cristiano Ronaldo, Gareth Bale, Karim Benzema, Angel Di Maria, Luka Modric, Xabi Alonso, Sergio Ramos, Pepe, Fabio Coentrao, Iker Casillas, and many others are all football superstars. The only player with slightly less fame in Real Madrid's squad is probably Isco, the European golden boy, but his current market value has already reached 45 million euros. What does it mean to be star-studded? Just look at this Real Madrid team on the field. The combined value of Real Madrid's starting 11 exceeds 600 million euros, making them the undisputed number one in football. Everyone says Manchester City is extravagant, spending lavishly in the transfer market, but in fact, Real Madrid's transfer spending last season was even more extravagant than Manchester City's. Real Madrid spent 100 million British pounds just on Bale. Of course, this is the combined transfer fee for Bale and other players. However, everyone isn't stupid. They can see that the other players were just add-ons by Tottenham. Those players aren't worth millions or tens of millions. Their presence is merely to help Bale offset some of the transfer fee. Besides Bale, Isco, Illarramendi, and Carvajal together cost Real Madrid over 70 million euros. In total, their transfer revenue exceeded €190 million, a third higher than Manchester City. However, Real Madrid also sold quite a few players during the buying spree. The transfers of Ozil, Higuain, Albiol, and Callaghan brought them approximately €120 million in transfer revenue. Therefore, Real Madrid's net investment wasn't very high, only €70 million. Given Real Madrid's strong commercial development and operational capabilities, filling the gap in transfer spending isn't difficult. Therefore, they won't be significantly restricted by UEFA's financial fair play regulations. This is very different from Manchester City, meaning that Real Madrid can continue to strengthen the team after this summer's World Cup. The sheer strength of their opponents has left Manchester City fans feeling uneasy. While City has overcome Barcelona, they are uncertain whether they can overcome Real Madrid. Before the match, in the locker room, Pellegrini continued to try and relieve the pressure on his players. Playing the first leg at home is a very unfavorable schedule. In the first leg, both teams are likely testing each other's strength. Under such circumstances, the team burdened by the pressure of results is prone to impatience. Real Madrid, on the other hand, is exceptionally good at seizing opportunities, and being too hasty would be tantamount to handing them chances. Since joining Real Madrid, Ancelotti hasn't completely rejected Mourinho's tactics. Instead, he has absorbed and adapted Mourinho's strengths, incorporating his own understanding. The full participation in attack and the layered defensive formations give Real Madrid both speed and attacking power, while maintaining strong control of the game, significantly improving their dominance. This is a stark contrast to the Mourinho era. Mourinho has a major weakness: his career has been unsuccessful. He has never played for a team in one of Europe's top 5 leagues, not even the Portuguese league. This lack of experience in top-tier leagues, coupled with his own limitations, leaves him with a significant weakness compared to coaches like Guardiola and Ancelotti in how to coach players. This is evident in his use of midfielders. Mourinho is not adept at midfield organization and refining attacking routes, so his teams mostly rely on counter-attacking tactics. It's not that counter-attacking is inherently bad. Mourinho's records at Chelsea, Inter Milan, and Real Madrid demonstrate that strong teams excel at it. However, this tactic often becomes ineffective after a team's third year. The reason is simple: the players can't handle it. Asking a group of superstars to do the dirty work every day might be acceptable initially, but it will eventually become unbearable. Furthermore, the clubs and fans also find it unacceptable. It's like asking a Ferrari to do the work of a tractor, a waste of talent. Fans of top clubs are discerning. They want not only wins, but also spectacular victories. While Mourinho's teams could deliver wins, the entertainment value is questionable. If his teams failed to win, a purge was almost inevitable. However, these problems didn't exist with Ancelotti. Therefore, Real Madrid in the 2013-2014 season showed a significant improvement compared to the previous season. This improvement wasn't solely due to the arrival of players like Bale, but also to Ancelotti's effective coaching after taking over at the Bernabeu, tailoring his tactical understanding to the Real Madrid squad. Pellegrini, having previously coached in La Liga, still held the impression of Real Madrid from the Mourinho era. However, after watching the game tapes of this season's Real Madrid, the Chilean was deeply shaken. This Real Madrid truly possessed the strength to contend for the Champions League. Facing them early was undoubtedly the biggest test for Manchester City. Even at home, Pellegrini wasn't confident of defeating this Real Madrid team. However, playing at home, Manchester City must attack, because if they can't beat them at home, their chances of winning away will be slim. This is the disadvantage of playing the second leg at home. In the away team's dressing room, Ancelotti was also emphasizing the importance of this match to his players. Manchester City's ability to defeat Barcelona twice, both home and away, proves their strength. We must be cautious in this home game. In the first half, we'll focus on counter-attacking tactics, maintaining our 4-2-3-1 formation. Bale, you'll start this game. Use your speed to attack Manchester City's flanks and suppress their fullbacks' attacking runs. Bale nodded, indicating he understood. In League and Champions League matches, Real Madrid had repeatedly used Bale's individual ability to break down opponents' flanks and win games for them. Ronaldo, you're facing Kolarov. His defensive ability isn't strong. You'll have many opportunities in this game. Seize them and try to score more goals. We can accept losing away, but we must get an away goal. That way, We can take control when we return to the Bernabeu. Of course, if you can completely dominate Manchester City and end the suspense of the match in one leg, then I will applaud you and be proud of you." Ronaldo nodded emphatically, indicating that he understood. After giving each player individual instructions, Ancelotti said, "We haven't reached the Champions League final for 12 years, and I know your hunger for the Champions League trophy. I'm just as hungry for the big year's trophy as you are, but before we lift the trophy, we have 3 more games, 2 opponents to beat. Only by defeating them can we stand on the champions' podium. Now, I ask you, do you have the determination to win?" "Yes," the players responded loudly. Even Ronaldo joined in the shout. He hadn't touched the Champions League trophy for 5 years, the taste of victory was so distant that he had almost forgotten it. "Very good, then go to the field and prove it to me with your actions." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Did Ronaldo get jealous because she didn't exchange jerseys with him? During the pre-match handshake, Lin Quan hugged and chatted with several of his national team teammates. When it was Real Madrid's turn, Bale was quite polite. "Lin, can we exchange jerseys after the game?" Hearing Bale's words, Benzema and Ronaldo next to him perked up their ears. Lin Quan didn't think much of it and nodded, "Sure." After answering the question, he seemed to hear 2 sighs beside him. "Lin, can we exchange jerseys for the next game at the Bernabeu?" When it was Benzema's turn, Benzema held Lin Quan's hands with both hands and asked expectantly, Sure." Lin Quan nodded again, feeling a little strange. Was he that popular in the Real Madrid team? Why were their forwards lining up to exchange jerseys with him? Finally, it was Ronaldo's turn. The two looked at each other, and Ronaldo snorted coldly, not speaking to Lin Quan. Lin Quan was a little confused. He hadn't offended him, so why was he giving him such a cold shoulder? The two captains tossed a coin, and Real Madrid's captain, Casillas, won, choosing to kick off. At 6 p.m. sharp, the first leg of the Manchester City vs Real Madrid match officially began with the referee's whistle. Ronaldo passed a ball to Bale, who quickly passed it back to Modric while running down the wing. Manchester City players didn't give Modric a chance to organize an attack. Several midfielders and forwards quickly pushed past his half and charged towards Modric. Modric remained calm and passed the ball back to Alonso. Alonso was positioned deep, so Manchester City's pressing posed less of a threat to him. However, Manchester City's striker, Aguero, still charged towards Alonso. Facing Aguero's pressure, Alonso continued to pass the ball to fullback Marcelo. Marcelo, a fullback with a strong attacking ability, glanced at Manchester City's defensive formation after receiving the ball and quickly dribbled towards Manchester City's half. Seeing Marcelo charging towards him, Ronaldo quickly began his run. He didn't run to the wing, as that would overlap with Marcelo's position. Instead, he chose to run towards the area between the center and the wing, drawing the attention of the opposing fullbacks and defensive midfielders. Ronaldo's goal tally in the Champions League this season is terrifying. It's no exaggeration to say he's Real Madrid's #1 threat. So, seeing Ronaldo move, Manchester City's defensive midfielder Yaya Toure immediately abandoned his marking of Isco and charged towards Ronaldo. At that moment, Marcelo dribbled past the halfway line, attracting the attention of Manchester City's fullback Kolarov. Marcelo showed off his footwork, attempting a step over, but the Serbian wasn't fooled. Like Marcelo, Kolarov is also the type of fullback who excels more in attack than defense. Knowing his own defensive capabilities, he cautiously refrained from making a rash tackle. "Go ahead and go to the byline, but I won't give you the opportunity to cut inside and pass to the central players." Marcelo feigned a run down the wing, but paused mid-rush, creating space for Kolarov before quickly switching the ball wide to the right flank. There, a tall figure received the ball and, like lightning, sped down the wing. Gareth Bale. Pellegrini had repeatedly emphasized Bale's threat before the match, and Manchester City players dared not underestimate him once he received the ball. Zabaleta and Kroos immediately closed in, intending to double-team him. However, Bale's dribbling style was simple, brutal, and utterly unreasonable. Facing Zabaleta's interception, Bale, moving at high speed, simply dribbled past him, then overtook him on a curve, forcefully using his speed to catch up with the pass he had made to himself, despite Zabaleta's pulling. Bale's signature move, a pass to himself 3 seconds later. Zabaleta was completely out of position, and Kroos's lateral movement couldn't keep up with his opponent. He could only watch helplessly as Bale charged into his own penalty area. Inside the penalty area, Manchester City captain Vincent Kompany, returning from injury, rushed forward and blocked Gareth Bale on the edge of the box as Bale received his pass. Bale couldn't continue his dribble. He's not known for his exceptional short-range dribbling skills. In the limited space of the penalty area, the dribble paving maneuver was ineffective. Therefore, Bale had to slow down and look for an opportunity to shoot. Kompany became alert, watching Bale's every move, ready to intercept at any moment. Here it comes. Without hesitation, Bale adjusted his stance and immediately prepared to shoot. Seeing the shot, Kompany's spirits lifted, his hands behind his back, ready to block with his body. However, the Welshman played a trick. Instead of shooting, he gently kicked the ball to the side, where a white figure darted past. Who is that? The answer was Real Madrid's number 22, the 2012 European Golden Boy, Isco. Isco received the ball and quickly cut inside, unleashing a shot before the defender could intercept. This shot sent shivers down the spines of Manchester City fans at the Etihad Stadium. From their perspective, it seemed City's defense had completely ignored this sudden forward threat, failing to mark him. Could it be? Less than 3 minutes into the game, Real Madrid is about to score? The hearts of City fans were pounding. They barely dared to look at their own goal. At the crucial moment, Joe Hart made the difference. Like a god descending to earth, he stretched his body in midair, making a spectacular save to deny Isco's extremely dangerous shot. How are you? Seeing Joe Hart make the save, the City fans collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we have Joe Hart. Without him, the team would have fallen behind from the start. Thinking of this, the City fans began singing hymns praising Joe Hart, celebrating his greatness. Kompany, with a serious expression, went over and spoke with several of the team's midfielders, especially Kroos. The blame for Isco's run and shot clearly falls on Kroos. When he went to cover on the wing, he missed Isco, giving the opponent this opportunity for a surprise attack. Kroos nodded, his ability to read the game is excellent. He knew Real Madrid's attack was very threatening today, and if he wanted to move, he needed teammates to cover him, otherwise, he couldn't easily leave his position. On the sidelines, Real Madrid's coach Ancelotti saw Isco's shot saved by Joe Hart and angrily clutched his head. However, he quickly regained his composure and even applauded Isco and his players. Although this attack didn't succeed, Real Madrid had already shown their strength. Manchester City, seeing Real Madrid's huge attacking threat, will likely play more conservatively. If they do, they'll fall into Real Madrid's trap. In Ancelotti's view, Manchester City is also a team with a strong attack but a weak defense. If Real Madrid can be forced into defensive posture, limiting their offensive options, that would undoubtedly be their ideal outcome. Of course, Pellegrini might not do that. His earlier-than-expected substitutions against Barcelona in the previous match show that he's inherently aggressive. On the home team's bench, seeing Real Madrid launch such a threatening attack right from the start, Pellegrini frowned. Real Madrid is indeed a tough opponent. Their 3 attacking players are incredibly dangerous. Add to that the passing from the 2 fullbacks and Modric in the center, and Real Madrid has a multitude of attacking options. Relying solely on defense probably won't be enough to stop Real Madrid, unless they possess the same formidable defensive capabilities as Atletico Madrid. However, Atletico Madrid's defensive prowess was built from scratch by Simeone over 3 or 4 years of relentless effort. Manchester City can't learn that in a short time. Besides, these Manchester City players aren't workhorses at all, they're a bunch of flashy sports cars. It's a waste of their talents to have them do the dirty work. With that in mind, Pellegrini had an idea. Manchester City needed to attack to win. On the field, Real Madrid's corner kick failed to create a threat, and Joe Hart rushed out to claim the ball. After receiving the ball, Joe Hart quickly ran out and threw it to Lin Quan's feet. Lin Quan had just received the ball when he was intercepted by Marcelo. Marcelo is indeed a good attacker, but defensively, especially in one-on-one situations, his ability is clearly not as good as his reputation. Lin Quan's dribbling style is different from Bale's. He used a change of pace when receiving the ball, a feint to deceive Marcelo's center of gravity, and almost without delay, he passed Marcelo. Damn it! Marcelo cursed under his breath and quickly turned to chase back. This guy is even stronger than he was in the Confederations Cup. Seeing Marcelo get beaten, Real Madrid center-back quickly retreated. Since Ramos had rushed into the penalty area to contest a header, Real Madrid now only had Pepe as their sweeper. It was clearly impossible for him to intercept Lin Quan one-on-one, so he waited for his teammates to drop back and support him. Xabi Alonso wasn't far from Lin Quan. Lin Quan was advancing along the wing, while Xabi Alonso was chasing back down the center, and the two would likely meet at the edge of the penalty area. In addition, right back Arbeloa was also quickly tracking back. He could drop back into the penalty area to act as a center back, forming a barrier to protect their goal. After quickly weighing the situation in his mind, Pepe gradually gained confidence and was no longer as panicked as before. However, Lin Quan wasn't attacking alone. As he advanced quickly with the ball, Manchester City's striker Aguero, left winger David Silva, and attacking midfielder De Bruyne were also desperately running forward. Except for De Bruyne, who was positioned slightly deeper, the other two players were not far behind Lin Quan, allowing Manchester City to create a 3-on-3 situation in the attacking third. On the sidelines, Ancelotti had already stood up from his seat. Real Madrid had just completed a highly threatening attack, and Manchester City immediately retaliated. Indeed, one cannot underestimate Manchester City, or one will pay a heavy price. Charge, Lin. Beat them. Send the Galacticos to hell. Seeing their team's rapid counter-attack, the home Manchester City fans shouted excitedly. So what if it's Real Madrid? So what if they were a top European team? We'll beat the elite. The more than 5,000 Real Madrid fans who came to the away game looked worried. The opponent's counter-attacks were too fast, especially the number 10. Marcelo was like a wooden man in front of him, not even slightly slowing down his dribbling advance. Seeing Manchester City's aggressive attacking posture, they had a premonition that this game would probably be an attacking battle. Real Madrid is known for its attacking prowess, and its fans should theoretically be thrilled to face teams that engage in an all-out attacking style. However, last year, in the Champions League semi-finals, they encountered a team just as adept at attacking as Manchester City, Klopp's Borussia Dortmund. At the Westfalenstadion, Real Madrid suffered a humiliating defeat, thrashing their opponents 5-1. This time, at the Etihad Stadium, when they saw Lin Quan charging relentlessly towards Real Madrid's penalty area, they couldn't help but recall last year's match. Could history repeat itself? As Lin Quan dribbled towards the edge of the penalty area, Real Madrid's defenders finally moved. Pepe cautiously stepped forward to intercept, maintaining a safe distance to prevent Lin Quan from easily getting past him. His aim was to force Lin Quan to slow down or pass, preventing him from directly threatening the goal. Arbeloa was already providing cover in the penalty area, and Xabi Alonso was also tracking back beside Lin Quan. He didn't have many choices, either get past Pepe immediately, or be double-teamed by Pepe and Xabi Alonso and lose possession. If he chose to force his way past them, Pepe was confident he could get the ball past his teammate but not his opponent, leaving the ball for a teammate while he himself blocked Lin Quan's advance. However, Lin Quan seemed oblivious to the trap Pepe had set for him. Just as Xabi Alonso was already extending his leg to intercept him, Lin Quan suddenly accelerated and charged into the penalty area. Pepe's eyes widened instantly. Goodness, he's got guts. He immediately perked up and moved closer to Lin Quan, forcing him to make a choice immediately. Get past me, and then my teammate or the goalkeeper will get the ball. Don't get past me, and I'll close in and steal the ball. Faced with Pepe's defensive strategy, Lin Quan seemed to hesitate, not making a choice immediately. Pepe was overjoyed, quickly closing the distance between himself and Lin Quan while muttering to himself, "Is this the person everyone says can stand shoulder to shoulder with Messi and Ronaldo?" It seems a bit exaggerated. But at that moment, Lin Quan made his move. Chapter 265 The performance of Lin Quan by Cristiano Ronaldo, and the other two. Pepe stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so audacious as to attempt a breakthrough when he was closing in. This infuriated Pepe. This guy was completely disregarding him. Although Pepe was furious, he didn't lose his composure. He immediately blocked Lin Quan's path, preventing him from getting past easily. The ball could pass, but not a man. Xabi Alonso, standing nearby, also blocked Lin Quan's path to the left and stretched out his leg to challenge for the ball. Adding to this, Avila behind Pepe created a three-dimensional defense against Lin Quan in the penalty area. No matter which direction Lin Quan tried to break through, he would be intercepted. Manchester City's counter-attack seemed destined to be ended in front of Real Madrid's goal. However, Lin Quan, knowing the danger, still chose to go. He charged towards Pepe's left without hesitation. Pepe immediately raised his arm, pushing him to the outside, preventing him from dribbling, adjusting, or shooting. Pepe was very strong. Lin Quan seemed completely outmatched in the physical confrontation and was pushed aside. Pepe was overjoyed at his successful defense, and his underestimation of Lin Quan grew, making him think Lin Quan was nothing special. But then he froze. Where was the ball? Lin Quan had stopped in front of him, but the ball was no longer at his feet. Pepe looked up and saw that Lin Quan had somehow passed the ball out of the penalty area. Outside the box, a figure surged forward from behind. Manchester City's attacking midfielder, De Bruyne. Pepe instantly understood. Lin Quan had deliberately feigned weakness in a physical confrontation, letting him push him aside to create space in the middle for De Bruyne to shoot. However, realizing this, it was too late to do anything, because De Bruyne had already struck the ball. With a loud thud, the ball flew towards Real Madrid's goal. Casillas, like Pepe, had assumed the ball was in Lin Quan's corner kick, never expecting that Lin Quan had unknowingly passed it out while he was dueling with Pepe. Seeing De Bruyne's shot, Casillas didn't have enough time to react. He could only jump hastily. Even while still in the air, Casillas knew he couldn't reach the ball. With a whoosh, the ball flew into the net. Manchester City's first attack resulted in a goal. A deafening roar erupted from the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City fans jumped and danced, celebrating wildly. De Bruyne, who scored, was also ecstatic, pointing at Lin Quan as he rushed towards him. De Bruyne intended to hug Lin Quan in celebration, but Lin Quan turned around, bent slightly, and carried him on his back, celebrating with him around the field. De Bruyne's shot was incredibly decisive. Had he hesitated even half a second, Casillas would have definitely reacted. So, while Lin Quan's pass was beautiful, De Bruyne's final decision was crucial. Real Madrid's defense is indeed very strong. Relying solely on a few forwards to attack their backline might not be enough. Just now, Pepe and others almost completely neutralized Lin Quan, depriving him of space to advance. However, they failed to contain De Bruyne's late run, allowing Manchester City to seize this rare opportunity. Real Madrid certainly won't make that mistake again, so if they miss such an opportunity, it will never come again. Fortunately, De Bruyne capitalized on it. On the sidelines, Pellegrini was incredibly excited after seeing De Bruyne score. Waving his arms and rushing off the bench. The Manchester City substitutes and coaching staff were also extremely excited. We're leading Real Madrid. Less than 5 minutes into the game, we're in the lead. What a dream start. In the VIP box at the Etihad Stadium, the big boss Masia, who had traveled from the UAE, couldn't help but stand up and applaud the players when his team scored first. He was incredibly grateful for his decision to invite Lin Quan to Munich. Before Lin Quan joined, Manchester City had twice fallen in the Champions League group stage. Forget about reaching the semi-finals or taking the lead against Real Madrid, even qualifying from the group stage was a major problem. But after Lin Quan joined, all of that was no longer an issue. Although Lin Quan didn't score directly, he deserves a large share of the credit. Without him drawing the attention of almost all the opposing defenders and creating space for De Bruyne wouldn't have had that scoring opportunity. With such an early lead, does Manchester City have a chance to defeat the mighty Real Madrid at home? On the away team's bench, Ancelotti, who had initially looked relaxed, frowned after seeing De Bruyne's goal, and his chewing of gum quickened considerably. Manchester City played beautifully, mainly due to Lin Quan's excellent execution. He didn't recklessly try to fight Real Madrid's defense head-on, but instead deliberately created the illusion of a forced dribble, numbing Real Madrid's defenders before subtly backheeling the ball. This was a very clever and calm move. As long as a Manchester City player made a forward run, a shot could be created. Was this Manchester City's attacking tactic today? Using Lin Quan up front as a decoy, with a real killing blow hidden behind? Ancelotti couldn't help but glance at Pellegrini beside him, thinking that the old man had actually prepared such a surprise for him. But it didn't matter, conceding a goal away from home was expected for Real Madrid. Ancelotti wasn't too worried about it, because he hadn't expected to be able to stop Manchester City's attack. The key to this match wasn't whether Manchester City could score, but whether Real Madrid could score. Before UEFA reformed the Champions League, away goals were extremely important. In the same scoreline, there were countless examples of teams eliminating their opponents on away goals. Therefore, the away team could accept defeat, but not being shut out. As long as they could secure an away goal, anything was possible back at home. With this in mind, Ancelotti waved his hand, signaling the team to intensify their attack. Real Madrid's attacking power was in no way inferior to Manchester City's. If Manchester City could score, so could Real Madrid. Seeing Lin Quan assist his teammate to score, Cristiano Ronaldo and others on Real Madrid's side couldn't sit still. The focus of this match was the direct duel between him and Lin Quan. After Manchester City's double victory over Barcelona, most of the doubts about whether Lin Quan could stand shoulder to shoulder with Messi and Ronaldo disappeared. If Lin Quan could lead Manchester City to defeat Real Madrid again in this match, he would not only join the ranks of the two greatest players of all time, Messi and Ronaldo, but he could even surpass them in rank ahead of them. And this is something that Ronaldo absolutely cannot accept. His competitive spirit cannot accept such a defeat. Therefore, Ronaldo's performance in the attacking third became incredibly active. In the 7th minute, Ronaldo's long-range shot from outside the penalty area grazed the crossbar and flew into the stands, and the Portuguese player held his head in frustration. Just 5 minutes later, he received a pass from Modric, dribbled past Demichelis and broke into the penalty area, but unfortunately, his final touch was a bit too heavy and was cleared by the on-rushing Joe Hart. Before his major injury and transition to centre forward, Ronaldo was not a pure playmaker. At this stage, Cristiano Ronaldo was fast, dribbled well, could break through defenses, and scored goals. His abilities were not only powerful but also comprehensive, making him practically the ceiling for the winger position. Therefore, at this time, Ronaldo was nicknamed Golden Bed Ronaldo by fans. When defending him one-on-one, Kolarov was often overwhelmed and needed teammates to cover him. Real Madrid's attacking players were all incredibly strong, and once Manchester City players were assigned multiple players to defend Ronaldo, the number of defenders in other positions was insufficient. In the 22nd minute, when Ronaldo once again drew the opponent's attention on the wing, Modric switched the ball to the other side, passing it to Bale. Unlike Benzema, Bale was ambitious. He knew Ronaldo was strong, but he firmly believed he was stronger. Therefore, Bale wanted to become Real Madrid's #1 star and compete with Ronaldo for the team's leadership. Upon receiving Modric's pass, Bale quickly increased his speed, launching a lightning-fast attack towards Manchester City's penalty area. Having learned his lesson once, Zabaleta was hesitant to press forward recklessly this time. He retreated sideways, wary of Bale's attempt to dribble past him, ready to turn and challenge for possession at any moment. However, seeing this, Bale surprisingly chose to pass. Modric, coming to receive the pass, received it and then passed it forward, behind Zabaleta. Having witnessed Bale's speed, Modric was confident he could get to the ball before Zabaleta. Bale didn't disappoint. As soon as he passed to Modric, he charged forward, getting to the ball before Zabaleta. This time, Cruz focused on the advancing Isco, not covering Bale. This gave Bale an opportunity. He dribbled into the penalty area at incredible speed, avoiding Kompany's interception, and reached the right side of the goal, unleashing a shot from a tight angle. It was a low shot, and Joe Hart immediately dived to his feet, using his hand to block it. But the ball was too powerful. It deflected off his hand, hit the crossbar, and bounced into the net. 1-1. Real Madrid equalized in the 23rd minute of the first half. After scoring, Bale sprinted towards the sideline's cameras, clenched his fists, and roared at the camera, his ferocious expression exactly like the Monkey King from Journey to the West. Real Madrid players rushed to Bale, surrounding him and celebrating wildly with him. Only Ronaldo, who was a bit further away, didn't join in. The Portuguese player merely clapped symbolically. Actually, he was quite unhappy. He had clearly reached out to ask for the ball, but Modric had passed it to Bale. Passing it to Bale was one thing, but the guy even scored. This made Ronaldo a little jealous. It was one thing for Lin not to exchange jerseys with him, but Modric, his little brother, had also betrayed his older brother? Ancelotti clapped his hands in satisfaction as his team equalized, his emotions not overly excited, giving the impression that everything was under control. The 5,000 Real Madrid fans in the away stadium weren't as calm as their coach. Seeing Bale score, They chanted his name wildly. This scene pleased Bale greatly, making him quite proud. It seemed his popularity within Real Madrid was still very high. The main reason Bale wanted to compete with Ronaldo for the team's leadership position was his transfer fee. He was the most expensive transfer in football history when he joined Real Madrid, even more so than Ronaldo at the time. Joining the Galacticos with the highest transfer fee in football history, it's no wonder anyone, let alone Bale, would be ambitious. Besides, Bale can do everything Ronaldo can, and he has the speed advantage that Ronaldo doesn't possess, so why can't he be the leader? Pellegrini frowned. Although Bale scored a goal, the key to it was Modric's pass. If they were to improve Modric's marking, he could become a huge liability for Manchester City. So, Pellegrini beckoned to Yaya Touré and gave him some instructions. In the subsequent match, Yaya Touré began closely marking Modric. However, this tactic wasn't very effective, because Real Madrid's playmakers weren't limited to Modric alone. Once Modric was marked, Real Madrid quickly shifted the playmaking duties to Xabi Alonso. Before Modric joined the team, Xabi Alonso was Real Madrid's midfield maestro. But after a series of injuries last year, his playing time decreased, and his form declined somewhat, leading him to gradually step back, with Modric taking on most of the team's attacking responsibilities. However, this doesn't mean Xabi Alonso can't do the job. Xabi Alonso plays deeper, and with his better physique and stronger physical strength, Manchester City's attacking players pressing and interference against him were far less effective than when dealing with Modric. In the 32nd minute of the first half, Xabi Alonso received the ball, evaded De Bruyne's challenge, and after observing the positions of both teams' players in the attacking third, he quickly delivered a long pass exceeding 40 meters. Xabi Alonso's long passes are different from others. The ball seems to have eyes at his feet. These ultra-long range, over-the-top passes easily find teammates in the attacking third or penetrate weak points in the opponent's defense. Cristiano Ronaldo and Xabi Alonso have been teammates for 4 or 5 years, and Ronaldo knows his passing ability intimately. Seeing Xabi Alonso look up, Ronaldo immediately began his run. He believed that as long as he created space, his teammate would pass the ball to him. Modric and Bale both came from Tottenham, and their relationship is closer, so it's normal for Modric to favor Bale. However, Xabi Alonso came from Liverpool and joined Real Madrid from the Premier League in the same year as Ronaldo. Their relationship is certainly closer than his relationship with Bale, so the probability of Xabi Alonso passing the ball to him is higher. Ronaldo's judgment was still very accurate. As he ran, the ball landed right in front of him. Xabi Alonso not only came for him, but also calculated the timing perfectly. If Ronaldo hadn't started running early, he wouldn't have gotten the ball at all. Great pass. Ronaldo praised himself inwardly. He controlled the ball with a masterful touch, and before the defender could interfere, he unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball towards the goal. Chapter 266. 16 goals in a single season, breaking the Champions League goal record. Xabi Alonso, long pass to Ronaldo. Ronaldo shoots, goal. A beautiful world-class strike. Cristiano Ronaldo, he scored the crucial goal at the Etihad Stadium, helping Real Madrid come back to defeat Manchester City 2-1. After scoring, Ronaldo excitedly ran to the away fans, spread his arms, and leaped high in his signature celebration. The Real Madrid fans in the stadium cheered enthusiastically with a "Sui" to their star player. Seeing Ronaldo score, the Real Madrid players rushed to the sidelines, surrounding him and celebrating like a star being surrounded by admirers. But among his teammates, Bale was conspicuously absent. Bale spat in the distance, also choosing not to join in the celebration. On the Real Madrid bench, Ancelotti excitedly waved his fist and ran a few steps along the sidelines. Cristiano Ronaldo's goal put Real Madrid in the lead. If the match ends with a score, Real Madrid's chances of advancing to the semifinals will likely exceed 80%. Ronaldo's goal greatly boosted Real Madrid's morale, and their attack became increasingly fierce in the following minutes. Manchester City's defense was on the verge of collapse and began to fall behind. It must be said that Bale's arrival has indeed greatly improved Real Madrid's attacking capabilities. Although his combination with Ronaldo isn't perfectly seamless, the mere presence of these two on the field poses a significant threat to Manchester City's defenders. Throughout the first half, Manchester City's two flanks were almost completely suppressed by Real Madrid. Lin Quan, while active, could only cover one flank. The other full-back, who wasn't suppressed, frequently pushed forward to assist in the attack, greatly contributing to Real Madrid's offensive efforts. Manchester City only has one Lin Quan, but Real Madrid has two players worth over €100 million. In terms of numbers, Real Madrid is ahead. In the 43rd minute, Real Madrid almost extended their lead again when Cristiano Ronaldo's dangerous shot inside the penalty area was narrowly saved by Joe Hart. Manchester City fans in the stadium began to worry. Real Madrid's relentless attack over the past few minutes had made them fully aware of the Galacticos' formidable strength. If the game continued like this, Manchester City was practically guaranteed to lose. Lin Quan also realized this, so during a dead ball situation, he discussed the situation with De Bruyne and others. Since their flanks were being suppressed and their fullbacks couldn't push forward to attack, they decided to launch counterattacks from midfield. However, to launch a counterattack from midfield, they would have to overcome Real Madrid's midfield. Of the trio of Isco, Modric, and Xabi Alonso, the most difficult hurdle to overcome was clearly Xabi Alonso. He was the anchor of Real Madrid's midfield. Without him, it would be difficult to threaten Real Madrid's goal. And if they lost possession, Xabi Alonso could immediately deliver a precise long pass, launching a counter-attack for Manchester City. Therefore, attacking through the middle is very risky. But Manchester City is currently behind, and if they don't take the risk, they might slowly die. So De Bruyne and others agreed with Lin Quan's plan and decided to change tactics and try attacking through the middle. In the 44th minute of the first half, with Yaya Touré's help defense, De Bruyne successfully intercepted Isco's ball. He quickly passed a ball to Lin Quan before Real Madrid players could intercept. Lin Quan dribbled forward along the middle, while Real Madrid's defense retreated at full speed, and the two sides engaged in a battle of speed. Modric rushed towards Lin Quan almost immediately, trying to interfere with his advance. However, Modric is not a professional defender. Although his defensive ability is slightly better than De Bruyne's, he is still not enough against Lin Quan. Lin Quan easily got past him with a feint and a dribble, but in that 1 second of delay, Xabi Alonso had already positioned himself. Xabi Alonso is clearly much more difficult to deal with than Modric. Lin Quan dares not let him stall him. If he slows down, the Real Madrid players chasing back will likely quickly double-team and press him. Moreover, if the counter-attacks lack speed, Real Madrid's defenders will have enough time to prepare, turning Manchester City's fast counter-attacks into positional play. Lin Quan had already tried this in several attacks in the first half. Ancelotti's team is very tough defensively. He brought the essence of Italian defense to Real Madrid, greatly improving their defensive capabilities. Breaking down Real Madrid in positional play is extremely difficult. Therefore, Lin Quan chose to accelerate again. Xabi Alonso's pupils contracted sharply, realizing that the opponent was going to break through him. He quickly blocked the opponent's path, preventing him from easily getting past him. He and Lin Quan had been teammates on the national team and knew how difficult it was to win the ball from Lin Quan's feet, so he hadn't even considered doing so. He planned to use his height and weight advantage to stop Lin Quan in physical duels. Seeing the opponent's actions, Lin Quan immediately guessed their intention. He changed his strategy, flicking the ball laterally to create some distance before charging diagonally towards Real Madrid's penalty area. Alonso was truly helpless now and could only turn to chase Lin Quan. However, a player of his height couldn't turn as quickly as a smaller player, and by the time he finished turning, Lin Quan was already a meter or two away. Seeing Lin Quan dribble past two opposing midfielders and about to reach the edge of Real Madrid's penalty area, the Manchester City fans at the Etihad Stadium excitedly stood up, craning their necks to look towards the opponent's half, afraid of missing any detail or moment of this attack. Real Madrid's two centre-backs, seeing Xabi Alonso get past them, secretly thought things were bad. Pep had almost immediately abandoned Agüero and charged towards Lin Quan. Although he had been outmaneuvered by Lin Quan last time, Lin Quan had been forced to pass, proving that he could still defend against him. This gave Pep immense confidence, so he rushed forward before Ramos could, attempting to defend Lin Quan one-on-one. Seeing Pep's choice, Ramos and Casillas, among others, knew they were in trouble. Pepe, though strong, would likely be at a disadvantage against Lin Quan. Ramos had to slightly adjust his positioning, moving closer to Pepe and Lin Quan so he could immediately cover if Pepe failed in his defense. Seeing Pepe rushing towards him, Lin Quan was more pleased than worried. If you stayed in the penalty area, I'd have to worry about how to get past you and Ramos. But since you've come forward, I won't be polite. He continued dribbling diagonally, drawing Pepe's attention before suddenly cutting inside and breaking down the other side. Pepe was startled, not expecting his opponent to be able to change direction at such high speed. He wanted to ask, "Are your knees made of iron?" But Pepe wasn't going to be outdone. He quickly adjusted his direction, trying to keep up with Lin Quan's pace. Oh? He's catching up. No wonder he successfully defended against Messi. He's got some skills. Lin Quan raised an eyebrow, his evaluation of Pepe rising slightly. It seemed the opponent dared to rush out, clearly prepared. Seeing Pepe catch up, Lin Quan dribbled again, continuing his charge towards the penalty area in the same direction. Pepe was still moving laterally, although his mind followed Lin Quan's movements, his body couldn't. When he saw Lin Quan dribble again, he instinctively tried to turn and chase after him, losing his balance and falling inside the penalty area. Another Boateng-esque victim. Seeing their center-back suddenly fall without contact, the Real Madrid fans in the stadium erupted in uproar. They knew Pepe's ability well. He was the anchor of Real Madrid's defense. How could such an anchor be so easily fooled? Compared to the Real Madrid fans' bewilderment, the Manchester City fans burst into laughter. This scene had played out against Bayern Munich's defender Boateng during the group stage match. Everyone thought Boateng was too weak, but it turns out even a Real Madrid defender fell victim to it. It seems it wasn't the opponent who was weak, but rather Lin Quan who was too strong. Thinking this, their cheers for Lin Quan grew even louder. Ramos, though prepared to cover, didn't expect Pepe to be beaten in such a way. This startled him, and his reaction was a fraction of a second slower. And that fraction of a second was enough for Lin Quan to score. Before Ramos could cover, Lin Quan completed his shot. Casillas had tried his best, but he couldn't stop the ball from flying towards his own goal. Casillas put his hands on his knees, stood up, and gave Lin Quan a complicated look. This was the first time Lin Quan had breached his goal, and the feeling was complex. Indeed, being Lin Quan's opponent was terrible, being his teammate was much more comfortable. The score was now 2-2, with Manchester City quickly equalizing before halftime. This meant they wouldn't have to go into the locker room trailing. The Etihad Stadium erupted in cheers when Lin Quan scored. They had been worried when Real Madrid's relentless attack had overwhelmed them. Now that both sides were back on equal footing, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After Bale and Ronaldo scored, only Lin Quan remained goalless among the three superstars. This made the fans of the other two very proud, using it as evidence that Lin Quan was inferior to them. Ronaldo's fans, in particular, couldn't accept that an 18-year-old like Lin Quan was being considered on par with their idol. They seized this opportunity to attack Lin Quan online. Haha, Messi is one thing, but Lin Quan dares to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ronaldo? What a joke. It's really funny. Ronaldo and Bale both scored in this match, only someone didn't. Whoever is missing is embarrassed. However, just over 10 minutes later, Lin Quan scored. Now, the one who was just praising Ronaldo and belittling Lin was embarrassed. Haha, why are the haters upstairs silent? Did they say Lin Quan was inferior to Ronaldo? What about now? Fun fact. Lin Quan has scored 16 goals in the Champions League this season, surpassing Ronaldo by 1. Ronaldo's fans always boast about their idol's goal tally, but they ignore the fact that Lin Quan broke the Premier League record and the Champions League goal record. In terms of goals, Lin Quan has more than Ronaldo. In terms of assists, Lin Quan completely outclasses Ronaldo. And yet they still think Lin Quan is inferior to Ronaldo. I really don't know if they understand football. Although Ronaldo's fans didn't approve of Lin Quan, the commentators on various TV stations didn't hold back in praising him. An incredible performance. Lin Quan scored his 16th Champions League goal of the season, breaking his own record for most goals in a single Champions League season. In the last match against Barcelona, Lin Quan scored his 15th Champions League goal, breaking the record previously held by Barcelona player Messi in the 2011-2012 season and AC Milan legend El Tafini in the 1962-1963 season. Now, he has raised that record to 16 goals. Regardless of whether Manchester City reaches the final, we must applaud Lin Quan. Seeing Lin Quan score, Ronaldo looked somewhat frustrated. He had finally scored a goal, tying Lin Quan in the top scorer rankings, only to have the opponent score again, widening the gap once more. This season, Ronaldo felt his performance in the Champions League was at a top level, scoring the most goals of his career. In previous years, such a record-breaking number of goals in the Champions League would have made him the focus of the spotlight, receiving countless praises and accolades. This year, however, he encountered an unexpected opponent. Messi, his longtime rival in the league and Champions League, fell, but Lin Quan unexpectedly emerged. This guy initially scored far fewer goals than Ronaldo and Messi, but his consistency was terrifying. He scored in 6 consecutive group stage matches, and in the knockout stage, except for one game where he was rotated, he scored in every other match. In other words, in the Champions League, whenever Lin Quan played, he was guaranteed a goal. This scoring efficiency is something even Ronaldo can only dream of. This resulted in him scoring 15 goals, yet still failing to top the scoring charts. Such a thing would be unimaginable in any other season. Even more frightening is that his opponent not only has a high number of goals, but also a terrifying number of assists. This season, Lin Quan has a total of 6 assists in the Champions League, ranking second in the assist charts, only behind Rooney's 8 assists. Manchester United has been eliminated, so Rooney's assist numbers will not change. However, Manchester City's matches are not over yet, so Lin Quan's assist numbers can continue to grow. So in the end, it's quite possible that Lin Quan will dominate both the top scorer and assist charts. Thinking about this, Ronaldo's competitive spirit was ignited. He absolutely couldn't let this guy dominate both charts. He couldn't be satisfied with it either. He needed to continue the attack and reclaim the top spot on the top scorer list with more goals. Ronaldo wanted to keep scoring, and Lin Quan also wanted to extend their lead. Neither of them was satisfied with the current score, so after the restart, both sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle for possession. Unfortunately, the first half ended quickly, with neither side able to widen the score gap. And they had to go into the locker room with a 2-2 draw. Chapter 267 Lightning Goal, a comeback within a comeback. Although the opponent equalized in the final moments, Ancelotti did not criticize his players. Instead, he praised their performance in the first half. "You did very well. A 2-2 score is an acceptable result. However, I think you deserved a victory." Hearing Ancelotti's words, the players, who had been anxious and worried about being criticized, breathed a sigh of relief and even looked at Ancelotti gratefully. As for the attacking players, after receiving Ancelotti's praise, they all puffed out their chests, looking proud. Compared to Mourinho's domineering personality, Ancelotti was clearly more popular in the locker room. This was inseparable from his high emotional intelligence and art of language. Seeing the players' reactions, Ancelotti nodded in satisfaction and continued, "So, continue to attack in the second half, and crush them with the attack that Manchester City is most proud of." This was strongly supported by attacking players such as Ronaldo and Bale. These players were good at attacking but not good at defending, and they didn't like to drop back into their own half to do the dirty work. Of course, for the sake of victory, they wouldn't necessarily reject the result, but they would certainly be reluctant. The reason is simple: star players like them, specializing in attack, can easily shine in attack, but they are prone to faltering and embarrassing themselves defensively. Furthermore, if they waste too much energy defending, they won't be able to rack up impressive attacking statistics. Therefore, Ancelotti's arrangement perfectly meets their psychological needs. On the home team's side, Pellegrini couldn't accept the 2-2 result. Failing to win at home and conceding 2 away goals meant their chances of advancing in the next leg were probably less than 30%. If they conceded another goal in the second half and lost at home, they would be eliminated. In the second half, we need to continue to strengthen our attack. The specific tactical arrangements are as follows. Based on his observations in the first half, Pellegrini took out his tactical board and outlined the attacking tactics for the second half. The players nodded in understanding. He then explained the defensive strategy for the second half. Both Bale and Ronaldo are very strong. If we defend them together, we definitely can't stop them. But they don't seem to be coordinating. If they continue to play like this in the second half, then as soon as we see either of them with the ball, we can relax our defense on the other and concentrate on defending the ball carrier. Pellegrini speculated that there might be a conflict between Real Madrid's 2 wingers, otherwise, it would be inexplicable why they weren't coordinating. He wasn't sure if Ancelotti knew about this or could resolve the issue during halftime, but he thought it was worth a try. If Ronaldo and Bale still didn't connect, then Manchester City's defensive pressure would be greatly reduced. The 15-minute halftime break ended quickly, and the two teams returned to the field. After switching sides, Manchester City kicked off. Lin Quan passed the ball to Aguero and immediately sprinted forward. Aguero played a through ball back to Lin Quan, who easily dribbled past Benzema and continued his attack into Real Madrid's territory. At the same time, Manchester City players began to rush towards Real Madrid's half at high speed. This setup clearly indicates an aggressive start. Stop him. Don't let him pass the ball. Ancelotti was startled. He had a premonition that Pellegrini would intensify the attack in the second half, but he didn't expect the opponent to be so aggressive, launching a preemptive attack right from the start. Wasn't this a bit too reckless? In Pellegrini's eyes, Real Madrid's defense was very solid, and it would be extremely difficult to break through them. That's why he devised this tactic of starting strong, hoping to catch them off guard before they fully got into the game. There were risks involved, but the rewards for success were too tempting. Isco and Modric were both drawn to Lin Quan and rushed towards him almost immediately. Lin Quan was surrounded by Real Madrid players. In this situation, the Real Madrid players all assumed he was going to pass the ball and couldn't possibly take on the entire Real Madrid defense single-handedly. So Modric blocked Lin Quan's path, while Isco cut off his passing lanes. But Lin Quan didn't intend to pass. Seeing that Isco wasn't closing in on him, he immediately chose to force his way past Modric. Modric tried his best to stop him, but failed. Against a player like Lin Quan, who could dribble, pass, and move with agility, Modric was helpless. However, compared to the previous time, even after being beaten, Modric wasn't too panicked. He had a large group of teammates behind him. He refused to believe that so many people couldn't stop Lin Quan. The Real Madrid players shared the same thought. Although they were surprised that Lin Quan had dribbled past Benzema and Modric, they didn't believe Lin Quan would recklessly attack their defense. Because no normal person would do that. So, while keeping an eye on Lin Quan, they were also extra wary of Aguero, De Bruyne, and other Manchester City players making runs from deep. However, not everyone thought so. Xabi Alonso and Ramos, having been teammates with Lin Quan before and having suffered greatly at his hands in the first half, were extremely wary of him. They both moved towards Lin Quan simultaneously, with Ramos blocking Lin Quan's path forward. Xabi Alonso charged in from the side, trying to entangle Lin Quan and help his teammates dispossess him. Seeing their actions, Lin Quan didn't give up the attack. He evaded both players and continued dribbling towards the right side of the penalty area, bursting into the box. Real Madrid's players initially thought Lin Quan would definitely pass, but after dribbling all the way into the penalty area, he showed no intention of passing. This surprised them greatly, and one thought involuntarily crossed their minds: no way? Is this guy really going to take on our entire defense alone? This thought was too crazy, so crazy that they couldn't believe it. But seeing Lin Quan inside the penalty area, they had to believe it was real. Now, not only Xabi Alonso and Ramos were on high alert, but all the other players in Real Madrid's defense began to feel tense. If Lin Quan really scored this goal, every single one of them would be nailed to the pillar of shame, becoming a laughingstock. So, aside from Xabi Alonso and Ramos, almost all of Real Madrid's defenders were drawn to Lin Quan, moving towards him, and the entire defensive line shifted to the right. With Alonso and Ramos drawn away by Lin Quan, Aguero easily broke into Real Madrid's penalty area. This put Real Madrid's other centre-back, Pepe, on high alert, and he hurriedly called for Avila to come and help. However, just as Avila came to cover, he felt something fly past his head. Looking up, oh, it was a football. Wait, a football? Avila instantly snapped out of his daze, instinctively looking towards Lin Quan, only to find that the football at Lin Quan's feet had vanished. Avila broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be? He had only just left the right flank, and the opponent was already launching an attack from there? According to Murphy's Law, the thing you fear most usually happens. At that moment, on Real Madrid's right flank and Manchester City's left flank, a short player wearing a blue number 21 jersey appeared in open space and received a pass from Lin Quan. David Silva controlled the ball, observed Casillas' position, and before Arbeloa could rush over, unleashed a powerful shot towards the goal. The shot was incredibly powerful, and the ball flew towards the goal in an instant. Casillas had barely made a save when the ball was already in the net. 3-2. Manchester City launched a lightning-fast attack, scoring just 14 minutes into the second half, reversing Real Madrid and regaining the lead. Because the goal was scored so quickly, many spectators who had gone to the restroom during halftime and hadn't even had a chance to sit down before being jolted awake by the huge cheers from the stadium. What? We're in the lead? Who scored? They were annoyed at missing such a brilliant goal and asked the other fans around them, trying to find out who had scored it. It's David Silva. He received Lin Quan's pass and scored. Haha, we're in the lead again. Look at the expressions on those Real Madrid fans' faces, don't they look like they've eaten shit? It wasn't just the Real Madrid fans who looked like that, their coaches and substitutes on the bench reacted similarly. Manchester City had no sportsmanship. They attacked from the start, and most of their players hadn't even gotten into the game, not even touching the ball before conceding a goal. Damn it, I underestimated the old man's madness. Ancelotti cursed under his breath, blaming himself for his mistake. He should have expected Manchester City to do this. Avila shouldn't have lost his position, an assistant coach said, somewhat annoyed. It's not Avila's fault, our defense was led astray by Lin Quan. Ancelotti didn't blame Avila. He did bear some responsibility for the goal, but the biggest responsibility didn't lie with him. Lin Quan didn't pass when everyone thought he would, but passed the ball when everyone thought he wouldn't. It was precisely this contrast that caught Real Madrid's players off guard, causing them to make mistakes. The second half had only just begun, and they hadn't fully entered the game, so such errors were understandable. However, they couldn't afford any more mistakes. Ancelotti could barely accept a 3-2 score, but if Manchester City scored again, making it 4-2, the situation would be extremely unfavorable for Real Madrid. Thinking about this, Ancelotti hesitated. Should he change his strategy, abandon the attacking approach against Manchester City, and switch to a defensive counter-attacking style? Ancelotti's team was very good at counter-attacking, and under Mourinho's guidance, Real Madrid's defense was already very strong. If they played a defensive counter-attacking style, it would be difficult for Manchester City to score again. This way, Real Madrid might be able to maintain the score until halftime, preventing the opponent from extending their lead. Moreover, if the opponent's attack was too intense, and Real Madrid managed to intercept the ball in midfield, they could quickly capitalize on the opponent's mistakes and launch a threatening counter-attack. Perhaps this could level the score? Ancelotti hesitated. He had promised his players an attacking game in the locker room, but now, with the second half just beginning, he was already reneging on his decision, leaving his players bewildered. Ancelotti's prediction was correct. After Manchester City's goal, Real Madrid's players began to split. Ronaldo, Bale, and other forwards were eager to launch an immediate attack and equalize. However, the defenders, intimidated by Manchester City's earlier offensive onslaught, wanted to stabilize the situation before making a more measured approach. This internal disagreement resulted in Real Madrid's attack becoming disjointed, unable to penetrate the defense and struggling to hold on. In contrast, Manchester City's morale soared after David Silva's goal. They became incredibly active, launching a relentless attack on Real Madrid. The Manchester City fans, seeing their team thrashing the star-studded Galacticos, were ecstatic, their cheers rising in waves. Fueled by the home crowd, Manchester City completely dominated the game. From the start of the second half until the 55th minute, for a full 10 minutes, they firmly pinned Real Madrid back in their own half, unable to push the attack past midfield. If it weren't for Real Madrid's goalkeeper Casillas' heroics, making several crucial saves to deny Manchester City's dangerous shots, Real Madrid would likely be trailing by a large margin. Seeing the unfavorable situation and their defense crumbling, Ancelotti finally made a decision. He began addressing his players, urging them to change tactics and retreat to their own half for a defensive counter-attacking game. Ancelotti's decision brought a sigh of relief to Real Madrid's players, especially the defenders. They felt they wouldn't be able to hold on if Ancelotti hadn't given this order. However, Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale, among other stars, looked grim after hearing Ancelotti's instructions. Wasn't the plan to play attacking football? Why the counter-attacking? Bale might be a little better off, but Ronaldo was clearly unhappy. Before Bale arrived, he was the key player in Real Madrid's counter-attacks. But after Bale's arrival, that key player became Ronaldo. There's no way around it, the guy is fast, and he has a speed advantage in quick counter-attacks. Therefore, Ancelotti's adjustment significantly reduced Ronaldo's scoring opportunities, while providing Bale with many chances. As it turns out, Ronaldo was a bit overthinking things. Seeing Real Madrid switch to a defensive counter-attacking style, Manchester City quickly changed their strategy. From their previous open and expansive attacks, they shifted to controlling the tempo, keeping the ball firmly under their control, and not giving the opponent any counter-attacking opportunities. Seeing this, both the Real Madrid players on the field and the Real Madrid coaching staff on the sidelines felt incredibly familiar. If the Manchester City players were dressed in red and blue jerseys, they would even feel like they were facing Barcelona. Chapter 268, Part 32, Real Madrid, see you in Madrid next round. The second half of the match was strange. It didn't resemble a Champions League semi-final, but rather a Spanish El Clasico between Barcelona and Real Madrid. Manchester City has a large number of Spanish internationals, so their possession-based tactics weren't surprising. Since Barcelona's rise, countless teams across Europe have imitated and studied their passing and possession style. However, perhaps only Manchester City has achieved a near-identical resemblance. The reason is simple: they have Lin Quan. Other teams' imitations are merely superficial. Without Messi, a crucial element, they can't replicate Barcelona's passing and possession effectiveness. But Manchester City has Lin Quan, who is practically a carbon copy of Messi. With him, Manchester City's passing and possession system is at least 50% similar to Barcelona's. Furthermore, Manchester City recently played 2 matches against Barcelona, experiencing firsthand the power of their passing and possession tactics. The entire team, from the coaching staff to the players, has gained a deep understanding of these tactics. This made it much easier for them to imitate Barcelona's tactics. So, Manchester City at this point did indeed look very much like Barcelona. Seeing their opponents adopt possession-based football, Real Madrid immediately became more vigilant. They had suffered many defeats against Barcelona in the league. Because Real Madrid retreated deeper, Manchester City, utilizing their possession-based style, gradually gained control of the game. Gradually, Manchester City's possession rate began to increase rapidly. From a balanced first half, Manchester City's possession rate gradually exceeded 60%, while Real Madrid's fell below 40%. However, Real Madrid didn't seem nervous or panicked. They switched to a defensive counter-attacking style, naturally relinquishing possession. For them, as long as they could capitalize on the opponent's mistakes, intercept the ball through pressing, and launch a successful counter-attack, their goal was achieved. As for possession rate, even a high number doesn't guarantee a win. If you can't win, isn't it all meaningless? Real Madrid players patiently organized their defense, pressing Manchester City's midfielders and trying to capitalize on their mistakes to launch counter-attacks. The midfield battle quickly intensified. Unlike Barcelona's midfield, Manchester City's midfielders had a lower average age. Their oldest, Yaya Touré, was only 31 and in his prime. Kroos and De Bruyne were even younger, and theoretically should have had an advantage in midfield battles. However, Modric, after overcoming his initial adjustment period, became increasingly active for Real Madrid. In the 76th minute, Modric intercepted the ball and delivered a long pass to Bale on the wing. Bale unleashed another lightning-fast attack down the wing, but unfortunately, his final shot went just wide of the goal. Otherwise, Real Madrid would have equalized. Manchester City were taken aback by Real Madrid's counter-attack, and Pellegrini couldn't help but frown. Although he had recognized Modric's threat before the match and specifically assigned Yaya Touré to mark him closely, the situation was different. However, it seems that the desired effect has not been achieved. At 29, Modric has entered his prime. He is the metronome of Real Madrid's midfield, possessing not only superb organizational and driving abilities, but also abundant stamina, refined technique, excellent overall vision, and a broad perspective. Modric has all the qualities a top midfielder should have. Modric's performance on both ends of the pitch today was remarkable. If Pellegrini were to rate him, he would even give Modric the highest score for Real Madrid. In Pellegrini's eyes, Modric's importance even surpasses that of top stars like Ronaldo and Bale. It's hard to imagine that a player only 172 centimeters tall could have such outstanding defensive abilities. His excellent running ability allows him to cover a large area on the field. Whenever Manchester City launches an attack, he always appears in the most crucial area. Although this also led to him being beaten by Lin Quan several times, becoming a mere backdrop, being a backdrop is precisely a testament to his defensive awareness. As long as he doesn't face Lin Quan, Modric's defensive instincts allow him to effectively contribute to the team defensively. If Modric only possessed defensive abilities, he wouldn't be such a headache for Pellegrini. However, Modric is too well-rounded. He's not only strong defensively but also even stronger offensively. He's Real Madrid's playmaker, the metronome of transitions between attack and defense. Real Madrid's attacks become more threatening after Modric orchestrates them. Not to mention, when he directly completes a pass, it's even more threatening. Therefore, it's crucial to contain Modric. With this in mind, Pellegrini took advantage of a dead ball situation to give Yaya Touré a few instructions, asking him to specifically mark Modric and having De Bruyne assist him. This adjustment had some effect, but also had significant consequences. Because Modric's range of movement was so wide, he could push forward into Manchester City's penalty area when attacking and retreat to his own penalty area when defending. This caused Yaya Touré and De Bruyne to be somewhat overwhelmed, unknowingly wasting a lot of energy on defense. Yaya Touré was one thing, but De Bruyne was Manchester City's attacking playmaker. When he wasted his energy on defense, his contribution to the attack plummeted. This resulted in Manchester City's attack in the second half being impressive but lacking in real threat. Seeing this, Ancelotti breathed a sigh of relief. Although the counter-attack failed, maintaining this result was barely acceptable. Back at Real Madrid's home ground, he'd show Manchester City Real Madrid's true strength. Just as Ancelotti had this thought, he saw Lin Quan, through sheer skill, dribble past two defenders and burst into the penalty area for a powerful shot. Seeing Lin Quan's shot, Ancelotti felt his heart leap into his throat. Fortunately, Casillas made a crucial save, averting the danger. Otherwise, Real Madrid would likely be down by 2 goals. Damn it, it's already the 85th minute, how does this guy still have this much stamina? Ancelotti glanced at the scoreboard and couldn't help but mutter a curse. Real Madrid and Barcelona have faced each other frequently in the league, so their research on Messi is comprehensive. They know that players like Messi, due to the high frequency of dribbling and passing, experience rapid energy depletion. Messi often strolls around the field, rarely participating in the team's defense, precisely to conserve energy for launching attacks. Applying this understanding of Messi to Lin Quan, Real Madrid instinctively assumed that Lin Quan would experience energy issues in the second half, especially towards the end of the game. After all, he participated not only in a large number of attacks but also in a significant amount of defense. At this stage, his energy consumption should be even more severe than Messi's. Therefore, at this point, Lin Quan should no longer have the stamina to launch such attacks. But reality surprised them greatly. Looking at Lin Quan's breakthroughs in passing, and his final shot despite Ramos's physical challenge, he didn't seem to lack energy at all. No, they couldn't afford to falter at the most crucial moment, they had to strengthen their defense. Thinking this, Ancelotti immediately made a substitution. He replaced Isco with a defensive player, intending to strengthen the defense. Isco was a little frustrated, his performance in this match had been quite good, but since the coach wanted to make a substitution, he dared not complain and could only obediently leave the field. Real Madrid's substitution was a signal to call it quits. After receiving this signal, the players began to focus more on defense and no longer committed too many players to attack. This made Manchester City's attack even more difficult. Lin Quan could no longer rely on his individual skills to break through, because the player Ancelotti brought on specifically marked him, making it difficult for him to get space to run. 5 minutes later, Ancelotti made another substitution, replacing Benzema with another defensive midfielder. This substitution was even more ruthless. Real Madrid's midfield pressure increased further, Manchester City's attacking organization was somewhat disrupted, and their attacking threat decreased further. In the end, after 90 minutes, Manchester City defeated Real Madrid 3-2 at home. This result was barely acceptable to both Manchester City and Real Madrid. For Manchester City, they at least defended their home ground and won the game, albeit by a small margin. For Real Madrid, they secured an away goal and were only 1 goal behind. Therefore, they only needed to score 1 more goal at home to eliminate Manchester City. This was a piece of cake for the attackingly strong Real Madrid. So, when shaking hands after the game, Ancelotti showed no frustration or disappointment, chatting and laughing with Pellegrini for a while. On the field, although both teams were somewhat unwilling, they could accept the result. Bale immediately approached Lin Quan after the game, proposing to exchange jerseys. This was an agreement made before the match, so Lin Quan readily agreed, taking off his jersey and handing it to Bale. "See you in Madrid." Bale accepted the jersey, patted Lin Quan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Okay, see you in Madrid." Lin Quan nodded in response. Cristiano Ronaldo, who was still on the field drinking water, saw this and snorted before turning and walking into the players' tunnel. The Manchester City players didn't leave immediately. Instead, led by Captain Company, they circled the pitch to thank their fans. The fans were incredibly enthusiastic, thrilled to have defeated the powerful Real Madrid at home. While a 3-2 scoreline wasn't ideal, a win was all that mattered. It was Real Madrid, after all. In the post-match press conference, Ancelotti stated he accepted the score and firmly believed his team would secure a place in the final at the Bernabeu. "Yes, I'm confident the team will advance to the final. We have a perfect home record. And I believe this time will be no exception." Ancelotti's confidence stemmed not only from Real Madrid's superior strength but also from their outstanding home record this season. Real Madrid has played 5 Champions League home games this season, and they have won all 5, with almost all victories by 2 goals or more. While Real Madrid's away record is decent, they are truly formidable at home. After interviewing Ancelotti, reporters flocked to Manchester City's manager, asking for his thoughts on the upcoming away game at the Bernabeu. Pellegrini expressed cautious optimism. "My team is currently in the lead. After this match, we tested Real Madrid's strength. They are very strong, but not invincible. Our goal for the next match at the Bernabeu remains to win." Before the match, Pellegrini's words would have been largely unbelievable. However, after watching the entire game, many people are impressed with Manchester City's strength. Beating the powerful Real Madrid at home demonstrates Manchester City's strength. But people are not optimistic about Manchester City winning away against Real Madrid. Home and away games are completely different experiences. Winning at home doesn't guarantee a win away, especially at the Bernabeu. After the match, betting companies immediately updated their odds. Although Real Madrid trailed in the score, their odds were significantly lower than Manchester City's, clearly indicating that bookmakers favored Real Madrid to advance to the final. However, given Manchester City's strong performance at home, the odds offered by the bookmakers weren't too outrageous. The odds were roughly 3.5 to 6.5, with Real Madrid holding the upper hand, but many also favored Manchester City. After the match, major media outlets reported on the game immediately. Marca: Real Madrid failed to breach the Etihad Stadium, but 2 away goals are enough to satisfy Ancelotti. We are just 1 goal away from the final. As Real Madrid only need 2 more wins to lift their 10th trophy. The Guardian: Manchester City defended their home ground, defeating the mighty Real Madrid, not only keeping their hopes of reaching the final alive but also surprising those who underestimated Manchester City before the match. The Times: this scoreline is not ideal for Manchester City, and their next match at the Bernabeu will undoubtedly be very difficult. They need to be at their best and give it their all. BBC: with 1 goal and 2 assists, Lin Quan delivered an explosive performance, taking a commanding lead in this clash of top stars. After this match, no one should doubt whether Lin Quan can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 2 greatest players of all time. Now there is only one question: when will he win his first Ballon d'Or? Chapter 269 Semi-final match, visiting the Bernabeu. Manchester City's home victory over Real Madrid was a minor upset. However, compared to the result of another match, their upset seemed insignificant. In the other semi-final held on April 24, Bayern Munich, playing at home, surprisingly lost 0-1 to Atletico Madrid. This score was unexpected by everyone before the match. Although Real Madrid lost, they had 2 away goals, and the loss wasn't by much, so they could accept it. But Bayern's home loss was completely unacceptable. If they lost at home, how could they expect to beat Atletico Madrid away? As a result, after this match, the outside world was pessimistic about Bayern's chances of advancing, with almost no one believing they could reach the final. At the same time, after defeating the powerful Bayern, Simeone and his Atletico Madrid immediately became famous. Among the teams that reached the Champions League semi-finals, if we were to talk about which team had the most star players and the highest market value, it would undoubtedly be Real Madrid. And Atletico Madrid unsurprisingly ranked last. Yet this bottom-ranked team managed to upset the equally star-studded and expensive Bayern Munich. It was utterly astonishing. Suddenly, the entire football world became curious about Simeone and his Atletico Madrid. What was so magical about this coach that he could lead such a relatively ordinary squad to such outstanding results? While the outside world was showering Simeone and Atletico Madrid with praise, Guardiola and his Bayern Munich faced comprehensive and relentless criticism. This season, Guardiola's Bayern exposed a serious problem: their record against strong teams was quite poor. In the group stage, they drew 1 and lost 1 against Manchester City, failing to gain any advantage. 10 days ago, in the Bundesliga, they were defeated 3-0 at home by Dortmund. Now, they've been defeated by Atletico Madrid. Aside from defeating an out-of-form Manchester United, Bayern seems to have no other notable achievements. Bayern's players are still the same group, with very few changes to the lineup. However, the team's tactics changed significantly, so naturally, the blame was placed on Guardiola. And this time, no one from Bayern Munich stood up for him. Why not just come to Manchester City? Upon learning of Bayern's loss and the overwhelming criticism Guardiola received, Lin Quan proactively called to comfort him. Guardiola was speechless. "Are you here to poach him on behalf of Manchester City?" "No, I'm just representing myself. You know our big boss, if he wants to poach someone, he'll just throw money at them." Guardiola recalled the scene when Masia came to Lin Quan with a contract and nodded. That was indeed Masia's style. "Let's see how this season goes first. I still have 2 years left on my contract with Bayern, and I don't want to break it." Guardiola valued his contract and didn't want to terminate it prematurely. Bayern Munich is unlikely to fire him, given that he just led the team to a 53-game unbeaten run in the league, the second longest unbeaten streak in Europe. Besides, Barcelona is holding its presidential election this summer, and I've already rejected Laporta based on my contract. If I were to back out now and go to Manchester City, Laporta would definitely think I played him. Guardiola explained, seemingly worried that Lin Quan might be disappointed or even dissatisfied. He has a good relationship with Laporta and didn't want to lie to him about this. So saying he wouldn't leave this summer meant he wouldn't leave Bayern unless Bayern terminated his contract. Alright, but you probably won't have an easy time either. Atletico Madrid's home ground is tough. Neither Barcelona nor Real Madrid have won at the Calderón Stadium this season. Simeone's Atletico Madrid is tough. How tough? Neither of the two Spanish giants has won against Atletico Madrid this season. Real Madrid is strong, right? They were defeated twice by Barcelona this season. Barcelona is strong, right? They were shut out by Atletico Madrid. So Lin Quan wasn't really surprised that Bayern lost at home. While Simeone's squad is indeed somewhat ordinary, it's sufficient to execute his tactical approach. If you were to replace them with a group of established stars, it might not be as effective. Yes, I've noticed that. Let's play with all our might next game. Thankfully, the deficit isn't too large. Guardiola felt Bayern's loss was somewhat unfair. They had just achieved the longest unbeaten run in the Bundesliga at 53 rounds. To maintain this record, the players were physically and mentally exhausted, and under immense pressure. This pressure accumulated until it finally broke them down, leading to consecutive losses to Augsburg and Dortmund. It's fair to say that Bayern was in a period of low morale. At this point, they might not even be able to beat any other strong team, let alone Atletico Madrid. However, once they adjust and their morale and player form recover, a comeback is not impossible. The key is whether they can get the team back into form before the next leg, a week from now. A 1-goal deficit isn't a significant amount. For Bayern Munich at their peak, this was definitely not a difficult task. On April 27th, the 36th round of the Premier League kicked off. Since Manchester City had already secured the title 4 rounds early, Pellegrini fielded a large number of substitutes for this match. Their opponents, Crystal Palace, were currently ranked 11th in the league, safe from relegation and out of European competition, the kind of team with nothing to play for. Therefore, the match was relatively peaceful, with the goals from Navas and Jovetic securing a comfortable 2-0 victory for Manchester City. After the match, the entire Manchester City team flew directly from London Airport to Madrid to prepare for their second leg match against Real Madrid 3 days later. Upon arriving in Madrid, Manchester City moved into Getafe's training ground. They had originally wanted to rent Atletico Madrid's training ground, but Atletico Madrid, preparing for their home game against Bayern Munich, were concerned about tactical leaks and therefore did not agree to Manchester City's request. This is quite normal, since both teams still have the chance to advance. If both teams reach the final, they'll have seen each other's tactical training in advance, and there will be no secrets between them in the final. Moreover, given Lin Quan's relationship with Guardiola, Atletico Madrid is also worried that Lin Quan might leak information to Guardiola. After learning Atletico Madrid's reason for refusing, Lin Quan was speechless. What kind of person do they take him for? Would he betray them? He's not that bored. Besides, Guardiola doesn't need him to provide intelligence. As one of the top coaches in football, since they've already faced off, Guardiola couldn't possibly be unaware of Simeone's tactics. Thinking of this, Lin Quan silently cheered for Guardiola. Go Guardiola, beat Atletico Madrid and we'll meet in the final. April 29, Bernabeu Stadium. Just 16 minutes into the game, Real Madrid had already equalized. Ramos, he scored a priceless goal with a header. The aggregate score is currently 3-3. But Real Madrid has a 2-goal advantage. If the match ends at this score, Real Madrid will advance to the final. Manchester City is in a precarious situation. Since the start of the game, they have completely lost control of the field and succumbed to Real Madrid's powerful offensive. The Bernabeu Stadium erupted in thunderous applause the moment Ramos scored. Many of the Real Madrid fans in attendance were successful members of high society. They maintained their composure and didn't shout like typical home fans, instead using restrained applause to encourage their players. However, the loudness of the applause revealed the immense excitement of these gentlemen. Finally, they were going to reach the Champions League final. A full 12 years. Real Madrid and its fans had waited far too long. Ramos, the hero of the goal, was also ecstatic, running to the sidelines for a spectacular sliding celebration. Although he didn't come through Real Madrid's youth academy, he has played for the club for 9 years, making him arguably the longest-serving player besides Casillas. His time with Real Madrid coincided with a decline of the team's Champions League performance after the first Galacticos era. Therefore, Ramos and the team experienced defeat after defeat in the Champions League. At their most difficult time, Real Madrid even fell short in the round of 16 every year. After weathering that tough period, Real Madrid finally experienced a resurgence. As a veteran of the Real Madrid team, having gone through so many ups and downs with the club, Ramos has a very deep affection for the club. If they can defeat Manchester City, they will reach the final for the first time in 12 years, aiming for their 10th Champions League trophy. This trophy is one Real Madrid has waited far too long for. On the sidelines, Ancelotti appeared even more excited than the players. The moment he scored, he excitedly raised his hands and ran along the sidelines, not even noticing his chewing gum had fallen from his mouth. On the other side, Manchester City's manager, Pellegrini, wore a bitter expression, his brow deeply furrowed. Given Real Madrid's powerful attack and Manchester City's current lead, Pellegrini opted for a defensive counter-attacking strategy away from home. This tactical choice was pragmatic. Real Madrid, trailing, would inevitably attack. Manchester City, if they seized their counter-attacking opportunities and executed a few successful counter-attacks, could extend their lead and secure a valuable away goal. His plan was sound, but the game unfolded drastically differently from his expectations. He anticipated Real Madrid's attack, but he hadn't expected their ferocity. Playing at home, Real Madrid seemed like a completely different team. Their attack was even more frenzied and unstoppable than in the previous match. What surprised Pellegrini even more was that Real Madrid's wingers, who had been almost entirely isolated in the previous game, were now combining effectively. Their connection injected tremendous momentum into Real Madrid's attack. Ramos's goal came from a corner kick that Bale passed to Ronaldo in the attacking third, leading to Ronaldo's shot. Defending against Ronaldo and Bale individually is already challenging for Manchester City. If they successfully link up and create a synergy greater than the sum of its parts, it becomes virtually impossible for Manchester City to stop them. Moreover, there's Modric on the field. In several of Real Madrid's attacks, it was often this diminutive Croatian who delivered the decisive passes. Limiting his effectiveness requires a strong defensive midfielder. And Manchester City doesn't have that kind of player. Thinking of this, Pellegrini looked towards the team's bench. Fernandinho had finally returned after a 10-match suspension. However, the Brazilian chose the suspension rather than apologize to Pellegrini. This made Pellegrini hesitate. Should he bring him on? Seeing the team fall behind early on, Lin Quan felt helpless. Even he had dropped back outside the penalty area to participate in defense, but Real Madrid's attacks were simply too relentless. They have so many attacking threats: Benzema, Ronaldo, Bale, Isco, Modric, two attacking fullbacks, Xabi Alonso with his long-range shots, and Ramos with his heading ability. How could they possibly defend against so many? The results of these first 10 minutes prove that counter-attacking tactics don't work against a team like Real Madrid. They're not Atletico Madrid, they can't produce that kind of effect. Therefore, they must attack to defeat Real Madrid. Although the aggregate score was the same, Manchester City was already behind. So their counter-attacking strategy naturally failed, and the players launched a fierce counter-attack immediately after the restart. However, Real Madrid's defense was exceptionally solid today. Having learned from their previous experience, they didn't give Lin Quan any chance to penetrate the penalty area. Lin Quan had just dribbled close to the box when he was brought down by Pepe. The referee awarded a free kick but didn't give a card, much to the dissatisfaction of the Manchester City players. Lin Quan and De Bruyne discussed it. The distance was within shooting range for both of them. Either one could take the shot. You go first. Casillas is my teammate on the national team, he knows my playing style better. Lin Quan gave the opportunity to De Bruyne. De Bruyne nodded, slowly backed away, and began preparing for his free kick. After a 7 or 8 step run-up, De Bruyne slammed his fist into the ball, unleashing a high-quality knuckleball. However, Casillas lived up to his name, not only guessing the direction correctly but also tipping the ball away with one hand. This made Lin Quan frown. Casillas had indeed studied the knuckleball. Was it based on videotapes of his and De Bruyne's free kicks, or was it the result of exchanging experiences with another knuckleball expert on the team, Cristiano Ronaldo? In any case, next time he takes a free kick, he couldn't use the knuckleball. Lin Quan thought of the trick he had learned from Janino from a young age. He wondered how effective that trick would be. Chapter 270 A Glimmer of Hope Amidst Adversity. The Bernabeu fans applauded Casillas, thanking him for his brilliant saves that kept the goal intact. On the sidelines, Ancelotti sensed danger and called Xabi Alonso over, giving him some instructions. He told them to protect the defense and reduce fouls near the penalty area. Xabi Alonso nodded repeatedly and quickly relayed Ancelotti's advice. Ancelotti's adjustments quickly stabilized Real Madrid's defense, allowing them to repel Manchester City's counter-attack and regain control of the game. Benzema, a stark contrast to his almost invisible performance in the previous match, played exceptionally well this time. His runs, stretches, and passing created numerous opportunities for his teammates Ronaldo and Bale. In the 27th minute, Benzema passed to Ronaldo, whose shot hit the post. A collective sigh rippled through the Bernabeu stadium as countless Real Madrid fans clutched their heads in frustration. Cristiano Ronaldo, though slightly disappointed, still gave Benzema a thumbs up. Just 2 minutes later, Benzema and Bale combined, assisting the opposing player into the penalty area for a shot. Bale's shot wasn't as good as Ronaldo's, perhaps he learned it from Nunez, as his attempt at the far post went wildly wide, wasting Benzema's perfect pass. Benzema shook his head inwardly, thinking, these two guys, their shooting skills are worse than mine. I might as well do it myself. In the 42nd minute, Modric began to control the tempo, and Real Madrid's relentless attack seemed to be finally coming to a halt. However, just as Manchester City's players breathed a sigh of relief after withstanding Real Madrid's onslaught, Benzema saw Modric look up and, without hesitation, made a clever run down the edge of the penalty area. Modric, almost simultaneously, delivered a through ball, which slipped perfectly between two Manchester City defenders. Great goal! Benzema secretly cheered for Modric's pass. After receiving the ball, he adjusted his position and aimed for the top corner of the goal, slotting it in. The shot was of extremely high quality. Joe Hart was truly helpless, unable to even attempt a save. Benzema immediately sensed the opportunity, looked up, and sure enough, saw the ball flying into Manchester City's net. He raised his hands, ready to celebrate. However, the linesman raised his flag first, ruling the goal offside. Slow-motion replays showed that Benzema's start was slightly premature, giving him a half-body lead over the Manchester City defender. Benzema and Real Madrid fans were left disappointed. Although the goal was disallowed, Benzema wasn't too discouraged. He felt he was in excellent form. If he continued playing like this, a goal was only a matter of time. The goal startled Manchester City's defenders, who intensified their marking of Benzema in the following minutes, denying him any further shooting opportunities. The 1-0 scoreline remained until halftime. The Real Madrid players seemed very satisfied with the result, walking off the field chatting and laughing. Manchester City, on the other hand, had much more serious expressions. Throughout the first half, Manchester City hadn't created many good opportunities. Having learned from their previous match, they thought they had a good grasp of Real Madrid's strength. However, Real Madrid played completely differently at home compared to away, catching Manchester City off guard and causing many players' confidence to waver. Pellegrini made some adjustments to the attacking tactics at halftime. Now that they were behind Real Madrid, the defensive counter-attacking strategy was clearly unsustainable. However, the second half proved that Pellegrini's adjustments had little effect. Apart from Lin Quan's individual brilliance creating a dangerous shot, Manchester City struggled to threaten Real Madrid's goal. Conversely, Real Madrid's attack became increasingly smooth. In the 57th minute of the second half, Real Madrid won the ball back in midfield, and Modric once again delivered a deadly through ball. Instead of looking for Ronaldo or Bale, he found Benzema, who was making a dazzling run. Benzema's excellent performance at the end of the first half filled Modric with confidence, believing he might surprise him. Benzema didn't disappoint Modric. With his back to the goal, he flicked the ball, turned, and before Kompany could block it, unleashed a powerful volley into the far corner of the net, extending Real Madrid's lead. The score became 2-0. The aggregate score was now 4-3. This time, Benzema glanced at the linesman before celebrating, and only after seeing that the linesman hadn't raised his flag did he celebrate excitedly. If Ramos' goal gave Real Madrid a certain advantage, then Benzema's goal practically sealed the victory. Due to the away goals rule, Manchester City needed to score 2 goals to advance to the final. With only 30-odd minutes left, scoring 2 goals against Real Madrid at the Bernabeu was an extremely difficult task. This time, the Bernabeu stadium erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Overwhelmed with joy, even those who considered themselves successful could hardly contain their excitement. In a section of the Bernabeu stands, Bayern Munich coach Pep Guardiola, who had come to Madrid to prepare for tomorrow's match against Atletico Madrid, shook his head as he watched Manchester City play so passively. If it were him, he would have substituted Yaya Touré for Fernandinho. For Manchester City to turn the tide, they needed to control the midfield, otherwise, Real Madrid's attacks would come wave after wave. Defending against one wave was meaningless, as Real Madrid's attacks were endless. Pellegrini also considered this, even though Fernandinho hadn't apologized yet. But given the current situation, the team needed him on. With that in mind, Pellegrini looked at Fernandinho and gestured for his assistant coach to remind him to go and warm up. Upon hearing his name called, Fernandinho jumped up from the bench and ran back and forth along the pitch. Clearly, he was ready to come on. Although he was still resentful of his manager, he wouldn't refuse Pellegrini's decision to bring him on at this point. Just as Pellegrini was preparing to make substitutions, Ancelotti made his own changes. The Manchester City coaching staff initially thought the opposition would back down and bring on defensive players to solidify their defense, but they were stunned by the players Ancelotti brought on. Instead of strengthening the defense, Ancelotti continued to bolster the attack. He replaced Isco with the Angels' wing, Di Maria. Di Maria and Fernandinho entered the game one after the other, one an attacking player, the other a defensive one. At first glance, it seemed like Real Madrid was trailing while Manchester City was leading, but the reality was quite different. Manchester City didn't replace Yaya Touré, but Kroos. Clearly, Pellegrini felt Kroos hadn't performed well in the match and decided to substitute him. Guardiola was stunned by the Chilean's decision. Pellegrini had brought on Fernandinho precisely to protect Kroos, so why take him off? He couldn't understand the decision. Seeing the substitution board, Kroos looked dejected, head down, and silently walked to the sidelines. He hadn't played well in this match. Real Madrid's attack was too relentless, forcing him to shoulder a heavy defensive burden. Kroos's defensive abilities weren't particularly strong to begin with, and facing a group of top-tier players, his defensive performance naturally fell short of expectations. Even worse, after wasting so much energy on defense, his offensive performance was poor. He failed to deliver the accurate long passes he had in the previous game. Furthermore, the intense pressing from Real Madrid players made it difficult for Kroos to function as a midfield playmaker. His attempts to control the tempo of the game repeatedly ended in failure. Being substituted early inevitably left Kroos with a sense of frustration. With his team trailing and himself substituted, he could only sit on the bench like a spectator, unable to influence the outcome. He had a strong premonition that Manchester City would lose away from home and lose their hopes of advancing. Not just him, Lin Quan felt the same way. After Fernandinho came on, he successfully neutralized Modric, but Di Maria became active in the attacking third, his combinations with Ronaldo, Benzema, and others causing Manchester City's defense to crumble repeatedly. Time ticked by, and the score remained 2-0. Even worse, Real Madrid still held the advantage. This convinced Real Madrid fans that their team would win the game and advance to the final. So, chants began to resound at the Bernabeu, "Come on, Madrid. Noble and dignified. Come on, Madrid. Fight for victory. Defend your noble white." Fueled by the chants, the Real Madrid players became increasingly excited and energetic. In the 73rd minute of the second half, Di Maria drifted to the wing and, after two consecutive 1-2 passes with Bale, surged towards the edge of Manchester City's penalty area. Just as he was about to dribble into the box and shoot, he was suddenly tackled and lost possession. A commotion erupted in the stadium. Real Madrid fans looked closely and realized that the tackler wasn't a Manchester City defender, but their number 10, Lin Quan. Lin Quan had observed Di Maria's tendency to operate on the left wing and was specifically waiting there to mark him. His prediction proved accurate. Di Maria indeed dribbled inside from the left, intending to shoot. Lin Quan's tackle was clean, he didn't touch Di Maria. Even when Di Maria made an exaggerated diving save towards the Manchester City penalty area, Lin Quan ignored it, quickly got up, passed the ball to De Bruyne, and then sprinted towards Real Madrid's half. Undeterred by Di Maria's agonizing fall in the Manchester City penalty area, De Bruyne received a pass from Lin Quan and quickly launched a through ball, bypassing Real Madrid's midfield and placing it near the center circle. The pass was brilliant, helping Lin Quan overcome Real Madrid's midfield interception. After receiving the ball, Lin Quan strode towards Real Madrid's half, getting closer and closer to the goal. A chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Real Madrid fans were extremely dissatisfied with Manchester City, especially Lin Quan's actions. They felt he had not only committed a malicious foul but also lacked sportsmanship, continuing the attack despite an injured player. However, the referee, who was nearby, clearly saw Lin Quan's tackle and knew he hadn't made contact with anyone, so he didn't call a foul and instead allowed play to continue. Seeing the referee's decision, Real Madrid's players panicked. Their opponent had already dribbled past their half, and most of their players were out of position. "Quick, retreat and defend!" Vice-captain Ramos roared, charging towards Lin Quan first. He was closest to Lin Quan and intended to try and stop him. If he couldn't stop him, Ramos planned to use a tactical foul to stop Manchester City's counter-attack. Lin Quan understood Ramos's intentions perfectly and didn't give him a chance to foul. Seeing Ramos charging aggressively, Lin Quan kicked the ball behind Ramos, dribbled past him, and avoided Ramos's challenge. Seeing Lin Quan get past Ramos in this way, Bale, who was still slowly retreating on the wing, was stunned. This move felt so familiar. The home Real Madrid fans had already sensed the danger of conceding a goal, and they desperately booed, trying to distract Lin Quan in this way. Casillas decisively chose to come out when Ramos pressed. The Real Madrid penalty area was wide open. If he didn't come out and continue to stay in front of the goal, he would be waiting to die. Rather than wait to die, Casillas figured he might as well seize the opportunity while Lin Quan was getting past Ramos and try to contest a half goal with him. Casillas judged he had a chance to get the ball because Lin Quan had kicked it quite far, almost right between the two, in order to get past Ramos. If he could get to the ball first, he could clear it. Seeing Casillas rush out, the Real Madrid fans forgot all about booing Lin Quan. They all stood up tensely, craning their necks to watch the pitch, awaiting their fate. Casillas was already very fast, but to his astonishment, Lin Quan was even faster. The game was already over 70 minutes in, and he still had that kind of speed. Casillas's pupils constricted. He realized the danger. He probably wouldn't be able to get to the ball before Lin Quan. So, Casillas gritted his teeth and chose to slide tackle, trying to clear the ball. "Lin, give up. Even if you score this goal, Manchester City will still be one goal behind. But you'll be seriously injured because of this shot, which is a huge loss, so please give up." However, within Casillas' sight, Lin Quan resolutely raised his foot and kicked the ball. He didn't dodge. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Diving in Penalties. Guardiola jumped to his feet, his face tense as he looked towards the pitch. He shared the same sentiment as Spain's national team coach, Vicente Del Bosque, who was also in attendance. With less than 2 months until the World Cup, Lin Quan, Spain's absolute core player, was at risk of injury. How could Spain possibly compete? On the Manchester City bench, Pellegrini felt the same way. Lin Quan was also a key player for Manchester City. If he were to leave the field injured, Manchester City's attacking system would collapse, and they would have no chance of a comeback. He's really giving it his all. On the Real Madrid bench, watching Lin Quan being tackled and the ball rolling into the Real Madrid goal, Ancelotti exclaimed in admiration. He hadn't seen a player as relentlessly competitive as Lin Quan in a long time. The Real Madrid fans who had been booing Lin Quan the entire way fell silent. Although they were opponents, their adversaries' fighting spirit moved them, making it impossible for them to continue booing Lin Quan. Sigh, this guy, handsome, capable, good sportsmanship, and so hard-working, it's a real shame he didn't come to Real Madrid. Yet, if it had been Lin who transferred to Real Madrid last year, we wouldn't just be aiming for this year's Champions League, we could be contenders for the Champions League for the next 10 years. Inside the Manchester City penalty area, after diving and screaming for a while, seeing no one paying attention to him, Di Maria nonchalantly stood up, and then saw his captain tackle Lin Quan. Although separated by almost the entire pitch, seeing that impactful scene still made Di Maria's heart tighten. If he had been tackled like that, he felt like his leg would have broken. On the field, Manchester City players rushed to Lin Quan, concerned about his injury. Manchester City's team doctor quickly came onto the field to examine Lin Quan's injury. Lin Quan's jaw was clenched, his forehead covered in sweat from the pain. Casillas had kicked his shin bone, and he felt like he was going to faint from the pain. Fortunately, his injury immunity prevented him from getting seriously hurt, leaving him only with intense pain. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far more severe. Manchester City's team doctors initially thought Lin Quan had suffered a serious injury, but after examining him, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Quan's injury was much minor than they had imagined. Considering that Lin Quan had experienced similar situations in other matches before, they could only explain it by his exceptional talent, finding no other reason. Just like some people are naturally injury-prone, while others rarely get injured, this is related to physical constitution. Although they made this judgment, they still dared not be careless and planned to carry Lin Quan off the field on a stretcher for treatment to reduce swelling and pain, as well as further observation. On the sidelines, Pellegrini called Negreiro, preparing to have him replace Lin Quan. However, at this moment, he saw Lin Quan limp to his feet, refusing the team doctor's suggestion to rest on the sidelines. He gestured to Pellegrini, indicating that he could continue playing. Pellegrini paused for a moment, glanced at the scoreboard, nodded to Lin Quan, and gestured for him to request a substitution immediately if Lin Quan couldn't continue. The Manchester City fans, who had come to the away game, saw Lin Quan stand up and choose to continue fighting. They collectively rose and gave him a warm round of applause. Lin, you don't need to push yourself so hard, it's okay to lose. Yes, Lin, taking care of your health is the most important thing. Why, so touching. How could Manchester City have such a dedicated player? This isn't just about dedication. If Lin Quan continues playing like this, he'll definitely become a symbol of Manchester City. Seeing Lin Quan limping towards the center circle to prepare for the kickoff, Real Madrid fans also sparsely applauded. Although Lin Quan's goal had made them sense danger, they still greatly admired the opponent's tenacious fighting spirit. Lin, are you really okay with your injury? Xabi Alonso asked with concern as he passed Real Madrid's half. Although they were opponents in this match, they were teammates on the national team. Xabi Alonso was worried that Lin Quan's continued play despite his injury would worsen his condition and affect his participation in the World Cup. It's nothing, just a minor injury, it hurts a bit, it'll be fine after a while. Xabi Alonso glanced at him. From the outside, there weren't any obvious signs of injury. Hopefully, it was nothing serious. Lin Quan's goal made the score 2-1, leveling the aggregate score at 4-4. This score still gave Real Madrid a slight advantage, as they had an away goal advantage over Manchester City. If this score held until the final whistle, Real Madrid would still advance. However, This was the Bernabeu. How could Real Madrid accept defeat so easily? There was no reason for them to give up. So, after the restart, Real Madrid launched another fierce attack on Manchester City. Although Di Maria was prone to diving, his ability was still outstanding. With Madrid neutralized, Real Madrid relied on the overlapping runs of their two fullbacks to attack down both flanks. At this time, Di Maria frequently drifted to the wings to coordinate with the wingers, providing them with firepower support and stretching the central defense to create opportunities for his teammates to make runs into the box. In the 81st minute, Di Maria dribbled past several defenders, entered the penalty area, and forced a shot, which was saved by Joe Hart. 2 minutes later, in almost the same position, the Argentine made another move, but this time he chose to pass to a teammate. Both Ronaldo and Benzema were reaching for the ball, with Benzema in a slightly better position. However, Di Maria chose to pass the ball to Ronaldo, because Ronaldo is the team's leader. Ronaldo seemed a bit impatient and unleashed a powerful shot that sent the ball into the stands, leaving Di Maria rolling his eyes. He should have passed to Benzema. Benzema lowered his hand, shaking his head in frustration. In terms of team status, if you don't actively fight for it, you'll never get ahead, unless you outlast all the big shots. However, he's only 2 years younger than Ronaldo and even 2 years older than Bale. The wait-and-see approach won't work. Forget it, with my level, I'll just stick to being a supporting player. If I want to be the leader, I'll probably have to go to a mid-table team. Going to a mid-table team is worse than staying at Real Madrid. After all, you win more and achieve more easily at Real Madrid. If the team's lineup doesn't change much in the next few years, they can challenge for the Champions League many times. Seeing Di Maria's activity, Yaya Touré intensified his marking. But the Argentine was as slippery as an eel, and since he only came on in the second half, his stamina was better than Yaya Touré's. So he didn't engage in close combat with Yaya Touré, always passing the ball with one touch or receiving it while running and then quickly passing it back. This style of play, constantly running and changing positions, made Yaya Touré's defense very difficult. If this were the first half, he could definitely shut down Di Maria, but it's already past the 80th minute, nearing the end of the match. Yaya Touré, who has run the entire game, is genuinely starting to tire. Di Maria keenly observed this, and in the 87th minute, he feigned running back, tricking Yaya Touré into following him, before suddenly accelerating, shaking off Yaya Touré and turning back. At the same time, his teammate passed the ball to him. Yaya Touré was a step too slow and couldn't keep up with Di Maria, allowing the opponent to penetrate into the penalty area. Demichelis rushed over to intercept Di Maria, but Di Maria nutmegged him. Di Maria's touch was a bit too heavy, and the ball slipped slightly out of his control. Just as he thought he had messed up, he felt someone tug at him from behind, and immediately screamed and fell to the ground. The whistle blew, and the referee pointed to the penalty spot. Demichelis felt wronged. He had merely turned and lightly touched Di Maria, who then dramatically collapsed as if struck by a hammer. It was a dive. The referee, unable to see clearly and with Di Maria's exaggerated cries, ignored Demichelis's appeal and upheld his decision. Ronaldo, however, didn't care. He grabbed the ball and headed to the penalty spot to take the penalty. As Real Madrid's first-choice penalty taker, even though Di Maria had won the penalty, he wasn't entitled to take it. Di Maria was helped up by his teammates and retreated outside the penalty area, giving Ronaldo a resentful look. "This is the penalty I won. Why can't I take it? I haven't scored yet." Ronaldo, equally unconcerned, desperately needed a penalty to whet his appetite. "Besides, what business is it of yours if I'm competing with Lin Quan for the Champions League Golden Boot? How many goals have you even scored?" Cristiano Ronaldo is already 1 goal behind Lin Quan, and with Lin Quan scoring again in this match, the gap has widened to 2 goals. With only a few Champions League matches left, if Ronaldo can't close the gap as much as possible in this game, it will be very difficult to catch up with Lin Quan in the final. Historically, finals are rarely spectacular. The allure of the championship trophy often leads to more conservative play and less dramatic scores. A final like the Miracle of Istanbul, with 6 goals in a single match, is a once-in-a-lifetime event in Champions League history. If Ronaldo scores this goal, he will reduce the gap to 1 goal. Then, if he can score another goal in the final, he could catch up with Lin Quan. As for overtaking Lin Quan, it seems very difficult at the moment, and the hope is slim. Joe Hart was jumping around in front of the goal, trying to distract Ronaldo and put psychological pressure on him. However, Ronaldo also has a strong mentality. His penalty kick success rate is very high. So, in the battle of wits between the two, the naive Joe Hart was completely fooled. Seeing Ronaldo's footwork, he judged that Ronaldo was going to shoot to the top left corner. But after making the save, he found that Ronaldo had shot through the middle. If he hadn't made the save, he could have blocked it simply by standing still. Ronaldo was simply incredibly skilled and daring. After scoring the goal, Ronaldo ran to the sidelines, leaped high, and struck his signature celebration. In the previous match at the Etihad Stadium, this celebration drew boos from Manchester City fans. But this time, at the Bernabeu, he received thunderous applause and cheers from over 80,000 spectators. Yes, that's the feeling. The feeling of being the center of attention, the focus of the entire stadium, with everyone cheering for him. Ronaldo thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. Real Madrid players rushed towards Ronaldo, excitedly embracing him. Ronaldo's goal made the score 3-1, and with only a few minutes left in the game, Real Madrid could be said to have one foot in the final. Manchester City's players were somewhat dejected. Conceding a goal at this crucial moment was a heavy blow to their morale. Their stamina was severely depleted, and they were barely holding on by sheer willpower. But Real Madrid's goal was like a needle pricking a balloon, deflating their spirits. It's okay, just one goal is enough. Lin Quan retrieved the ball from the goal and walked over to comfort his teammates. Even if they didn't score, we at least needed to score one goal, and now that they have, we still only need one. Hearing Lin Quan's words, the Manchester City players' eyes lit up. That's right. If they scored another goal, their away goals would be equal to Real Madrid's. Then they could go to extra time. Before Real Madrid scored this goal, if Manchester City had scored another, they could have advanced to the final on goal difference. But after Real Madrid's goal, if Manchester City scored again, they would only be evenly matched, forcing an extra time or even a penalty shootout. Thinking of this, the Manchester City players immediately regained their morale, their fighting spirit reignited. Real Madrid had nothing to fear, they would fight them. The game restarted, and the Real Madrid players were still immersed in joy when they suddenly realized that the Manchester City players opposite them had bloodshot eyes and were charging towards them like enraged bulls. Although Pellegrini's substitutions were criticized by Guardiola, replacing Cruz left Manchester City without their playmaker in the defensive midfield position, and without someone to deliver threatening passes. De Bruyne, while possessing excellent passing ability, was positioned too far forward and easily marked. This was also why Manchester City's attack lacked threat in the second half, relying solely on Lin Quan's individual skill to create opportunities. However, the addition of Ronaldinho made Manchester City's midfield much stronger. Once he adapted to the rhythm of the game, he and Yaya Toure formed two iron gates in defense, effectively shutting down almost all of Real Madrid's attacks originating from the middle. In the 89th minute, seeing Di Maria holding on to the ball too long, Ronaldinho decisively pressed forward, and with the help of his teammates, snatched the ball back from Di Maria's feet. Nearby Real Madrid players immediately pressed him, trying to regain possession and stop Manchester City's counter-attack. Ronaldinho only had time to glance in Lin Quan's direction before kicking the ball forward with all his might. Charge, Lin. This play was very similar to Manchester City's long ball tactics against Barcelona, both involving long balls from the back to find their own strikers. Real Madrid had clearly watched that game, so they were taken aback when Manchester City used this tactic. If Lin Quan received the ball, the defense would be in grave danger. They absolutely couldn't give him that opportunity. This was the consensus in the minds of almost every Real Madrid defender at that moment. Chapter 272. The S-shaped free kick reappears, 18 goals in a single Champions League season. Manchester City intercepts the ball, Fernandinho's long pass. Lin, he gets the ball. Oops, Lin's been pulled down, Xabi Alonso's foul, the referee shows him a yellow card. On the CCTV commentary booth, seeing Lin Quan pulled down by a Real Madrid player, Wei and Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. If Lin Quan had gotten the ball, it could very well have been another goal, but Real Madrid clearly didn't give him the chance. Yes, Xabi Alonso wasn't the last defender, but he still committed a tactical foul, showing Real Madrid's decisiveness. If Xabi Alonso had been the last defender when he fouled, it wouldn't have been a yellow card but a red card. Xabi Alonso reached out and helped Lin Quan up, sincerely apologizing, "Sorry, Lin." Lin Quan nodded, saying nothing. Everyone was playing for their own team, and Xabi Alonso showed the qualities of a professional player. There was nothing to criticize. Moreover, compared to tackle, physically pulling someone down causes far less harm to the player. At least it's less likely to injure them. Of course, precisely because the opponent went straight for the ball, Lin Quan had no way to avoid it this time. Clearly, Real Madrid had anticipated Manchester City's counter-attack, with not only centre-back Pepe dropping back to defend, but also Xabi Alonso staying near the halfway line, ready to provide support. Lin Quan held the ball and placed it where Xabi Alonso had fouled. This spot was about 42 meters from the goal, a very long distance. At this distance, most free kick techniques are useless, but that one might work. Lin, let me take it, I have a strong foot and a lot of power. Yaya Touré, seeing the distance, volunteered to Lin Quan. With little time left in regulation time, this free kick was crucial for Manchester City. If they failed, they could be eliminated by Real Madrid. No need, you go contest a header in the penalty area. Lin Quan shook his head, refusing Yaya Touré's offer. He wasn't sure if his shot would be successful. If not, having Yaya Touré and a few other tall players contest a header in the penalty area might give them a chance. Yaya Touré nodded and, along with Kompany and the other centre-backs, rushed towards Real Madrid's penalty area to contest a header. In this attack, Manchester City deployed almost their entire team, except for the goalkeeper. All the other players crossed the halfway line, with most of them rushing into Real Madrid's penalty area. Real Madrid was on high alert, assigning many players to mark Manchester City's tall players one-on-one. The free kick was too far, so they judged that Lin Quan was unlikely to shoot directly, but would most likely lob it into the penalty area and try to head it in. The game was about to end, and Real Madrid didn't want to let their efforts be wasted on a simple set-piece tactic by their opponents. Cristiano Ronaldo and Gareth Bale stood about 10 meters away from Lin Quan, hands on their groins, watching him with serious expressions. Sometimes, even Ronaldo couldn't help but admire this guy. Despite being behind and his team on the verge of elimination, Lin Quan showed no signs of tension or frustration, only a calm and composed demeanor. For some reason, seeing his opponent's composure made Ronaldo feel uneasy. He glanced back at the densely packed Real Madrid penalty area, and a bizarre thought crossed his mind. This guy, he might just shoot. Ronaldo shook his head, dismissing the idea. At this distance, unless it was a free kick master like Juninho, most people had no chance of threatening the goal. Lin Quan positioned the ball, stepped behind it, and then stepped back 6 or 7 paces before stopping. The Bernabeu stadium erupted in boos again. Real Madrid fans were just as tense as Manchester City fans. If this ball goes in, both sides will be back to square one, with the same aggregate score and away goals. If they can't score again in stoppage time, the game will go into extra time. If extra time still doesn't decide the winner, the match will go to penalty shootout. This is the Bernabeu, Real Madrid's home ground. If the game goes into stoppage time, Manchester City's goal will count as 2 goals. If they concede another, they'll have to come back from 2 goals down. That would be extremely disadvantageous for Real Madrid, so they absolutely have to defend this ball. Real Madrid fans couldn't help but pray that the ball wouldn't go in. Manchester City fans were also praying, but they were praying that the ball would go in. At this moment, whether it was Real Madrid fans, Manchester City fans, or neutral fans, all eyes were focused on Lin Quan. His kick would determine the fate of both teams. Lin Quan took a deep breath, glanced at the goal, and began his run up. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The distance of a few meters was covered in an instant. Lin Quan leaned back, concentrating his power in his right leg, and swung it fiercely at the football. Bang! With a loud bang, the football soared high into the air like a cannonball. Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale both jumped with all their might, but neither could touch the ball. The football flew over the wall, into the penalty area, and headed straight for the goal. The ball had a very obvious curve, and Casillas judged that the football would go to the right side of the goal, so he subconsciously moved a few steps to the right. However, when he finished moving, the football suddenly turned. Casillas' eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Juninho's S-shaped free kick. Lyon, as Real Madrid's nemesis, had seen Casillas face Juninho many times in the Champions League. So after seeing this ball, Casillas immediately recognized it as Juninho's signature move. He reacted incredibly quickly, forcefully twisting his body during the movement and lunging in the opposite direction. This was the limit Casillas could go. However, the ball fell into the net a good 2 or 3 meters away from him. Casillas had no chance of touching the ball. The Bernabeu stadium fell silent as Real Madrid fans stared in disbelief at the ball sinking into the net. It actually went in. They couldn't help but rub their eyes, as if the result was just a hallucination. However, no matter how much they rubbed their eyes, they couldn't change the result. The ball was indeed lying in Real Madrid's goal. The Manchester City players were the first to react. After seeing the referee signal that the goal was valid, they rushed towards Lin Quan like madmen. "Lin, that was brilliant. Haha, is this a last-minute winner against Real Madrid? Great, we've equalized." The players chattered excitedly, each one unable to contain their excitement. They had all thought they were going to be eliminated, but Lin Quan's free kick had saved them from the abyss. Online, in the commentary booths, fans and commentators were even more excited than the Manchester City players. "Holy crap, Lingard's S-shaped free kick. Incredible. A brace at the Bernabeu. How many Champions League goals has Lingard scored this season? His 18th goal of the season. Unprecedented. Ronaldo finally managed to pull one back with a penalty, and now they're down by 2. Ronaldo must be crying in the bathroom." On the field, Ronaldo stood at a distance, hands on his hips, watching Lin Quan surrounded by Manchester City players. He glanced at the scoreboard instinctively. 3-2, Real Madrid still leading by 1 goal. But after Lin Quan scored, the aggregate score and away goals were tied. All of Real Madrid's advantages vanished in an instant. And the goal he had painstakingly chased seemed almost laughable. Was this guy really unbeatable? At this moment, Ronaldo forgot about Messi, prioritizing Lin Quan's threat above all else. Benzema was also stunned by Lin Quan's goal, but unlike Benzema, he felt only admiration. No wonder he was the one he'd been learning from. Lin Quan was still incredibly strong. After the celebration, Captain Company stepped up to remind them, "We can't be careless. The game isn't over yet. We need to hold on for the last few minutes and not let Real Madrid snatch a last-minute victory." They knew Real Madrid's attacking prowess all too well. If they relaxed and gave the opponent an opportunity, they were likely to be punished by Real Madrid. Therefore, they needed to grit their teeth and persevere for the remaining time. After Manchester City finished celebrating, regular time had ended, and the referee added 5 minutes of stoppage time. This greatly displeased Manchester City fans, who felt the stoppage time was too long. Now it was Real Madrid's turn to launch a full-scale counterattack. They certainly didn't want to be dragged into a dangerous extra time or even a penalty shootout by Manchester City. So, they would definitely go all out in those 5 minutes. For Manchester City, the final period would be extremely difficult. And indeed, Real Madrid launched a relentless attack on Manchester City after the kickoff. Cristiano Ronaldo, Benzema, Bale, and Di Maria took turns attacking Manchester City's goal. The City players were pinned back in a small area just outside the penalty area, unable to get out. This meant that even when they cleared the ball, it would quickly fall into the hands of Real Madrid players, becoming the start of another attack. Real Madrid fans, completely forgetting their successful status, became like those they looked down upon from the bottom of society, shouting and cheering wildly, fueling Real Madrid's relentless attacks. In the final moments, Real Madrid went completely berserk. Manchester City's defense resembled a dilapidated house, seemingly on the verge of collapse. However, this dilapidated house stubbornly stood firm, repelling Real Madrid's attacks time and again. In the 4th minute of stoppage time, Di Maria fell again in the penalty area. Real Madrid players immediately surrounded the referee, demanding a penalty. This time, however, the referee withstood the pressure and did not award a penalty. "Get up, you actor." Demichelis, seeing Di Maria trying to bluff his way into a penalty, was furious and ran over to confront him. Di Maria's eyes darted around, and he seemed to realize something. He stood up, glanced at the referee's position, and then shoved Demichelis. "You fouled me and you have the nerve to talk back? That was a penalty." "Shut up, actor. I didn't even touch you." Demichelis was already angry. And now that the other man had acted first, he instinctively shoved him back. However, to his surprise, the moment he touched Di Maria immediately clutched his face and collapsed in the Manchester City penalty area, rolling around and screaming in pain. The referee, seeing the two seemingly arguing and walking in their direction, then saw Demichelis roughly shove Di Maria to the ground. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out a yellow card for Demichelis. Demichelis already had a yellow card, and this second yellow resulted in a red card, sending him off the field. This result greatly surprised Manchester City. Nearby City players immediately surrounded the referee, protesting that Di Maria had initiated the altercation and that Demichelis shouldn't have received a yellow card. After hearing the City players' protests, the referee communicated with a linesman via headset, confirmed their claims, and then also showed Di Maria a yellow card. Di Maria clasped his hands together, looking like a dutiful child, but the smile that couldn't be suppressed revealed that he was actually quite pleased with himself. Di Maria only came on in the second half and didn't have a yellow card yet, so the yellow card was insignificant. Trading a yellow card for the departure of a key defender was an incredibly worthwhile exchange. Di Maria is too cunning. It's a shame he didn't go to Barcelona. Haha, La Masia Film Academy? Demichelis was a bit reckless too, he actually fell for it. He's probably still hung up on that penalty, holding his breath. Manchester City is in trouble now. They're about to go into extra time, and they're down to 10 men. Online, fans were buzzing about the red card. The referee seemed to be fair in his decision, slapping both sides on the wrist, but the result was Manchester City with a player sent off, which actually benefited Real Madrid greatly. To maintain his defensive integrity, Pellegrini had to substitute an attacking player. He brought on a defender, replacing Aguero. Obviously, this substitution would greatly weaken Manchester City's attacking ability, making it harder for them to threaten Real Madrid's goal. But Manchester City had no choice but to do so. Stoppage time ended quickly, and the score remained unchanged. With only 5 minutes of break time and extra time, the players couldn't go to the locker room, so both teams quickly gathered on the sidelines, sat on the grass, and listened to their respective coaches' tactical instructions. Real Madrid's tactics were straightforward: attack. Besides outlining the attack, Ancelotti had also prepared some counter-attack measures for Manchester City. Manchester City's only threat now is Lin Quan. Mark him closely, then kick that damn ball into their goal, and this game will be ours. After quickly explaining the tactical instructions and celebrating, Ancelotti clenched his fist and told the players. The opponent only had 10 men left, and this was Real Madrid's home ground. If they still couldn't beat them and were dragged into a penalty shootout, they might as well all buy a block of tofu and smash their heads against it. On Manchester City's side, Pellegrini spoke up. Real Madrid will definitely think we'll defend to the death, but we only need one goal to get into the final. Lin, once extra time starts, I need you to play as a striker. Don't worry about the defense, your job is to seize every opportunity and put the ball in that damn goal. Lin nodded emphatically. As long as his teammates could pass the ball to him, he would give it his all to score. Everyone else, focus on defense. Once you've successfully defended, whatever method you use, get the ball to Lin and let him attack. Chapter 273 Manchester City's miracle, advancing to the Champions League final. The 5-minute break quickly ended, and extra time officially began. From the very first minute of extra time, Real Madrid launched a fierce attack on Manchester City. Manchester City strictly adhered to Pellegrini's defensive tactics, fighting tooth and nail and desperately trying to outmaneuver Real Madrid. The situation mirrored the earlier stoppage time, with Real Madrid once again besieging the Manchester City goal. However, Real Madrid remained constantly on edge during their attacks, as Lin Quan, positioned at the forefront, posed a constant threat to their goal. Nevertheless, Manchester City players struggled to get the ball to Lin Quan's feet. Even when they managed to win possession under Real Madrid's pressure, they were either immediately pressed or Lin Quan was completely marked and unable to get the ball to him. Real Madrid weren't fools. With Aguero substituted, only Lin Quan remained a threat, so they naturally marked him closely. Real Madrid defender Pepe almost constantly marked Lin Quan, following him wherever he went. Besides Pepe, Real Madrid's defensive midfielder and two fullbacks also frequently marked Lin Quan, ensuring he was always surrounded by at least two defenders. Under these circumstances, he genuinely couldn't get the ball. Even if he did, the opponent would foul him immediately. With Manchester City's counter-attack stalled, Real Madrid launched an even more relentless siege. The first half of extra time quickly drew to a close, and both teams' players were showing signs of fatigue, struggling to keep up. Modric, under pressure from Fernandinho, managed to pass the ball to a teammate before collapsing to the ground. Let's see this goal. Modric passes to Di Maria passes to Ronaldo. Ronaldo accelerates, creates space, and shoots. Goal. Cristiano Ronaldo, Real Madrid star player, stepped up when the team was in trouble, helping Real Madrid score the most crucial goal in this season's Champions League. With this goal, Real Madrid extended their lead, and the aggregate score is now 6-5. This goal also means there won't be a penalty shootout. In the CCTV commentary booth, both commentators were stunned by Ronaldo's seemingly impossible goal. Lin Quan's outstanding performance in this match made people subconsciously overlook another superstar. Ronaldo was on the opposing team. Including regular time and stoppage time, the players had already played for over 100 minutes. Under these circumstances, Ronaldo still possessed such explosive power and accuracy. Such ability is undeniable. It's such a pity. Manchester City tried their best, but they're down to 10 men, which has a huge impact on the team. Su Yang shook his head regretfully. After this goal, Manchester City probably really had no chance to turn the tide. The situation in the first half of extra time was already clear. After the balance of power on the field was broken, Real Madrid completely dominated. With one less threatening point in the attacking third, Real Madrid had more resources to defend Lin Quan. This almost completely stifled Manchester City's attacking threat. After scoring this crucial goal, Ronaldo ran to the sidelines again and used his domineering celebration. The Bernabeu Stadium erupted in cheers of "Sui." At this moment, Real Madrid fans were incredibly grateful to have Ronaldo in their team. Without Ronaldo, the outcome of this match would have been very different. Enjoying the cheers of the entire stadium and the support of his teammates, Ronaldo glanced towards the attacking third and saw Lin Quan standing alone in Real Madrid's half. "Lin, I admit you're strong, but my teammate is even stronger. Moreover, I've scored 2 goals, just one behind you." Ronaldo felt he was in excellent form and confident he could score another goal in the final to equal Lin Quan's Champions League record. Perhaps, if his performance in the final was as good as this match, he could even score a brace and take sole possession of the top spot on the Champions League scoring charts. After Real Madrid finished celebrating, the first half of extra time ended. There was no break in extra time, and the second half started immediately. The team was behind again, the score unfavorable for Manchester City, and Pellegrini chose to attack. Manchester City only needed 1 goal to advance. Defending at this point would be certain death, only attacking offered a glimmer of hope. Ancelotti admired the Chilean engineer's courage. He was indeed as aggressive as he had predicted. However, this was the Bernabeu. To fight Real Madrid here? That would be suicidal. During the change of ends, Lin Quan chatted with De Bruyne for a while. "Kevin, do you still have any energy?" De Bruyne nodded, "A little, but not much." "That's good. Just pass it to me when you see my position." "You want to take on Real Madrid's defense one-on-one?" De Bruyne glanced at Lin Quan and asked doubtfully. Lin Quan nodded. "Is there any better way?" De Bruyne shook his head. "There really wasn't." "Okay, leave it to me. I'll do my best to pass the ball to you." In the second half of extra time, Real Madrid maintained a firm grip on the initiative. The Bernabeu fans were singing and dancing, seemingly celebrating their hard-won victory. In the 25th minute of extra time, Manchester City intercepted the ball in their own half, and De Bruyne reached out to ask for it. Fernandinho, who intercepted the ball, hesitated for a moment but still passed it to him. In that brief moment of hesitation, Real Madrid players pressed him. After receiving the ball, De Bruyne used almost all his strength to turn with difficulty, glanced in Lin Quan's direction, and passed the ball out. "Lin, this is all I can do for you, the rest is up to you." Seeing his teammates intercept the ball, Lin Quan immediately retreated, trying to shake off the Real Madrid players' marking. Pepe wasn't about to let him succeed and immediately followed him. However, because Lin Quan had retreated, he was a step faster than Pepe, and he still managed to receive De Bruyne's pass. Pepe decisively moved forward to intercept, trying to stop Lin Quan before he could turn, allowing his teammates to double-team him and neutralize his attack as before. But Lin Quan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. As Pepe pressed, he flicked the ball with his heel, kicking it between Pepe's legs. Then he forcefully broke free from Pepe's pull and slipped past him. Having been closely marked for so long, if Lin Quan still didn't know how to deal with Pepe, then all his time would have been wasted. "Stop him! Stop him!" On the sidelines, Ancelotti's face changed drastically, and he shouted hoarsely. Real Madrid's defensive midfielder and fullback rushed towards Lin Quan, trying to intercept the ball as before. However, Lin Quan didn't give them a chance. He kicked the ball away and then sprinted with all his might, including stoppage time. The game had already lasted more than 120 minutes, and Real Madrid's players were already exhausted. At this point, they couldn't catch up with Lin Quan and could only watch helplessly as he strode towards the ball. Casillas once again rushed out of his goal, desperately trying to stop Lin Quan. But Lin Quan didn't give him another chance to tackle. He sprinted to the ball at an even faster speed, flicked it to the right, dodged Casillas' tackle, and carried the ball towards Real Madrid's penalty area. Seeing this, the 80,000 Real Madrid fans at the Bernabeu almost dared not open their eyes. Manchester City's number 10 dribbled into his own penalty area, which was completely empty except for the goal. What happened next was easy to imagine. Lin Quan easily tapped the ball into the empty net, completing his hat-trick at the Bernabeu. He stood in Real Madrid's penalty area, collar turned up, surveying the entire stadium like a king. Haha, here it comes, Lin Quan's signature celebration. Surrounding the Bernabeu like a king, so majestic and imposing, I love it. So cool, so incredibly cool. Damn it, he fooled us. Seeing Lin Quan's goal, the Real Madrid players were stunned, frozen in place. Lin Quan's goal made the score 4-3, 6-6 on aggregate, but Manchester City had 3 away goals. Real Madrid needed another goal to advance to the final. With only 5 minutes left, and even less time after Manchester City finished their celebrations, would they have enough time? Watching that figure with his collar turned up, many Real Madrid players lost their will to fight. In the final stages, Real Madrid launched their fiercest attack, but the Manchester City players, inspired by Lin Quan's goal, seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, tenaciously defending their goal. A few minutes later, the referee blew the final whistle. Thanks to Lin Quan's hat-trick, Manchester City, although losing the game, defeated Real Madrid on away goals, becoming the first team to advance to the Champions League final. This is Manchester City's first time reaching the final in their history, bringing them incredibly close to their first ever Champions League trophy. Manchester City's opponent will be the winner between Atletico Madrid and Bayern Munich. Considering Atletico Madrid's victory in the previous leg away from home, they are favored to advance to the final. At the moment the final whistle blew, Cristiano Ronaldo stood on the pitch, reluctant to leave for a long time. Sigh, it's heartbreaking to see Ronaldo like this. He played exceptionally well in this match. There's nothing we can do, the opponent was stronger, or rather, Ronaldo's opponent was stronger. I really can't imagine how painful it must be for Ronaldo right now. He gave it his all, but still couldn't secure the victory. There's a real gap in strength between the two teams. If Lingard hadn't had a breakout performance, Manchester City probably would have lost. People's joys and sorrows are not always shared. Manchester City reversed Real Madrid's lead at the Bernabeu. However, Guardiola's team lost. In the second leg, Atletico Madrid dominated the entire match. They fought like a disciplined army, blocking all of Bayern's attacks. With 2 goals in the first and second halves, Atletico Madrid defeated Bayern 2-0 at home, sweeping them 3-0 on aggregate and advancing to the final. Poor Bayern suffered a shutout, a very heavy defeat. Last season they shut out Barcelona. This season they were shut out by another La Liga team, a fitting end, perhaps. After Atletico Madrid's victory over Bayern Munich, the 2 teams that qualified for the Champions League were confirmed. The Champions League final will be held in 25 days at the Estádio da Luz in Lisbon, Portugal. However, Manchester City is no longer concerned about that. The Champions League final is still far away, they still have another trophy to win, the FA Cup. The Premier League season is nearing its end, and including rescheduled matches, Manchester City has 3 games left to play. On May 3rd, in the 37th round of the Premier League, Manchester City will travel to face 5th-placed Everton. This match is insignificant for Manchester City, but crucial for Everton, who are aiming for the Champions League title. The Toffees seem to think that Manchester City, having just played a tough match against Real Madrid, would be exhausted and that they had an opportunity to exploit them. So, taking advantage of their home ground, they launched a fierce attack on Manchester City. However, when the final whistle blew, Everton fans were devastated. The scoreboard showed a bright red number, 0-6. Home team first, away team second. Everton suffered a humiliating defeat at home to Manchester City, with Aguero and Lin Quan both scoring twice, and De Bruyne and David Silva each adding a goal. City's crushing victory brought Wenger to tears of joy. Before the match, his biggest fear was that City, having already secured the title, would throw the game against Everton, jeopardizing Arsenal's fourth-place finish. Fortunately, City didn't do that, instead handing Everton a crushing defeat. This loss not only put Everton behind Arsenal on goal difference but also demoralized them, securing Arsenal's place in the top four. Whether Arsenal secures a top four finish is of no concern to Manchester City. On May 8, City returned home to face Aston Villa in a rescheduled match of the 29th round of the Premier League. Against the notoriously foul-prone Aston Villa, City played with exceptional ferocity. Their aggressive pressing and rough fouls turned Aston Villa, known for their fouls and rough play, into mere kittens complaining to the referee. The match ended with Manchester City winning 4-0 against Aston Villa. Negrito scored twice, while Lin Quan and Cruz each added a goal. On May 11, in the 38th round of the Premier League, and also the final match of the season, Manchester City hosted West Ham United. Pellegrini only played key players like Lin Quan for half the game, allowing them to warm up and maintain their form before substituting them. Even so, thanks to goals from Lin Quan and Aguero in the first half, Manchester City easily defeated their opponents 2-0. With this, Manchester City completed the Premier League season. In a total of 38 matches, they achieved a record of 31 wins, 6 draws, and 1 loss, reaching a total of 99 points, breaking Chelsea's record of 95 points in a single Premier League season set in 2004-2005. Besides breaking the league's highest points record, Manchester City scored a total of 127 goals in these 38 matches, setting a new record since the Premier League's restructuring, second only to Aston Villa's record of 128 goals in the 1930-1931 season. However, the league at that time had 42 matches, while the restructured Premier League only has 38 rounds. If these 4 matches were included, Manchester City's attacking prowess would certainly have broken the record. In terms of individual statistics, Lin Quan scored a total of 52 goals in 35 appearances, not only leading the second-placed Suarez by a huge margin, but also significantly breaking the Premier League's single-season goals record. The previous record holders were Alan Shearer and Andy Cole with 34 goals each. Lin Quan improved this record by 18 goals, and this was achieved even with the Premier League shortened from 42 rounds to 38. This historical record is unlikely to be broken by anyone other than himself. What's most terrifying about Lin Quan is that he not only scored a lot of goals, but also had an incredibly high number of assists. This season, Lin Quan has provided 21 assists in 35 appearances, ranking first in assists as well. Of Manchester City's 127 goals, Lin Quan has been directly involved in 73, roughly 60% of the team's attack. If Barcelona can't play without Messi, then Manchester City would likely drop a level without Lin Quan. Before the Premier League released its statistics, people didn't realize how formidable Manchester City was. After the data was released, people not only felt Manchester City's strength but also felt immense awe for Lin Quan. He has grown to such a level without anyone noticing. After reviewing everyone's opinions, I found that many disliked this part of the storyline. I humbly listened to everyone's feedback and rewrote the story. Chapter 274 Two Champions, Manchester City and Barcelona's Different Fates. As May arrives, the top 5 European leagues are entering their final stages. Except for La Liga, the title races in the other major leagues have concluded. Bayern Munich, Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain, and Juventus all secured their titles several rounds early. However, the La Liga title race remains undecided until the very last round. In the 37th round, Enrique's Celta Vigo defeated Real Madrid 2-0 at home, shattering Real Madrid's title hopes and eliminating them from the championship race. In the same round, Atletico Madrid were held to a huge upset at home by 10-man Malaga. Despite Atletico's unexpected draw, Barcelona failed to capitalize on their chance to catch up, drawing 0-0 away to relegation-threatened Elche. Therefore, the La Liga title race hinges entirely on the final round's match between Barcelona and Atletico Madrid at Barcelona's home ground. With only a 3-point difference between the two teams and a 16-goal advantage in goal difference, a home victory for Barcelona would secure their La Liga title and a successful comeback. But if they are defeated or held to a draw, they will miss out on the title and watch their opponents lift the trophy at Camp Nou. For Barcelona manager Martino, this is a do-or-die match. If he cannot keep the title at Camp Nou, they will end the season empty-handed, failing to win the Champions League, La Liga, and Copa del Rey. This will inevitably lead Barcelona to completely lose patience with him. He didn't resign immediately after losing the Champions League because there was still a glimmer of hope for the La Liga title, but if he messes up the La Liga as well, there is no reason for Barcelona to keep him. On May 17th, the FA Cup final and the final round of La Liga matches will kick off simultaneously. These two matches will determine the final two champions of the top 5 leagues, excluding the Champions League. However, Manchester City's prospects for winning the title are far better than Barcelona's. This is Manchester City's third time entering Wembley Stadium this season. 2 months ago, they lifted the League Cup here. Now, they will be aiming for their first ever treble. Manchester City's opponent was Hull City, ranked 16th in the Premier League. Hull City isn't a traditional powerhouse, so pre-match predictions almost universally favored Manchester City. However, Hull City clearly wouldn't easily relinquish this hard-won title opportunity, as this was their first ever appearance in the FA Cup final. A victory would be the most prestigious trophy in their club's history. This season in the FA Cup, they've had excellent luck, facing few strong opponents along the way. Their semi-final opponent was even a League One team. It was through a combination of good fortune and the team's hard work that they reached this stage. And they clearly hope to continue this good fortune in the final. Facing the newly crowned Premier League champions, Manchester City pragmatically opted for a defensive strategy. Manchester City's attacking firepower is undeniable. Without this defensive approach, they would likely be overwhelmed. In response to Hull City's defensive tactics, Manchester City employed a possession-based style of play. The essence of possession-based play lies in pressing, and Manchester City executed this flawlessly in this match. Pellegrini opted not to field Cruz, instead pairing Fernandinho and Yaya Touré. Their powerful sweeping ability rendered Hull City's midfield almost completely unable to hold on to the ball. In the first 15 minutes, Manchester City's possession reached a staggering 80%. Hull City were repeatedly pinned back in their own half, their entire half being repeatedly exploited, making it seem like a half-court attacking drill. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Barcelona, Barca were also employing possession-based tactics against Simeone's Atletico Madrid. However, their authentic possession-based style seemed to lose its effectiveness against Atletico. Despite their possession advantage, Barcelona struggled to create any real threat to Atletico's goal. After 15 minutes, they had even fewer shots than Atletico. At Wembley Stadium, in the 17th minute, the scoreboard finally changed. David Silva cut inside from the wing and assisted Agüero in the penalty area to score the opening goal, making it 1-0. This goal ignited the atmosphere at Wembley Stadium, with countless Manchester City fans cheering. This goal made them feel that the FA Cup trophy was beckoning them. After scoring, Agüero celebrated with a passionate slide celebration, which his teammates quickly imitated. Even Lin Quan, in high spirits, joined in the fun. Reporters and photographers on the sidelines quickly captured this precious moment, which will become a cherished memory among the many highlights of Manchester City's 2013-2014 season. On the sidelines, Pellegrini clapped restrainedly, suppressing the urge to celebrate wildly. It's just in FA Cup, he can't be so excited. What if he gets too excited during the Champions League final? He's a championship-winning coach now, he needs to maintain his image. Hull City's manager, however, seemed oblivious to these considerations. After conceding a goal, he slumped against the bench, head in frustration. The best way to win with a defensive strategy is to steal a goal. Having one in hand makes the opponent increasingly anxious, creating more openings in their attack. This allows for easy counter-attacks. But now, the expected scenario hadn't materialized. Instead, the worst-case scenario had occurred. They were behind. Trailing meant that a defensive strategy was useless, as the opponent could choose not to attack and simply pass the ball around in their own half. They could simply run down the clock and win. The opponent wasn't in a rush. Therefore, they couldn't continue to park the bus in their own half. They had to attack. However, Hull City's manager had a realistic understanding of his team's capabilities. A defensive strategy might give them a chance to compete with Manchester City, but daring to attack would be suicidal. Not attacking was waiting for death, attacking was suicide. Two dead ends, choose one. There was no other way but to choose the latter option. After falling behind, Hull City began to attack proactively. At first, they were cautious, hesitant to commit too many players, but seeing Manchester City's leisurely possession, they gradually became bolder and committed more players to the attack. This choice, however, fell into Manchester City's trap. In the 23rd minute, Manchester City suddenly accelerated, abandoning their previous leisurely, strolling style of play. The ball passed from Manchester City's centre-back, through Yaya Toure and De Bruyne in a few passes, and quickly reached Lin Quan's feet. After receiving the ball, Lin Quan showcased his signature move on the wing, a dribbling breakthrough. After the attack, Hull City's defense was outnumbered and struggled against Manchester City's rapid attack. By the time Lin Quan dribbled inside from the wing into the penalty area, the defenders inside the box hadn't even fully positioned themselves. Hull City defender Chester frantically rushed towards Lin Quan, forgetting his coach's pre-match instructions: when facing Lin Quan, never rush in to tackle him, because that will only help him get past you. Without a doubt, Lin Quan used a change of pace to easily dribble past Chester, gaining a one-on-one opportunity with the Hull City goalkeeper. McGregor stared intently at Lin Quan's every move, ready to make a save. Lin Quan took his stance, aiming at the right side of the goal and making a shooting motion. McGregor, unsuspecting, pushed off the ground and lunged to his right. However, after diving out, he realized that Lin Quan's move was just a feint. Now came the real shot. But Lin Quan's goal was now open. Without any doubt, Lin Quan helped Manchester City score again, taking a 2-0 lead over Hull City. McGregor angrily pounded the grass. He'd been tricked. He, the opposing goalkeeper, must be furious. He was fooled so easily. Probably because the pressure against Lingard was too great, he added some anticipation to make a save immediately. That makes sense, but that anticipation was ridiculously wrong. This move seems to be called a series of feints. Lingard uses it less often, Messi uses it more. Lingard's shots are always very decisive, either shooting into the corner or getting past you for an open goal. He's very focused on success rate. Indeed, Lingard rarely misses one-on-one shots. His success rate is extremely high. This match is probably a foregone conclusion, 2-0 in 23 minutes. I don't even want to imagine how exaggerated the score will be after 90 minutes. How's the situation on Barcelona's side? Have they scored? Who's leading? Not yet. Neither team has been able to break through the other's goal. If this continues, it might end in a draw. No way? If Barcelona gets held to a draw, they'll be handing over the title. Does Martino even want to keep his job? Aren't they going all out on the attack? Barcelona is already playing like their lives depend on it, but Atletico's defense is like iron. They can't break through. It's easier to move a mountain than to move Atletico. Seeing Lin Quan score the second goal, Pellegrini once again applauded from the sidelines. After that goal, he completely relaxed. His mind wasn't on the game anymore. Pellegrini began to think about the team's tactics for next season. Manchester City had a huge success this season, and next season they would inevitably be targeted by all the Premier League teams. The other 5 teams in the Premier League's Big Six would definitely make it their mission to stop Manchester City next season. Whether facing them in the league or cup competitions, it would probably be very difficult. Moreover, because there are so many strong teams and giants, the number of times you play against these 5 teams in a season could reach more than 10. If Manchester City loses a few games or draws a few more in this kind of competition, the championship might very well be out of reach. While Manchester City is strong, they can't guarantee a win against top teams. Therefore, against weaker teams, they must secure points steadily and not drop a single one easily. And when it comes to the most consistent tactic for securing points in the league, Guardiola's possession-based style is the most suitable. Judging from this match, Manchester City's possession-based style isn't as strong as Barcelona's, but given the quality of Manchester City's players, implementing this tactic shouldn't be difficult. Using this half-baked tactic against strong teams would likely result in them exploiting weaknesses and crumbling the team. However, it seems quite suitable for dealing with mid to lower tier teams. Moreover, possession-based tactics have one advantage: they conserve player energy, allowing them to focus on competing in the Champions League and other cup competitions. Manchester City has suffered greatly this season due to competing on multiple fronts. To solve this problem, besides buying more players during the transfer window to increase squad depth, the most important thing is to improve players' physical reserves and reduce their physical exertion. This will be the focus of work next season. Thousands of miles away at Camp Nou, Barcelona's coach Martino also stood on the sidelines. However, he was far from being as relaxed as his South American compatriots. 30 minutes had passed, and the score was still 0-0. This result was very unfavorable for Barcelona, because Atletico Madrid had lost two key players to injury within just 20 minutes. Diego Costa and midfield maestro Duran both left the field injured, dealing a devastating blow to Atletico's attack. However, Simeone, the soul of Atletico, remained calm under pressure despite the unexpected loss of two key players. He quickly made adjustments, changing his pre-match tactical strategy, allowing Atletico to stabilize their unfavorable situation and making it difficult for Barcelona's attack to gain any advantage. Atletico Madrid, despite losing two key players, seemed resilient as long as Simeone, the team's soul, remained intact. On the other hand, since their loss to Manchester City, Messi appeared to be under a mental block. He was virtually invisible in the attacking third, completely overwhelmed by Atletico's impenetrable defense. He rarely even touched the ball, raising serious questions about his form. However, in his few instances of possession, his form and skill level were undeniable. The problem seemed to lie in his mentality. Messi seemed to have lost his hunger for the title. Considering this was a crucial match for the league championship, his poor performance was almost unbelievable. Seeing Messi's lackluster performance, Barcelona increased their attacks down the flanks. This adjustment quickly paid off. In the 31st minute, Sanchez's powerful shot from the right side of the penalty area finally breached Atletico's goal. Barcelona led Atletico 1-0. The Camp Nou erupted, with countless Barcelona fans embracing each other in celebration. They had finally taken the lead. If they can maintain this score until the final whistle, the championship will still belong to Barcelona. However, Simeone's team doesn't seem to be giving up so easily. Chapter 275 The last championship of the top 5 leagues, the Champions League. At Wembley Stadium, the first half of the match has ended. Manchester City are leading Hull City 3-0. The third goal came in the 37th minute of the first half, with Yaya Touré's long-range shot extending the lead. During halftime, the Manchester City players returned to the locker room chatting and laughing. Their lead was too large, and their opponents were far weaker. As long as they didn't celebrate at halftime, the game was likely won. Have you received your national team training notices? With the World Cup approaching, the players in the locker room were increasingly talking about it. Yes, I think no one in our team has missed it. The starters should all have been called up, but it's hard to say about the substitutes. It's not easy to get into the national teams of some of the title favorites. Manchester City has many Spanish players, and Spain has too many big-name stars. This makes it extremely difficult to make the final 23-man squad. Players like Javi Garcia, Negrito, and Navas will likely be left out. Let's not talk about that anymore. Everyone, tell me, which national team do you think will win? Captain Company sensed the disappointment of the players who aren't selected, so he quickly changed the subject, finding something everyone was interested in. Hell, I'm rooting for the Three Lions. As a Briton, Milner unsurprisingly chose to support his country. Forget about the British team. Their squad looks only second-rate. His teammates scoffed at Milner's words. The British 23-man squad had already been announced. Compared to top teams like Spain, many of the British players came from ordinary Premier League teams. Their transfer fees were incomparable to those of the Spanish national team. What about Germany? I think Germany is pretty strong this year. It wasn't Kroos who spoke, he was usually quite quiet in the locker room. They're quite strong, and their squad is relatively young. Germany also got a good draw. If nothing unexpected happens, they should make it to the semifinals. The championship is uncertain, it depends on luck. Haha, has everyone forgotten about the Red Devils of Europe, Belgium? Belgium is a top-tier team in Europe. Haha, Belgium has a good squad, but forget about being in the top tier, nobody cares. Of the 8 seeded teams in the 2014 World Cup, 4 were from Europe and 4 from South America. The 4 South American seeded teams, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Colombia, deserved their place. They were indeed the 4 strongest teams. However, whether the 4 European teams deserved to be in the top tier was a matter of opinion. Everyone had no objection to Spain and Germany being in the top tier of Europe. One was the reigning champion, and the other a semi-finalist, and their recent performances were undeniable, making them strong favorites to win this World Cup. But there were strong opinions about the other two teams, Belgium and Switzerland. France and Italy were relegated to the third or even fourth tier, drawing scorn for this World Cup's ranking system. Could Belgium and Switzerland confidently claim they could beat France and Italy? Belgium's squad was strong, boasting stars like Courtois, Kompany, De Bruyne, Fellaini, Dembele, Hazard, and Lukaku. However, these players were too young, relying on them to carry the team was premature. Moreover, their team history was lacking in championships. They failed to even qualify for the last South Africa World Cup, lacking the depth and experience of champions like Italy and France. The South American teams are quite strong this year, and with it being their home ground, they might just take the title. After evaluating the European powerhouses, the group discussed the 4 South American teams. Throughout the discussion, one team, clearly the elephant in the room, was intentionally or unintentionally ignored, never mentioned. Lin Quan, listening to the discussion, found it somewhat amusing. "So, you're not going to discuss Spain, huh?" It seems Spain's dominance in recent years has left a deep psychological imprint on everyone, subconsciously creating a fear of Spain. The 15-minute halftime break quickly ended, and the second half began with both sides switching sides. Pellegrini didn't make any tactical adjustments during halftime, only instructing the players to be careful on the field and avoid injuries. A week later they would be at the Estadio da Luz in Lisbon to compete against Atletico Madrid for the Champions League title. They absolutely couldn't afford to get injured now, as an injury could be a lifelong regret. The game's situation was similar to the first half, with Manchester City firmly controlling the game, slowly suffocating their opponents like a frog being boiled in water. Hull City played incredibly passively, their attacks ineffective and easily counter-attacking. Their defense was also struggling, unable to keep up with Manchester City's extremely fast pace. This kind of game left them feeling hopeless and suffocated. At Camp Nou, Barcelona fans were also suffocating. In the 49th minute, Atletico Madrid tenaciously equalized, freezing the smiles on Barcelona's faces after just over 30 minutes. The equalizer meant that Barcelona's 3 points and the championship trophy were slipping away. The moment the goal was scored, Camp Nou fell silent. Barcelona fans' faces were filled with shock and disbelief, clearly unable to accept this outcome. On the sidelines, Martino was completely panicked. He hastily made several substitutions in a short period, trying to regain the lead. But Simeone's Atletico Madrid stood like a wall of size, stubbornly blocking their path, causing them to struggle and fail. Messi also seemed anxious, rarely taking on defensive duties. He even received a yellow card for a foul. Messi's renewed activity gave the Barcelona fans at Camp Nou hope. This was a player who had created countless miracles. They unconditionally believed in Messi, convinced he could lead the team to victory. Messi. Messi. Barcelona fans chanted Messi's name in unison, seemingly placing all their hopes on him. Messi felt immense pressure, playing with tremendous energy, tirelessly passing, receiving, running, and dribbling in the attacking third. However, Atletico Madrid's defense was simply too strong. Even someone as strong as Messi could only falter time and time again. Time ticked away, and the situation on the field remained unfavorable for Barcelona. Their desperate attacks failed to break through, while the opponent capitalized on several dangerous counter-attacks. As a result, defenders like Piqué, Busquets, and Mascherano were forced to resort to tactical fouls to stop the opposition. They were punished accordingly, receiving yellow cards from the referee. In the 77th minute, Martino glanced at the bench and made his final substitution of the match. He brought on the 34-year-old veteran Xavi, replacing Fabregas. Fabregas walked off the pitch dejectedly, seemingly forgetting even to high-five Xavi. His decision to heed Barcelona's call and return to fight for the Blaugrana wasn't just because of his La Masia roots, but also because that Barcelona team was incredibly strong, dominating Europe. He captained Arsenal, but Arsenal's year-long trophy drought and lack of significant transfer activity made Fabregas feel there was no future there. When he joined Barcelona, they had won the Champions League twice in 3 years, earning the nickname the Dream Team, and their career prospects seemed far superior to Arsenal's. However, his good fortune was short-lived. Soon after his arrival, the club experienced turmoil due to changes in management, leading to the departure of the legendary coach Guardiola. After Guardiola's departure, Villanova was initially seen as a suitable successor, but fate intervened, forcing him to step down due to cancer. In 3 years, Barcelona had 3 different head coaches. The team's performance was naturally greatly affected. In 3 years, he only helped the team win 1 league title and 1 Copa del Rey title, a far cry from their achievements a few years prior. This Barcelona team was exactly like the Arsenal team he had chosen to leave, so hopeless that he saw no future. Should he continue to stay at Barcelona and fight for the Blaugrana? Fabregas's conviction began to waver. The intense urge to fight for Barcelona he once had been worn down by time. He glanced back at his teammates on the field, and at the familiar Camp Nou stadium. At that moment, Fabregas made his decision. He would leave Barcelona after the World Cup. Xavi and the other Barcelona players were unaware of Fabregas's decision. After coming on, he focused all his energy on attacking. As a 34-year-old veteran, Xavi knew very well that his days at Barcelona were numbered. Before leaving, he hoped to win more honors for the team. Moreover, this was Camp Nou, and every Barcelona fan would defend the honor of Camp Nou to the death. He absolutely wouldn't allow Atletico Madrid to lift the trophy at Camp Nou. Xavi's stamina wasn't enough to last the entire match, but he was substituted in the 77th minute. With less than 30 minutes left, stamina was no longer an issue for Xavi. The return of his old partner relieved Iniesta and Messi. With Xavi on the field, they could play more comfortably. As a result, Barcelona's attack gradually improved, becoming increasingly threatening to Atletico's goal. On the long flank, Simeone narrowed his eyes slightly. As a coach who started as a defensive midfielder, he admired Xavi. His performance at this age was truly remarkable, and his entire career spent with one team, this spirit of loyalty to one club was admirable. However, this was a professional match, a decisive battle to decide the La Liga title. No matter how much he admired Xavi, he couldn't afford to be lenient. Thinking this, Simeone quickly made personnel adjustments, specifically assigning someone to mark and limit Xavi. This adjustment quickly proved effective. After coming on, Boyd didn't need to do anything, he simply acted as a sticky presence, marking Xavi closely. Xavi, aging, had lost his physical strength and ability to evade defenders. Under Boyd's pressure, Xavi found it increasingly difficult to perform. Without Xavi as their playmaker, Barcelona's attack, which had finally shown signs of life, fizzled out. Ultimately, the match ended with Barcelona suffering a devastating defeat at home to Atletico Madrid, handing the championship trophy to their rivals. Atletico Madrid fans erupted in wild celebration at Camp Nou the moment the final whistle blew. This was their first league title in 18 years, and coincidentally, the person who last helped Atletico Madrid lift the trophy after 19 years was none other than Simeone, standing on the sidelines. Simeone, a young manager who had only recently taken up the reins, proved his coaching abilities at Atletico Madrid. From this moment on, La Liga transformed from a two-horse race to a three-way battle between Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, and Barcelona. Meanwhile, his Atletico Madrid had gradually risen to become a top-tier team in the top 5 leagues, a force to be reckoned with. Now, only one match remained before them, the Champions League final. If Simeone's Atletico Madrid could win this match, they would become European legends. Almost simultaneously with the whistle blowing at Camp Nou, the halftime whistle blew at Wembley Stadium. The score on the big screen was frozen at 6-0. Undoubtedly, this was a massacre, and a massacre in the final. This was the largest margin of victory in FA Cup final history, equaling the record set in the 1902-03 match between Burnley and Derby County. In that match, Derby County also defeated their opponents 6-0. Looking at this devastating score, Hull City's players were all crestfallen. They had tried almost everything, but all had failed. This score was a true reflection of the two sides' strengths, and they accepted their defeat wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Manchester City's players rushed onto the pitch the moment the halftime whistle blew, celebrating together. This was their third trophy in the Premier League this season, second only to the league title in prestige. Wembley Stadium was a sea of blue, with Queen's "We Are the Champions" resounding throughout the stadium. The awards stage was quickly set up, and FA officials and Prince William of the British royal family personally presented medals and trophies to the winning Manchester City players. "Lin, you played brilliantly. I'm your fan," Prince William said with a smile as he presented Lin Quan with the award. "Thank you for your praise. Since you're my fan, I'll give you an autograph." "Oh? Sure, but I didn't bring any paper or pen." Before Prince William could finish speaking, Lin Quan took the match ball from which he had scored his hat trick, quickly signed his name on it, and handed it to him. I wonder if your highness is satisfied with this autograph? Prince William paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. Of course I am. Thank you, Lin. I'd like to invite you to dinner sometime. I hope you won't refuse. Lin Quan had scored a hat-trick in the final. He could take the ball home. However, he passed a ball to Prince William, making the latter appreciate the significance of the gift. Lin Quan naturally wouldn't refuse Prince William's gesture. Having already won 3 titles, Manchester City's players celebrated rather restrainedly. Their minds were entirely focused on the Champions League trophy. Only winning that trophy would warrant a truly grand celebration. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.